Welcome, welcome, welcome. I look great today. I'm gonna look even better right now. Hello! Whoa! Real life Wardy. Incredible. Give me just a moment, guys. Get some stuff set up. And we're going to be off and away here in just a few moments, getting into our first matchups of the day for WardiTV. Spring Championes. Group D of Group Stage 1 after the day. We know our top 16 players for the tournament, so that's going to be a lot of fun as well. Looking forward to it. Alright, some videos are underway. Just get some stuff sorted out, guys, and we will be off and away, like I say. I'm going to try and keep the games moving swiftly today because we're starting later than usual, and these games are live, so we do have the Koreans play late at night, so shout out to those guys for being understanding. To be fair, they did, you know, some of these guys literally agreed to this group upon knowing that it was later, so that's on them as well. They could have said no. So not like trying to rush, but there's not really any reason to hold up anyways, so we're just going to try and keep the games, at least the first 5 series, go, a little bit pedal to the metal and just try to make sure we can, you know, really take this through as quickly as we can, get the players sorted ASAP. We're going to start the day off with our own PvP, which is going to be between JUMY and SKILLOUS. So we're going to get that ready to rumble here in just a couple of moments as well. It should not take us too long, and we'll be off and away. Perfecto. We're good on that side. We should have a map pick here in a second. Like I said, we should have JUMY versus SKILLOUS ready to go. Just a few short moments. Just a few short moments. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, 5. There we go. 6 videos. So map pick coming up next. And we'll kick into this PvP. So late today. Yeah, I had dinner plans for today. So me and Helen and Ellie have been out for some food before we kicked off. So I knew this was the case when we first arranged this group way back when. Ellie's had a great day though. She's been for a proper English Sunday dinner, and she got a doggy dinner. She got to decide what went in it. She got to pick between beef, chicken, and pork. So Ellie's had the day of her life. She was just like, whoa, what? You can go out and just get food in places? What? This is amazing. So yeah, she's having the time of her life. She's sleeping it off now. But yeah. How's everyone doing? How's everyone feeling? 4K channel points until 1 million. Vara, you've been saving up, bro. Crazy. Crazy. Alright, let me double check. We've got our people in here. I think we do, honestly. Alright, these guys seem ready. They started the game, so we're just going to send it. Let's kick off into the WardiTV Spring Championship Group D as we start the day off with JUMY versus SKILLOUS. This group also has PERCIVAL, Bunny, and Solar as a part of it, so all those guys are going to be coming into play very shortly as we get ready to hop into Amygdala. Let's get ourselves underway, and let's get this sorted out. So we have got ourselves in the top right corner of the map to begin with here. Our blue Protoss player is going to be JUMY. And in the bottom left-hand side, the red Protoss player from Team Liquid, of course, is SKILLOUS. As we kick off into this matchup and we get this underway, and we look to see how this is going to go and what is going to happen. So we get this all starting up. We get this all operational. And excited to see some Protoss versus Protoss on the day as we make our way through this. Like I say, should be some good fun. Let's throw the indie cam on, and I will also throw the health bars on, guys. Give me a second. And like I say, PvP to begin the day with. There's going to be a gate and a simulator coming up on both sides just to start us off here. So we get that part started. A couple of gases coming up. The gate's coming online. A little bit of everything just on the way through as we had the probes on as well. And again, we just keep that coming in for the moment. Probe going to continue across. Try to see a little bit of what's going on. See if we can make maybe a little bit of something happen. And just gets into the base here. I'm going to drop down that side of the court as well. So both players are going to go second gateway. Both players are going to get this set up initially. Let's just have the probe chasing the probe around. Gates coming through, the cybernetics core coming up as well, so we continue to bring that online. Got a lot of this underway for these early stages. And yeah, probes continue to go after other probes for a few moments. Just not really anything, again, too exciting just yet. Very much so getting set up and established here. And just taking a few moments to do exactly that as well. So, we'll get settled. Going to see the couple probes go nibbling across at each other, so a little bit of damage being done, a bit of work coming in. And we have ourselves, obviously, with both players kind of set up the way they are. It's not too surprising to see that it's going to be a Nexus as the initial choice here as well, so that Nexus does begin to come straight through. We get that set up. Just going to have ourselves the Twilight Council coming online, the Warp Gate coming up, out on the Robo Facility as well on the side of SKILLOUS. That Nexus still very much so on the way in as well. And this Ender and this Stalker together will just help to push the hallucinated Phoenix away as you're just trying to stop that from continuing to gather info, although, I mean, one fly through the main base pretty much tells you everything there is to see here anyways, so the info is not exactly being denied super heavily straight away. Hallucination still moves down to the bottom left-hand side. Again, the Nexus, the Forge, and the Twilight Council all continue to come in together as well. We do have ourselves the Hallucination still moving across. Probies stepping across as well. Robo Facility, Forge coming through, the Nexus finishing. And yeah, obviously very different choices to attack as SKILLOUS plays for that Robo Facility, while JUMY says, you know what, let me get into that Twilight Council, let me play into this Blink. And he's going to go straight toward that. So Blink on the way from JUMY. And yeah, much more defensive out of SKILLOUS with the +1 as a focus. I mean, +1 will come in from JUMY as well, but +1 is a focus to power up those Immortals. And those Immortals will act as your real baseline of a defense here. There's not going to be too many questions to ask about that one. Kind of plain, simple, and obvious where this one is going to go and how that is going to end up. Couple of sentries just going to come stepping across towards the Nexus that's here as well. A couple of Stalkers and the other sentries gather together also. So again, just get ourselves joined, and we are going to see the couple of Stalkers and sentries already poking away at the Nexus, so initial bits of damage are being done right from the start. Nice force fields here from SKILLOUS defensively, getting a couple of those sentries, but JUMY is in this base, and this probe line is taking an absolute beating right now, so that's not exactly going well for you. And +1 Blink still coming over, the +1 coming up from SKILLOUS, so as JUMY gets that Blink, that will be a nice benefit for him. Already now ahead in workers, giving himself a good kind of baseline to play from here as the Nexus continues through on both sides. A few Stalkers and the Sentry gathering up also. And we just begin to knock our way through this set of rocks and again open up a little bit of space. For the moment you open up this map a little bit. A lot of additional gateways from JUMY is, like I say, you open up this gold and you have map control. There's a very good chance you get away with, you know, trying to hold on to the gold base. So, might be a cool little opportunity to keep our eyes on. Stalkers will come blinking down to the sides. +2, roasting glaives. So obviously SKILLOUS showing us his first Twilight Council check choice, and that is going to be the Resonating Glaive. Unfortunately, that's a fake immortal, so nothing gained by this set of attacks from the Stalkers. We lost one Stalker as well, so SKILLOUS' hallucination is a successful bait. That will go very well for him. And yeah, keep your other immortals alive and very healthy. And your opponents just wasted a Stalker on pretty much nothing. Stalker's firing, even going to get a sentry there. The other couple of immortals coming through. +2 attack coming over. The gateway joining up. Extra gates producing right now from SKILLOUS. Again, Temple Archives +2. I mean, the Temple Archives are huge against the Resonating Glaives because you want to get the Archons up. If you can get that Archon up, or Archon counter up, just because you kind of want Archons against Zealots eventually, Archons really do just shred Adepts. And Adepts are also pretty low-range units, so Archons will always be able to hit back. Adepts naturally clump. Archons are just going to be a very good time against Adepts, so that's what we're heading into at the moment here. We get that settled. +2 and charge. Both still continuing in. The Temple Archives finishing. Mortals will be there. And a few more shots off as well as that Glaives does complete. Well, the Prism gets to warping in. And as that Prism warps in, we are going to be seeing a actual cancel on some of the gateways. So they're going to get slowed down for a few moments. The +2 gets slowed down as well. And you scout the Resonating Glaive. So just in case you weren't aware of what SKILLOUS was trying to do, now JUMY definitely does know what's up. Now he definitely does get a good read on exactly how this is going, exactly what is going on. So that's obviously great information to have as the units now make their way up to the top side of the map. SKILLOUS is going to go, go, go. And straight into this natural, and these probes are going to go down. Obviously, JUMY's aiming to do as much damage as possible before having to recall home for the defense. So just going to try and do what he can here. You actually see units warping in defensively as well, which is not ideal, because again, if your plan is to recall home as JUMY, get those units back, then these are wasted warp-ins. JUMY needs to have enough to fight this. Those 4 Mortals are scary. They pack a hell of a punch right now. +2 finishes as well, so SKILLOUS will be equal on upgrades at this point in time and ready to resume. Again, Adepts and the Immortals come chasing. The cannon goes down. The Archon, a few Archons coming about. Still got the Zealots, still got the Sentries building on up here. As we have ourselves 9 more Adepts warping in on the Warp Prism. So all of those continue to come up. And just going to be seeing these Immortals continue to get chunked down. The Prism goes down. A couple of Immortals will fall. The Sentry dies. And this army of JUMY is starting to make a bit of a defense, but he's down so much army supply still. And with extra Adepts arriving from the other side, I think it's fair to say that this continues to look pretty dismal here for our German Protoss. In the opening game of the day, JUMY continues to just take some losses, and he has to say GG, tap on out. Give SKILLOUS the 1-0 lead in this best-of-3 series. And SKILLOUS gets that 1-0 rather comfortably in the end. GG's for him. And well played as we get ourselves readied up for a Game 2 in just a couple of moments as well, guys, as we continue through this bit of PvP action. Alright, going to be Persephone for the second map. JUMY is faster than Max Packs in terms of hosting right now, so boom, boom, bang, and the next game is already loading up. No breaks to be taken. Well, that's okay, because like I said, we want to try and move through fairly speedily as well. But we did host on the wrong map, so that doesn't exactly help speed things up, so never mind. He hosted the wrong TLMC map. Classic. A classic. Alright, looking good. We should be able to resume here in just a couple of moments then, my friends. As again, JUMY versus SKILLOUS is going to be coming straight on through. So we get this settled. I really thought he had the defense for a moment there. I really thought he did as well, to be honest. Like, for a couple of moments, it's like, these Archons are putting in work, but man, just getting through the Immortals and then dealing with continued reinforcements is so tough. Doesn't quite go his way in the end. As we now get into Killer's Mile for game number 2 of this best of 3. In the top right corner, we're going to have ourselves the Blue Protoss player who will be down by a game, looking to bounce it back in this second one in the PvP. This is JUMY. Has been on a really good rise lately. It's been really fun to watch JUMY play. Been playing some great StarCraft 2, constantly improving, putting up some good results. Very nearly made TLMC playoffs, which was a big moment for him. Didn't quite get there. He was a game up against Beyond. He wasn't able to close out. But like I say, those are the examples of results that show that he's on the rise. He's definitely a player that's starting to break into that kind of next tier along, and he's been at that kind of tier that he's in right now for a while, where he's competitive with the top players, but taking consistent games and then hence series off of them is still quite the impossibility. That's definitely been kind of starting to be erased, that statement, and rewritten. As he, like I said, has definitely improved the last few months, putting himself into some better and better positions. Similarly coming through, gateways coming up, and get this all ready to rumble. And a couple of gates coming about, the probes coming online. Let's have ourselves a little journey forward with this probe as well. Going to get up over to the edge and just patrol away there for a few moments as well. Just going to sit tight for a couple of moments as we drop down a cyber core. So cyber core comes straight on in. Paneling out on the other side as well, also getting set up here, so you just get that going on two different angles. And cyber core's building, the gateways coming through, those probes continue to come on up. So proxy versus proxy, but not actually going to be utilized proxy, right? JUMY pops the Stargate down, SKILLOUS just going to leave his pylon in the middle of the map. Maybe we use that later, but it's obviously not going to be used for the initial tech structure, and that's most likely what that pylon would have been used for if it was going to be proxying. I mean, it's not exactly in the best of positions to go kind of aggressive warp-ins from that pylon either anyway, so yeah, not looking to see too much more use out of that one. As this probe just maneuvers around for a little bit. And next is coming in again, so we can get that underway and get this all on the roll. Just going to be seeing a couple of depths continue to move downward as the sentry and the warp gate coming up as well. And next is very much so on its way through too. Oracle still coming online, the warp gate coming up. Alright, nice surround with these probes. 3 workers going down already, and well, once again, it is going to be JUMY to kind of get in with a depth and deal early damage, similar start to the last game. So we have that going for JUMY right off the bat. As the Stalkers continuing up, the Twilight Council building. So obviously JUMY has the Stargate, but his opponent has the Twilight a little bit faster. We could see maybe JUMY going for the Twilight Council himself and just playing a little bit of a later blink while having the Oracles to help him harass and to deal damage and to try and put himself ahead there. You know, for the later blink, you're potentially going to put yourself ahead a good amount of workers, and hence, you know, you might be able to afford yourself some more army to work on as well. As probes pull down toward the natural as and Twilight Council finishing shortly from SKILLOUS, and the gateway building from JUMY as well. And that blink starts up. And the 2 Oracles dive in towards the main base. They can activate for a couple of probes. 3, 4 workers going down immediately. Ooh, get ourselves a little bit stuck here. SKILLOUS going to get some good damage on those Oracles. He will not kill any. They get 5 probes in total, and out alive is obviously very nice. The hallucination can at least continue to track those, so you could get a rough idea of where they reposition to, although it's probably just going to be sitting over here, right? So why not put that hallucination into use again, it seems to say. Well, he started sending across the map. He's going to pull it back again now. Stalker already in the main base, located well to handle the first attempt to press forward of those Oracles. Stalker's warping in, the Oracle's going to be flying on overhead still, the Stalker's still moving underneath, coming across over to the sides. More shots going about as well, it's just going to be seeing a little bit of work being done there. A pylon going to come into fire as the rest of these probes try and pull forwards, and JUMY going to probably take some losses. Going to have to activate the Oracles to try and add to this defense. That's not exactly ideal. Going to try and turn onto that Oracle again here. SKILLOUS would love to pick it off. He's already gotten rid of 4 workers, so making up for some of the earlier damage which he already took in this game. And now continue to trade out as a couple Stalkers go down very rapidly. Going to continue to step through. The Sentry and the Oracle coming up again. That Sentry up front taking a bunch of damage. Force Field goes down. The Blink, like I say, very much so still on the way up for now. Being brought right into play. And back onto that Nexus we go. So Nexus is going to take shots once again. We'll see one more Stalker. Two more Stalkers going down. This is looking successful here. From SKILLOUS, getting a lot of damage done early in this PvP, looking to get off to a great start in this group today. SKILLOUS looks to advance, obviously, alongside with the other guys. Everyone looking to advance to Group Stage 2 if they can get top 3 out of 5 players in today's group. The Stalker's going to fight back the other direction. One Stalker already getting hit. Our over facility coming online as well behind this from SKILLOUS. You can see he's going to improve his tech beyond this little bit of pushing that he's been getting up to. So he'll look to improve from there. And JUMY still has that one Oracle that he can try and bring into use and maybe get some harassment done, but it's not exactly great. He actually steps on the map. Army supply is okay for JUMY, to be fair, right? It's 25 to 27. SKILLOUS up 8 workers and definitely putting himself in the better position. Already has the third Nexus in place as well compared to JUMY, who's just now getting his started. So definite differences across the board right now in this game. So he's going to step up. Couple shots coming straight on by. So he's seen JUMY actually getting a pretty decent jump start to this fight. Can he keep it going? Does he have enough? Reinforcements will come in immediately, of course, from SKILLOUS. JUMY's reinforcements have to come from a few steps away. Battery going to help offset things. You have to hit that battery for a while, so you're not hitting Stalkers. I think fair to say that this is looking very, very good from SKILLOUS, who gets further and further ahead. Overall supply, Army supply coming into his favor now. Has an aggressive blink onto low HP Stalkers, so going to get some value there. As JUMY runs for the Stasis Ward, but SKILLOUS has the Observer, so he even sees the Stasis Ward in position, knows what that is all about, and is going to go and deal with that one as well. No problem at all. And the Stalkers are going to keep firing through. A couple more hits coming out for the moment. Charge coming up on both sides, the +1 coming through, the extra gates and the Temple Archives coming about as well, so we continue to bring that into play. Step across, we just see a probe going down, the extra gates coming over, Temple Archives and the +1 coming up as we speak. The charge coming through, the extra gates as mentioned. Continue to bring all of that into play. The gates and the forge continue through. Talon going down. Just going to be seeing the gateway on that left side getting hit as well. Rosel's coming over. Get underneath, Prism goes down. Again, just going to be seeing the pylon taking a few more shots as well. The extra Zealot's going to go warping in. So a lot of Zealots being brought through. The charge and the +1 coming up as well. Gates coming online. And then the Prism and the cannon coming up too. So it's looking very good for SKILLOUS. The numbers just keep coming in his favor. I mean, 133 to 94 supply speaks for itself, really. And JUMY with that top left kind of hidden away base a little bit, try and maybe make some mistakes from your opponent, but the reality is you need more than just a couple mistakes from your opponent. SKILLOUS can just attack. I mean, I don't think it's even, like I say, complicated for him. He has significantly more. He can just attack onto the natural and pretty much just look to close this one out. Maybe you were a little bit afraid it was only 2 bases before, but at this point you just send it. I think he's seen enough to know that he doesn't have to do too much else here. JUMY is trying to counterattack and win the game over on this side of the map, which is not going to work when the Stalkers are hitting the Nexus and the Zealots are the only ones chasing down the Archon. And at the other side, SKILLOUS is wandering into the natural, up toward the main base as he wishes, because JUMY just does not have the numbers to keep things on the go here. And this really does look to be better and more over as SKILLOUS is not going to be letting this up, not going to let this pressure kind of get past. He is absolutely going to send this to victory in this game number 2. itself will coming across. GG is called by JUMY, and that will do it. As we see SKILLOUS taking game 2 of the best of 3. Congrats to SKILLOUS, who gets off to a great start for the day. Obviously, you know, 5-player group. JUMY, a dangerous player, definitely the player who I think is the dark horse, where he's got that upset potential and he could maybe make it out. Although most would probably not have him in their top 3 of this group. I think that he has that sort of threat available to him. So yeah, as we will jump on over to NA for our next matchup, guys. So we'll get more StarCraft coming through in a few moments' time. I actually have to double check what the next matchup is. It is Solar versus JUMY Systems EVP. Rough start for JUMY. Obviously, play SKILLOUS, then Solar. It's not easy at all. I clicked the wrong server, so I'm going to need a moment here, guys, to get resettled. I guess we'll also run some ads and just give ourselves a moment or two to set things. Just a moment, please. I have to try and hop to the correct server this time, like I said. How does this go? Okay, clearly players are just lazy. Thank you, Nanny, for the inspiration. I'll balance wine. Appreciate it. Which way around is this going? Yeah. Like that. Okay. Alright, just waiting for JUMY to join us. Maybe taking a moment or two after that last series. No worries, obviously. Take us a couple moments to get in here and there. It's all good. Alright guys, just leveling my multitasking up a little bit, but should be good in just a few moments. Like I say, just getting a couple things up and running here and there. Alright, videos are coming through. Very quickly here between Solar and JUMY, they are ping-ponging their way through this video process with great pace, as they want to obviously keep the games going themselves, so no issues there. Guys, not gonna be Ultra Love. Can I get it hosted before the players do? That's a good question. Give it our best shot. Alright, just waiting for everyone to join us, guys. We are getting into this lobby and ready to resume into more games in just a couple moments. Again, thanks for being here. Appreciate you all dropping by, hanging out for some WardiTV Spring Championship today. And especially just early on, we're going to have a couple of moments where I'm going to have to just take a second here and there to swap us between matches and so on. So appreciate your, like I say, patience when it comes to those moments. There we go. Players are ready. I just had one more caster to get joined. And let's go into solo versus JUMY. Like I say, these guys are definitely steamrolling ahead. They want to get into some games. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. Like I say, I'm very happy for the Koreans to try and get through their matches as fast as possible. I mean, no matter what, we have 10 best of 3s, right? You know, even if we try and make 10 best of 3s long. Like, the shortest 10 best of 3 day I think I've ever done is like 4 hours and 45 minutes, which is still a pretty nice stream. And those were some pretty terrible best of 3s. I don't think today has those kind of matches lined up. That was a group where one player was absolutely doomed from the very start, and all of their series was like 6-minute, 4-minute games. So that definitely sped the process up a little bit, so... yeah, not expecting that today. Today should be a nice long stream. It's been a great weekend, actually. Been a lot of fun following the Spring Championship groups through. I've been enjoying following them as well. Obviously, I get the best seat in the house getting to cast them, but it's been genuinely enjoyable because we've just seen some different players and some fun results. Definitely not guaranteed results. There's been some good competition here in Group Stage 1. Obviously, hoping that continues through to Group Stage 2 next week. That starts up as early as... I want to say Tuesday, but I think that's incorrect. I want to say it's as early as Wednesday. I think Wednesday... yeah, I think we have Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday as Group A, B, and C. And then next week on Wednesday, we have Group... the week after on Wednesday, we have Group D. And we just kind of continue from there into the playoffs that week, so... I think that is roughly where we're at and what's going on. As we have in the top right side, let's do some intros. The blue Zerg player here is Solar. Taking on the red Protoss in the bottom left from Stream Zone. It is JUMY. We're baking pizza. Lovely. What kind of pizza are you baking? And over in the YouTube chat, MVP Zergburger's here. Hell yeah. What's up, Zergburger? Hello. Sorry, I didn't see. I'm still not great at reading YouTube chat. Sometimes it just... especially, so the problem is I have YouTube chat in like a small corner of my other screen, where I also have like my Iligulac on one side, and I have my StarCraft 2 in the corner running the secondary games and so on. So, especially when we have a group with 2 matches happening at the same time, I'm often like, YouTube chat's just, I miss a lot of what goes on in there, you know? So, yeah, good to see you guys. Thanks for joining. Thanks for supporting. If you guys aren't watching on the YouTube, we'll always take a quick moment to ask if you would like to support. Do hit that like button. Do hit that subscribe button. We've been getting like 20 YouTube subscribers a day, which is great to see. Can definitely keep that going. Definitely want to try and keep that YouTube sub count growing. And like I say, hit that like button as well. Really appreciate if you do. Because hitting the like button especially tells YouTube that, hey, more people should come and watch this. So you're simply helping the stream out by hitting the button. Like, I understand with subscribing, at least subscribing, sometimes like, well, I don't want to see you on my feed, Wardy, or whatever. But with the like button, nothing even happens. Well, it probably tells you to come watch the stream a bit more frequently, but like, you know... like, it's, you know, hit that like button as the TLDR. FearDragon64 likes this stream with the 111-month resub. As always, FearDragon, you're not doing it right. That's the subscription button, not the like button. Oh, you're on the wrong platform, mate. Yeah. But thank you so much for the 111 months. 111 months of FearDragon. You know what, Ravi? That might be the most notable resub you have until the resub says 222, so... treasure it for the moment. You know, we're halfway there to the next milestone. Well, I guess in like a year you'll have 1, 2, 3. It's kind of interesting. You're not on a platform, you're on a bed. Well, a bed is a platform. That's a platform for lying on. No? Unless your bed is not raised. Unless your bed is the floor? Question mark? Because I guess that, you know, I guess it's not a platform. But otherwise, I think it is. No. Resident Glaives coming up here. So JUMY just gonna go straight up 4-gate Glaives. Oh no, is this like 5-gate Glaives? He's looking to build something else here with this. Yeah, we're gonna go 5-gate Glaives. So very committed aggression from JUMY, looking to try and get damage done very early on in this game number 1 of this PvZ best of 3 series. Use that Resonant Glaive. Just gonna Chrono Boost out on the Twilight Council as well. Well, the Depths is going to find one Zergling, so that goes down. The extra Lings and the Overlord's building up. Or Prism is going to be done fairly soon in the Dark Shrine, and the Gateways continue to be brought into play as well. Again, Dark Shrine and the Resonating Claves coming through. You see the extra Adepts coming online still from JUMY, so you bring those over. You do see one Zerglin in the front there already going down, and plenty of those Adepts just continuing across towards the upper side of the map, so they're going to go moving straight in toward that third base over these next few moments. There's a couple of Queens get gathered up as well as the Adepts will start a fire. The Queen's going to take some damage. The Zerglings will shoot away at the Cybernetics Core. It's going to open up that space into the natural where the Dark Shrine is currently incoming. And Adepts continue to put some work on. That Roach taking a lot of damage as well. Roach getting quite low. Is now going to go down. But the fact that there's Roaches here in the first place is not ideal for JUMY, as the Dark Shrine might be the saving grace. There is no detection currently available, so if we can get ourselves in here and get some damage done, then brilliant. Spores just now started, though. Man, it's crazy, because I feel like we were so far away from ever getting detection. Now we're actually really not that far from it. What the DTs are really good at as they hit this third base as well, is they will also keep you very safe from a counterattack. Like, you cannot all in right now as Solar, because if you hit the other side of the map, his third hatchery will fall. If you go across the map, you don't have an Overseer to go with you, so it doesn't matter that you have the army advantage from winning against the Adepts. The DTs are going to undo the potential for you to see more with that and to actually gain more from that as well. So that is a pretty sizable factor as well, as the Lair and a couple of Overlords still very much so continuing up for the moment. Alright, well, DT's keeping the third base down from Solar. I mean, by the time the Lair finishes, Solar might still have a significant army supply advantage. He might still be able to go across the map, but he doesn't necessarily believe in it either, because he's already going into some drone production, working on those numbers as the Lair finishes. I mean, maybe we could, like, Nidus, Ling Roach just across the map. I say Queen, I don't know how many Queens we really have. Yeah, we have 5. There's a possibility still if you still wanted to go for the aggressive, the aggressive approach to this game. A couple of DTs drop off, and they load back up. Still just watching that +1 and blink tick along here from JUMY. The closer he gets to those upgrades, the happier he's going to end up being. He cancels the blink, though, so he decides he doesn't want that. Maybe just going to try and hit like an Immortal Adept timing. Don't know if I love that anywhere near as much, to be honest. I felt like +1, I felt like this was a game where you did enough to maybe actually play fairly standard, and now you're going to try and play aggressively into a guy who has not exactly had the room to kind of build super, gridly himself. Solar has also been kind of, denied bases and hence kept low on draw count. So maybe now you'd like drone up like crazy as Solar, but I think you still just already will have that good baseline of units. It's going to be very difficult for JUMY to see success with an attack across the map. Things get in, the pylon will fall. We do have an additional group of Roaches morphing in, a Ravager being brought up, a couple of DTs will morph into another Archon. We do have some good tech unit numbers here from JUMY. I just feel like you really simplified this game from Solar. You basically said, hey, look, Solar, you know how I'm basically not letting you make any units? Or, how I'm basically letting you, forcing you to make units because I'm not letting you make drones because you're hatchery gone? Let me make those units useful for you by attacking you. And it's like, what? Isn't that kind of the opposite of what we're trying to achieve here? Alright, well, we will just see the selection units gathering up once more. Shot's going to come through. Those Adepts are going to shade on over there as well. There's just going to be seeing a few more units warping in underneath. The Queen's going to fight back. The Adepts and the Immortals will continue to fire. Quite a few of the Roaches taking quite a lot of damage. And so you're going to be seeing more of them showing up. It looks as though Solar's going to have plenty for defense. And he's going to have Lings across the map as well. So he's going to be able to succeed here. And Solar takes game number 1 of this best of 3. So Solar opening up with the win and getting himself into a good position to start off this series. Our second map coming up in a moment will be... These guys spam so much when they get into the lobbies. Persephone for game 2, Whispers of Gold, our final map, if JUMY is able to bring it back. You make a lobby with these guys and they're just like spam. It's like, bro, stop. Alright, double check the players are ready and we should be able to go into this. Ready we say. Ready we say again. And let's go into game number 2, guys, onto Persephone for our second map of this series. Let's get this straight underway. Let's throw us on here because I have to go over here and do a little bit of work quick. They're just trying to keep the other matches rolling along nicely as well, as it has been a pretty darn speedy start, I gotta say, today. As in the bottom left-hand side, our blue Zerg player here is Solar, and he's up 1-0 in this best of 3 at the moment. As we get this underway. He's taking on the green Protoss player in the top right corner of the map, JUMY. Game 2 of this series. So we get this on the way, we get this going, panel on the probe. Continue to come up, a couple of drones coming about as well. I like it, man. JUMY gonna go completely funky with this next game. Just gonna drop the gold base down. That's definitely one way to mix it up and to do things, like I say, completely differently to the expectations. So, I'm into it. I'm down. Show me what we're doing, JUMY. Yeah, I want to see what the plan is from this as well, especially once Solar sees there's no natural, because you kind of then expect him to kind of get aggressive. So, that definitely would make some interesting question marks here as well. As the gate of the assimilator continue up. The hatch, the gas, the pool on the other side as well. Oh, he's gonna go for a Nexus here too. Wow. Huh. Like, is this just designed to look super normal as well? Kind of, right? What a daring build. Triple Nexus before we really go into Cybercore or anything. Like I say, just gonna try and really do something a little bit spectacular here. Obviously, really needs the main base to not be scoured because you are, saturating this gold base now by recalling the probes. I am very concerned. There looks to be a Zergling going out the right-hand side. I think it's just pylon scouting, but if it ends up just running up the right side for whatever other reason... Oh, he's going to spot it. Oh, that does not bode well for JUMY here, as SKILLOUS is being so careful about how this is going. So very careful as the... Yeah. I mean, Solo just basically saying, you're not going to catch me off guard with anything sneaky. And what's JUMY trying to do? He's trying to catch his opponent off guard by doing something sneaky. Yeah, well, Link shows up here, and now Solo just says, cool, Link production, because it's going to be nigh on impossible to defend this gold base. There's a lot of probes there because we recalled probes here, maybe too many even, because we're oversaturating this gold mineral line. I mean, the Adept's trying to make its way across. The Stargate's now added on, but that's going to take a while to really kick into play as well. I think it's fair to say that the attempt to be a little bit creative here is somewhat backfiring from JUMY, unfortunately. Like I said, it was a cool idea. If Solo doesn't scout it, I'd really have loved to see where it went, but now it feels pretty bad, as Link Speed will finish in a moment, and this is going to be very tough. The thing is, he might defend over there for the moment. Then how are you going to defend over here? You don't have enough DPS in both locations. The Lings are just going to look to see wherever there's less DPS, and they're just going to focus there. And if you warp in too many units here, guess what? We're just going to go over to the gold base where there's not going to be a defense anymore. I don't think it's going to really come down to that, honestly, as the gateway goes down. The Cybercore is going to fall without warp gate finishing as well, and JUMY coming in with a very creative plan, but unfortunately this is why this creative plan has not been seen so much. Those lings continue to come through. He's going to be having the 20 lings still producing from Solar. He's not going to stop with ling production. It doesn't make sense to. There's no good respawn slash way to save this from JUMY. Like, he can re-wall, and then you're just going to kill the wall off again, because you're still going to struggle for unit production for now. The lings continue across. They're going to hit this mineral line once again, so more damage being done. Oracle will activate. A few more Zerglings still getting killed. Oracle will fire up, and a few more Zerglings just keep on going down. Still got that warp gate coming through. The Oracle and the Adept all coming up as well. I mean, not really, I'm gonna say much else to add on here. This really does seem as though we are heading to disaster as the Zerglings will hit the front once more. 21 probes dead. I mean, to be fair, Soul's not exactly on the greatest of work camps of all time, but yeah. Doesn't really matter, right? Because his army's still sizable. He's going to continue to get more done. Depowering the Stargate even. That's going to be a little bit of a kick in the teeth on top of everything else. Will still activating. The few Zerglings still taking damage. The lings will get there for the Stargate as well. It's going to take that down as the rest of the lings gather up. Lings going to run through. A couple of Adepts will come across them. Lings is going to hit the gold. I mean, this space is one that Phil's obviously not worked on yet, but now it's a very open space that more and more Lings should be able to do well, and obviously the battery initially holds you off for a little bit, but as more Lings show up and the battery's out of energy, there should still be more damage to be found from Solar. Like I say, cool idea from JUMY, but they get shut down hard, and Solar is going to get himself first win of the day. Rough start for JUMY. He's going to go down 0-2 at the very start of this group without a map being won. Has Bunny and Percival left to play. If his PvT can look a little bit better, then there is a world, obviously, where he can still advance from this group as well. So that is 100% a possibility. I'd say it's going to be rough, though, because I'm pretty sure JUMY feels like his PvT is one of the weaker matchups that he's working with. So it's going to be a rough continuation for him. GG gets called, and JUMY and Solar come out of game. It's going to be Bunny versus Solar for us up next, actually. So we're actually going to get straight into that TVZ. We're going to go Bunny matchups for the next 4 series, actually. So Bunny versus Solar, Bunny SKILLOUS, Bunny JUMY. So we're going to get Bunny Solar ready to begin. Perfect. Let's get that set up then, guys. I will just run the ads. They help to support the stream and tournaments just like this one for being made in the future. We'll swap on over to Korea. We'll get Bunny versus Solar underway. Bum 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 bum. Alright, we'll get Bunny Solar started up, guys. Like I say, keep the maps coming nice and smoothly, if at all possible. Perfect. Perfect. Pizza cooled off. Nom nom nom. Greg Caston. Enjoy your pizza, mate. StarCraft and pizza. What a life. Is JUMY American? No, JUMY is a German Chronos player. An Epic LAN champion, yeah. The people that know what Epic LAN is, that really is a huge deal. It's not easy to beat the UK Titans of Risky and others. We need more cowbells, not bunnies. Thank you, Justin's Place, for the 31-month resub. Welcome back. appreciate it. We are 14 subs away from 700, guys. If you're feeling generous, want to help us actually reach our sub goal for, I think, the first time in like 2 or 3 months. I think it was like January, just coming off the December hype, the last time we were above 700 subs. So if you want to support the channel, do consider subscribing, use your primes, etc. Helps us out a whole bunch. We appreciate it. If you don't fancy it, then that's all good. Just thought I'd mention it, because we really are getting close today. Getting close. Alrighty, we will have ourselves Amygdala. That's map number 1, Leyline's map number 2, and it will be Frostline for map number 3, so let's get straight into Amygdala here. There you go. Right, it has been a speedy start today, so we actually have had a pretty quick start to this. I'm going to continue it going. Get this started up. Go, 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 says Bunny. Just move Solar into the player spot. Move myself to a referee. Invite the other casters who are slower to join than the rest of them. And we should be good to go into this ZVT best of 3 series. Solar versus Bunny. That's obviously first time we're going to see Bunny. We're going to watch all of Bunny's matches pretty much back to back now. So going to get a bunch of Bunny games in a row. So if you're a Bunny fan, then congrats. You are about to see a whole bunch of him. And obviously we'll see if Solar can get up to 2-0 in this group or going to go down to 1-1. Bunny's been playing great lately. He's had good results in WardiTV tournaments in general. So that should be fun. Just want to try and get Coca in here so we can get underway. Otherwise we'll just start without him. Give him 1 more second to try and go into this. One more attempt. If he doesn't join, we are going. Alright, Amygdala coming up for map number 1 of this best of 3. 3rd series of the day, guys. We've got 10 best of 3s in total. So while we are going quick, we still got quite a ways to go. Plenty of StarCraft 2 coming your way. It's the WardiTV Spring Championships Group D of Group Stage 1. We have had Kua, Showtime, Trigger, Zaun, Rogue, Creator, Classic, Mana, and Dark advance into the 2nd group stage so far. They're joined there by Clem, Hero, Max Pax, and Beyond. So that's all to be looked forward to over the next week and a half. And then the playoffs, the 2 weekends from now, going to be a ton of fun as well, I would imagine, with the players that we're going to have left by then. As we head into the bottom left-hand side, our blue Terran player repping the... actually, are these 2 teammates on Falcons? I guess so, right? There's Bunny in the bottom left-hand side, while Solar is in the upper right. Unless Falcons drop Bunny, but I don't believe I heard of that. But sometimes I forget things and miss things as well, so... Alright, my friends. Solar versus Bunny, game number 1. Best of 3 coming through. I'm just going to pop you guys on Indy's camera as I just have to go to the other screen for a second, so don't mind me. Not much going to be happening here anyways, so don't mind me while I just make sure problem is solved. Alrighty, overload coming across. As we get set up, hatch gas and pool, a couple drones coming in. Get all of this underway. Alright, SCV Scout obviously just confirms it is a hatchery first, so you get some info there right off the bat. There's that Overlord. Couple queens all coming through. Get that settled in. Just for a moment or so. And the factory is building from Bunny. I mean, we see that he's not doing much weird. He's just on a single gas still, so more than likely is going to be going into that third command center sooner rather than later as well. So just a little bit of something for us to think on that. Maybe it's going to hit. Hatch will take some damage. In fact, we're going to swap onto the reactor as the barracks drops in the ZC. Building up, we add on the orbital. Again, Link Fleet coming through, the extra drones coming about. Our Queen's going to be there, pushing the Reaper back the other way as well. We got a Crypt Tumor though, which is quite nice for Bunny. A little bit of a slowdown on Solar in the early stages. Slow him down that little bit, if nothing else. Queen's still being added up. Link speed coming through. A few drones on the way. A couple of Lings still building. Continue to get that going as Stimpack and Marine gets added onto, so we keep that up and running for the moment. Looking good as the couple of Hellions and the Reaper come around to the top side. There's going to be a Queen there, and that Reaper already going to begin to take a few shots in those early stages. The other couple of Queens coming over too. The Marines here are going to go and hit this Overlord, so Overlord taking a bit more damage as well. Marines will get that grab, clean that up. So far, so good. Does Solar ever break out Muta builds? Yeah, Solar sometimes plays Mutas, but Solar I think is so good with the Lurkers that he doesn't tend to go towards the Mutas. Usually Solar's EVT is like, hey, I'm going to try and hold on for dear life. I'm almost about to die. I really have no units left. Oh no, my Lurker Den finished, and we have a game, and oh my god, I'm amazing at this stage of the game, and now I'm going to win. Like, so many of his EVTs seem to have that kind of storyline to them. It's quite incredible, because to me, if he was like just better at, if he could just get into better positions a little earlier, and like it's possible, we don't see Zergs having to hang on for dear life like Solar does. Well, okay, interesting point, I guess, because what if the reason we don't see that is because Solar survives in situations other Zergs would die in. It's not so much a question of, let's play with these wings as well as around those Hellions. It's not so much a question of like he's in a bad spot, so he's like barely surviving. Maybe he's just meant, you know, most people would die, but he's actually still able to just survive. Any which way, he really does have that survival instinct. I think in a best of 3, it's unlikely we see him play Mutas. If we saw a best of 5, I'd be a bit more confident we might see like a Mutalist game switch up or something. Depending on how the series is going, if he has a map that he likes for it, if he feels like his opponent is maybe not one of the better versus Muta players. While I was yabbering on him about that, I do just want to again point out that really was some good Ling micro, continuously fighting for us around on those Hellions and so, and finally getting there and getting to the point where they did fall down as some Ling show up, and they will push back this little medevac drop. We lost a Queen, maybe 2, and some transfusions at the early stage of this, as now the Marines unload to the low ground, going to begin to go straight after the Overlord there, and that will fall as well. So Bunny just finding value with these initial drops. The more value you get with these, the happier you're going to be, the easier next stage of the game is going to be, because Solar's going to have spent more money replacing and defending and relocating and so on. Definitely a factor, as well as these Zerglings. Continue back together, just going to see the Marines kind of unload over on the sides. Again, Siege Tank, other Marines coming up as well, so we bring all of that over. 1-1 upgrades coming up as we speak. The Marine's going to get on toward the hatchery as the hatch is just going to be continuing through. Marines unloading. The Overseer going to take some damage as well. Another few Banelings showing up. The Marines pull back for now. Again, Marines is unloading on the edge. The other Marines going to go on the watchtower again to try and attempt to see what is going on here. Good position from Bunny, but he is down in upgrades for a couple of seconds. His armor upgrade will be a little bit behind as well, so keep that in mind. Might not matter for him getting rid of this hatchery. Doesn't really seem like Solar's going to invest too much in defending it. He still has 4 bases, and he will launch a counterattack now to hit the 3rd/natural of Bunny. He's going to get into the natural, by the way. There was a lower depot, so into the natural we go. And that's going to be an instant find on the incoming... it's the factory, right? Second factory? Yeah, so finds that. Doesn't get the cancel, though. So that does get to stay alive at the very least. It's a nice benefit, as the Marines actually will get a good cleanup here. This is a better defense than expected for Bunny, especially when Solar got straight into the natural with those Lings. This is why I kind of run bys with a few Banes mixed in are really nice as well, because they can have that burst damage to really make a difference on mineral lines or on a few units that start to come about for defense. When it's just Lings, even when they get into position, it's not always a guarantee that they're going to succeed. It's not always a given that we're going to see success from that, as the Lings will get there. The rocks will go down, the few Queens stepping across. Those Marines will knock down these rocks, so again, we're just going to knock this down a little bit. CC going to move up into position on the gold. And we do have the rest of the Marine tank medevac coming by as well. Couple of shots going through. We see those Zerglings really trying to dive in for those siege tanks once again. Have to lift a few of those tanks up. The Marines with them. And once more here, Marines are stepping forward to get rid of some of the creep tumors as well. We're going to lose a full medevac? No? Oh, yes, because we sat AFK. No, because it still gets away. Oh, my goodness. Bunny being drawn a little bit thinly in terms of resources with his attention right now, but somehow actually gets away with it. Somehow that is not actually a disaster at the end of the day. Felt as though that was obviously going to be pretty heckin' bad. It was not. And now we get to continue on through as a few medevacs. Marines we gather in the bottom right, a bunch gather in the far left. Ling Hydra will knock down some rocks here, opening up the space toward the center of the map as well. And we're going to be able to come straight through with this for the moment. A couple more Widowmine shots coming about. Just going to have ourselves Marines loading back up as well. Getting good defense from Solar across the board, just kind of stopping these drops from getting out of reach. What I don't love for Solar, well, I mean, he's got adrenal glands right. We see the extra Lings coming through. The Overseer's coming in still as well. It's pretty reasonable through and through, honestly. Pretty respectable position that we're working on right now, as those Marines going to finish up a set of rocks. More shots going through. Just going to be seeing the all the lurker upgrades are really again just on the way in, as well as the Hydra lunging. To me, again, we're getting to this stage of the game where I feel like Solar is at his absolute peak in terms of ZVT capabilities. So as he gets here, let's have a look to see whether or not it will be just good to go. I mean, right now he's winning this with Lingbane Hydras, but he's getting pushed back. But he has the 4 bases, but it's not a super secure kind of setup right now, I would say. That Lingbane continues over, the Hydras as well. Marines unloading back onto the other side here for the moment. The Liberator's coming through as well, so again, we get that set up, we get this on the way. It's not going to be enough Lings to run into that bit of Bioforce as Bunny attempts to take the 5th, but that 5th coming down is an more open space for Solar to potentially commit onto. It's also out down to the south side, and then it leaves maybe a multi-prong aggression for the middle map gold base to be taken under fire as well. So options definitely arising for Solar as Bunny puts his expansions out there onto the map. So we get that all prepped. This Viper's still moving through. Siege tank on the way. Cloaking coming up. 3-3 upgrades. Widowmine's in production as well as the Vipers come overhead. The couple of Liberators will siege up, and then first Lurkers already getting chased away, so a couple of those Lurkers getting pushed back immediately. We abduct 1, we're going to abduct 2. We kill 1, and we're going to second abduct to make sure we get the other as well. It's just ensuring that that is going to be a nice, easy cleanup. Bane Hydra just going to step straight forward, so we are going to have a couple Widowmine shots going off on a chunk of those lanes. The Banes are stepping up as well. The Bioforce is absolutely going to chase that Hydra army down. Right now, the spread and split was good. We're definitely going to need a few more of the lurkers in these fights if we really want to deal with this Bioforce in higher numbers like this. Right now, we don't have a lot of those made, though. And a couple SCVs going down. Still got the 3-3 coming online. The Nidus network coming up as well. Lurkers firing their way through a building here and a structure there. Some little bits of work being managed for now. Glimmers are pretty nice at holding off a lot of these lurkers, so I do like what Bunny's been able to do with these. Getting a few of those established is definitely helping. We see another Widowmine shot going off. A few of those lings getting hit once more. CC up into the skies. As we do see another Widowmine shot firing back the other way, hitting even more Zerglings here for the moment, continuing to get work done up until now. Just gonna get there. Siege tank falls. A couple of lurkers burrow up. The CC's up in the sky. Those lurkers will go after this missile turret. 2 more libs, 2 more ghosts. All the upgrades continuing about. The Hydra and the Ling will knock down a set of rocks here as well. It's just going to open that space up, because we still have the high-sec auto tracking on the way through as well. And Bane's going to continue forward. The Viper's nearby, and can we actually get ourselves a good fight here? The Banes are just melting though. And that's the problem, as you go through those choke points, Bunny is able to split the bio units up and just, basically invite those units to run through the choke points at him and say, come on then, let's have at you. He is definitely not afraid of that approach in the slightest. There's a couple more creep units that get settled here for the moment. Artifacts are still gathering around as well. The Banelings will continue to move up. Just going to be having the few Zerglings still stepping forward. The Marines coming through. Again, Spire, Hydras, plus 2 missiles coming up as we go as well. So continue to bring that over. Lurker continues to put some pressure onto a couple of those SCVs. And extra Bane's coming about, the Spire is coming online. So Solo just preparing for an even later stage of this, with obviously the Spire being a choice to get Corruptors out. You can work yourself against Libs, especially as we see the Fusion Core. So advanced ballistics, that liberated range, likely to be a factor sooner rather than later. As these Banes come crashing forward, the tank's in good positions. We'll chase a lot of those units away, turning that around, pushing that back out for now. Nicely handled. Well, Snipe coming through as the rest of the bio coming chasing. The Queen's getting pushed. The Hatchery in the top left going to take some damage as well. Will also be going down. We will see those Broodlings dropping as we go. The rest of the Ling Bane coming up and online. The Hydra's coming over. Now going to try and grind our way through onto the rest of this army here. So in we go. Again, Ling Bane Hydra gathering up. Fire Force coming through. A couple of Queens coming over. Yeah, what's up, San Francisco? Thank you so much for the super chat over on the YouTube for the 2 real. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. You're doing well today. As, we have a 17-minute game here between Bunny and Stoll. I was talking about this group going very quickly so far, but this game is the kind of game that puts us right back on track, and there ain't nothing wrong with that. As, yeah, you expect Bunny and Stoll are probably, for a lot of people, the 2 favorites of this group anyway. SKILLOUS is good as well lately. I mean, he's up there too. think all three of those players have been playing particularly well as of late, but I would still personally put maybe Solar, Bunny, and SKILLOUS in that kind of ranking order. So yeah, no surprise to see this one being a real clash of the Titans here in Group D. As you see the Lingbane pulling back, the Viper moving up the way as well. Continue to reset with that for the moment. The Lurkers will shoot. A couple of those goes. Going to try and come forward again. Bang, bang. And 2 Lurkers go down once more. A couple of Zerglings getting kicked away at. The Balins will begin to morph in, and we still have Link Corruptor being added on for the moment. So again, we continue to bring that up. Those Lurkers are going to get straight in toward the Planetary Fortress, so we put some work on there. Lingbane Hydra continuing to come on through still. And again, just a couple of missile turrets going to get straight to work on those Overseers. One Overseer going down, a second Overseer taking damage as well. Planetary Fortress hitting a few of those Banelings. Lurkers going to get straight back into place. The Liberator sieges up one more time. Just going to push those Lurkers away. Keep them running. There's a ton more Lurkers in production. 9 of them producing. They're going to pop in a couple of moments. And as they pop, gotta be careful because there's already Widow Mines and Liberators on top of them. He's doing a good job of holding off a lot of these Lurkers so far. But the Corruptors start to show up. We're going to dive into Liberator range. Let's unsiege. I'm not sure. I mean, the problem with diving into Liberator range was there was also some siege tank support. There was just a lot of damage coming out from units that were quite far away, and you couldn't really do much about in general. So not ideal. As now the Lingers come charging forward. A couple Widow Mines come through. The Ghost as well. Planetary will be shooting through. A couple more snipes, and those Corruptors going down. Lings and Lurkers taking additional damage. Tank, Libs, Widow Mines continuing up as well, so we just bring all of that through. Continue to get a lot of that on the way for the moment. Bane just running straight up. Planetary Fortresses and again busted, but I mean, we get rid of one of the Planetaries. The other one's still there. The Ghosts actually trying to snipe the Banes. The Banes get some damage on the Ghosts, but quite a few of them will survive on low HP, and there's not too much more following up from here. There is enough from Solar to at least get rid of this location. I think if that base doesn't go down, then this is very bad. Now we're actually getting the Lings just coming through and getting surrounded on these Ghosts, and so far it's good enough to get rid of a couple of kills, so... Or to get rid of a couple of the Ghosts and to get a couple of kills, so... Credit to Solar finding some fights for himself here. Denying a base of Bunny is important as well, though there is an orbital on the way over to try and help deal with this, so we'll get straight back over to that as well. With everything else going on. Yo, so Francisco, thank you for actually joining the YouTube membership system as well at WardiTV bronze level. Thank you so much for supporting this stream. Super appreciate it. Thank you so much. Base top left going to be in trouble. Those Lurkers will eventually go down with another scan or so. I mean, you can't even burrow right now, and that's those Liberators on siege. And as Bunny wants to try and make his way to... He needs another base. The problem right now is you can't let Solar take both corner bases, because that will undo a lot of the resources lost advantage that Bunny has built up for in trades in this game. If he just takes both of the... If he takes one of those bases, even for just a little bit, it might just be good enough that then Solar would have to trade extremely efficiently in comparison. Moving on from here, and that's always a difficult ask for a Zerg who's diving into Terran lines of Liberators, Ghosts, etc. Corruptors again doing their thing and getting quite a bit of work done in fairness. This network will go down, and the +2 flyer attack still on the way in. Hydras, Banes, and Lings are being added on as well. We get straight onto the orbital, so again, a bit more damage done there. For a few moments. Medevac's coming through, a couple missile turrets coming up also. The rest of this bio pulling back away down the bottom side. Lings is going to get there. The Bioforce getting turned away again. A few Overseers overhead. We're going to hit the hatchery bottom right once more. All those drones will continue to go down. 8 workers being picked away at here. More damage being done. I see 7 Broodlords coming up. A couple of Vipers are coming in. Sense towers across that far left side as well. 23 minutes into this game, very excitingly, and Scorpio moves away from that bottom right side as well, so that's just going to come moving across. A couple of Hydras coming about. The Bio are going to get there. A couple of these Broodlings are going to go down. This Lever is just again sieging across the front of this Lingbane Hydra force, so again we gather everything up. Can the Broodlords be a good enough investment? Brood's always such an interesting investment in this matchup because you usually get one surge of Broodlords and that is it. After your one wave of Broodlords, you never really get a chance to rebuild them. Right now, I feel like the defense is already there from Bunny, getting some good damage on those Broods right away. He isn't even adding on Thors, but I don't think he needs to. I honestly think his army composition is good enough anyway. He doesn't need additions like the Thors to truly carry him here. Like I said, I really think he's just going to be kind of more or less good enough no matter what, so considering that, we're going to have a Liberator on the top left-hand side. The Broodlords going to fire through again. The missile turret will fall. The SCVs are dropping. All those drones going down also. Two more Infestors coming out on a Corruptor. All those ghosts sniping away. The Broodlord's taking damage as well. Solo doesn't have the money to keep going for this. In the end, he lost that bottom right base. 24,000 resources lost difference. It's been messy trades all game for Solo. I don't mean messy in necessarily a bad way as much as just like every fight he's had has never really been a controlling fight. Like he's never had those fights where the Lurkers really dominate. They've always been scrappy, I guess is a much better way to say it. So he's had to play very scrappy fights all game long, and that really is not sustainable unless you're successfully shutting down the Terran economy or maintaining a lot more economy yourself. And that is the big reason you see a GG that goes in Bunny's favor for game number 1 of this best of 3 series between two players who are absolutely vying for that number 1 spot in today's group. Obviously, number 1 spot, some seeding advantage. It's definitely a major positive. So we'll head into a game 2 in just a second, guys. Let me just get that all set up. The second map here will be Ley Lines. One, two, three, four, five, six. Just missing Solo. He's in the replay, so he's trying to check out what went wrong. I don't blame him as well, because I feel like Solo's probably like, man, I feel like usually I get to Lurkers and it goes so much better for me. But he never got to Lurkers, and it was like, okay, this is Solo's moment. He got to Lurkers, and we continued to kind of have a very similar story in this game pan out, unfortunately, for Solo. So really wasn't exactly ideal in that regard. Go and ready being called from both players. Let's click start game and dive into game number 2 of this best of 3. You're watching this WardiTV Spring Championship Group D. First match of the day from Bunny results in a map 1 win. Solo, his first map loss of the day, he already went 2-0 over JUMY. Of course, we got all of Bunny's games in a row basically coming up. So we're going to go Bunny versus SKILLOUS after this one, then Bunny versus JUMY, and then Bunny versus PERCIVAL. And then we'll probably start mixing and matching the games up based on whatever makes the most sense for us to kind of keep the storyline and the group alive. That part is always quite important as well. So yes, we'll tell you guys more about the later games order, just because I don't know what it is yet either. We will flip it around. If someone is very obviously looking as though they're going to get eliminated, we'll do that match first and keep the last matches to be very exciting as well, you know. Is PERCIVAL serious on SE2? He's definitely playing a little bit more SE2 again. He definitely stepped back away from Stormgate, which he was playing for quite a while. It's funny because, so PERCIVAL qualified through the WardiTV Mondays 30, where I basically just said, okay, top 2 performing players that aren't already qualified can have an invite. And so he just played, he hit round of 16, got knocked out. 4 players got knocked out in the round of 16 that weren't in the Spring Championship. And I just said, you know what, we've got like 8 invite spots. Let's just use 4 of them on those 4 players. That's fine for me. You know, I committed to 2. We can go up to 4. That's no worries. I messaged Percival. I was like, hey, congrats. You earned an invite with today's performance. And he's like, question mark, really? Question mark? He's like, me? he's like, I'm Percival, question mark. And I'm like, yes, yeah, I know you're Percival. because I had to add him on Discord for this as well. I think he thought I had the wrong Discord or something. So, yeah, funny story. But he has been playing a bunch more SC2 again. Just, obviously, it's so difficult to be competitive in SC2. Everyone at the high level is at such a high level, right? Definitely makes it quite the challenge. SCV across the map. It's going to be what we follow for the moment as we reset back to an early game here. I remember that last game as well. There was definitely an element of survival inside of Bunny, who I feel like his initial attacks didn't do too much. I do think Solo did a good job of shutting down a lot of the early pressure. Bunny didn't get away with too much early on. Golems pulling away, a couple of Lings taking some shots there, so a few more hits going about just for the moment. As we will see our Reaper can take a couple shots as well. Let me just play a chasing game around for now in these early few moments. So again, a little bit of setting up, a little bit of getting going. Everyone's building through. The Queen and the Ling speed coming up as well. So again, we get a few bits and pieces on the way. CC and our starboard coming up as we speak. The orbital command coming through as well. Ling's on the right side going to get rid of the Zerglin already. The Queen's going to be there, and that Reaper getting chased away. Yeah, a couple more Hellions still on the way out, slowly but surely. Getting ourselves set up here for the moment. Starboard building, command center on the way through. There's a couple of Hellions all coming up. That Ling speed again building as well. Just get a lot of that on the go for the moment. At this point. Two Hellions, the Reaper. I'm just going to go stepping across. The Banshee on the way this time as well, so a different way to maybe try and get some work done, get some damage done in these early stages. Banshee's almost always going to provide some good opportunity as the Reaper and the Hellions do poke forward already. Again, trying to see a little bit of what might be done here. The shot's still coming through. Obviously, big part is EVT. Got to defend the early stages. Got to get through those early rounds. You know, get through those early bits of fighting back with the Hellions and the Banshees and so without taking too much damage. So you can definitely end up in trouble there otherwise. As the Stim Pack, the Cloakshies, and so on come through. A couple of extra barracks as well. No surprise to see Bunny going to continue with the bio play following this because the bio play has served him well in that last game. I don't think there's any reason to try and switch into some crazy mech play or something right now as the Hellions we'll look for the Queen. A few Zerglings are going to come across. They're going to try and wrap around onto those Hellions as well. We're going to get one. We're going to get two. Again, Solo's been very good with the Zerglings against the Hellions. It was the same in the last game. He was able to step forward very aggressively a couple of times and actually succeed in getting a wraparound enough to then get rid of a Hellion or two. I gotta say, I was actually pretty darn impressed with that and how it went down for him. So, yeah, I really did think that was quite impressive by him. Kind of happy to see that coming through for him as well. And one more upgrades plus that Stim then, so that will be the next real timing that we've got going on right here. Oh, that's going to be A little painful as well. And don't want to take too many losses. If you're taking losses, you want to be at least getting something out of it. And I wouldn't say that that's necessarily the case here just yet. We still have those 1-1 upgrades coming through. The Baneling speed's about halfway done. We're adding on the 1-1 upgrades also. Medevacs, tank, marines, producing additional SCVs added on. And our army of Bunny just sits on this third base at the moment here with a couple of extra reactors also coming into play. We continue to bring that up currently. Queens drop down. The creep team is spreading things about for just a little longer, a little further. Big push from Bunny. Also far in this game, 12 lings to just a few of the harassing units, so I guess we'll see what's happening. Hatchery coming up, melee upgrades on the way through, group of spines coming online as well. And again, we see our group team is building, the armory on the way, the depot's coming up. We do have the hatchery on the top. I'm going to be taking some damage. Green's going to get rid of a few of those group teamers easy peasy so far, as we do see the rest of the Ling Bane gathering up. A couple of Queens going to take shots. And armory is on the way in. We add that factory through too. Just going to have ourselves the extra marines in the combat shield building as well. Our tank going to get some good shots off with the marines then coming through also. That's going to be a tank having to live as we evacuate to a corner. Solo's going to get a good jump on this, but is it actually a good trade? Because what's happening is that the tank actually absorbed quite a few of the Bane shots. The Marines actually made a pretty decent effort at getting away from that as well, so not bad. It felt good for Solo because he pushes it back, but I actually think Bunny killed off enough there to be okay with this. He denies the fourth base, oh sorry, the fifth base coming up, as obviously keeps Solo on 4 bases. And with 4 bases of Solo in play, Bunny is beginning his own 4th command center too, so also great to get rid of some creep tumors here. And Hydra's in production. Overlord's on the way. Infestation Pit's still coming through. Our creep team is coming online. I do think the creep is something of an issue right now, right? Creep in the middle of the map, even being pushed back by a Banshee, so the more we push back that creep as Bunny, the more difficult this becomes for Solo to kind of stay relevant in the game. Because you're losing map control, and you're going to let the Terran take positions much more easily because you don't have the vision or the speed advantage. Banshee overhead, Queen's getting hit. Again, Hydra, Banes, Lings, 5. Continue to come through. Our Marines will just get there, and a couple of those group teamers going down. The Marines load back into the medevacs. T2 halfway done, plus 1 vehicle weapon still on the way out as well, so we just bring that all online. Again, Hive halfway done. Lurker Den coming through. The Banshee going to be firing. Quite a few of those Lings taking shots. Banshee actually going to get taken down by the Hydras here, so the Hydra's able to get rid of that. Nice little pick off for the moment. Still a little bit of that Marine tank just pressing straight forward. And this one time, Bunny's going to get set up really nicely in the middle of the map as well. Solo does have the units already in the center that could come in for a flank on this. Into the high ground, the adrenal glands building on the spawning pool. Hatchery going to be going down. The Ling Bane Hydra continues to cross as well. We are going to see those Marines continue to stay split as the Ling Bane continues to run through here. So in we go. Continue to just push, push, push. Tank's doing a good job of this right now as we do have, again, the adrenal glands, a couple of Vipers coming through. Marines continue to go after all of these Hydras. It's a really good cleanup so far. The rest of the Lings come back over as well. A little bit more of that creep going down. We still have ourselves the adrenal glands coming about, the seismic spines coming through as well. This is again the point where Solar takes damage, and then boom, the lurkers come online, their upgrades are ready, and he begins to flip this game around and turns the act of survival into the act of winning. And that's what we see so much of the time here on the side of Solar. And what happened again, like I say, last game Bunny was very good at actually nullifying the lurkers. Didn't really feel like we had the lurkers be super effective or impactful at most points of that game, to be honest. As we do get rid of this base on the right side. It's actually over there. It's just a medevac that's empty right now, so that's being dealt with. Another nice scan. You clean up the creep tumors. You push this control of the map back even further once more. Continuing to lock that in for the moment. Gonna go with the Lane Bait and Hydra coming through again. Blinding Cloud or 2 coming down on the tank, on a lot of the other bio units as well. Just gonna have to keep pulling back to the bio, back into the corner. Marines load back into those medevacs. Just gonna be escaping away there. Hiding for now. Bio gonna hit this topside hatchery once more. So again, that hatchery coming straight under fire, taking some shots right off the bat. So we are gonna see that going down, more circling, still on at the move. As the wing's going to show up once more. Just going to go wrap around the bio units for a little bit. So Lurkers come over. Just again, the 3-3 coming up as well. We have the Carapace upgrade on 2. Just going to get there. The Queen's going to push the medevacs away. So again, just going to shove that back. Defense continuing for the moment as the Lings reposition to the top side. Deal with another bio drop of Bunny. Bunny trying to get base 5 online. Something else he was very good at last game is that the only time Bunny really lost bases, he really made Solar pay for it, right? Like, it was really expensive for Solar to kill off bases, and he was still pretty quick at replacing them for the most part. He never had that, like, one critical base loss which really kind of swung the game or anything. Just going to be seeing the Lings getting up this ramp, and we are going to see a couple of tanks getting jumped on and taken out straight away as well. Niners in the back is going to be popping in a moment or two. It's going to go down, but we get one lurker out of it at least. Solar can use that to at least try and apply a little bit of pressure still in this natural, so it can continue to put some work in. This is, if nothing else, keep you distracted a little bit as Bunny. Everybody's seeing that Knight is going down, the lurkers taking a few more shots. We've seen a little bit more bio coming about. The split here with Bio Ghost defending at the front, that part's going to be decent. And a couple of libs, the tanks, the +1 vehicle plane, and the Neo Steel plane coming up as well, so we continue to bring that through. The game which is kind of, it's got similar vibes to the last, right, where Bunny is definitely getting up to those bases. He's not letting Solar really break through at all or get into like some amazing aggression or anything like that. He's been able to control this pretty nicely as the Bio gets a creep tumor there as well. Missile turrets coming in, the Sense Tower on the way down as well. The rest of that Lingbane Hydra gathers toward the top. Again, a couple more siege tanks going to be in addition here for the moment. So yeah, Bio Ghost, Medevac, and gathers back around. +3 melee, +2 missiles, all coming up. The Lingbane coming over as well. Just going to see that Liberator or 2 firing up, and a couple of the Hydras already beginning to drop. But the Lunge, obviously, nowadays, Lunge is such a useful ability. Like, remember when people were like, why do Hydras need Lunge? It does nothing. It's actually genuinely pretty cool. Like, it's fairly niche still, but it has more uses than I think a lot of people gave credit for. Because, you know, you can lunge forward to chasing after Tempest. You can lunge into Liberators to just close that gap a little sooner so you take less shots trying to get in range the first time. It just makes Hydras that a little bit more viable against a few units that they're not really meant to be, like, super viable against. But in low numbers, they can deal with them a bit more easily. So to me, it kind of eases that transitionary period of, like, you know, say a Protoss is going for Tempest. You can deal with that a little bit better on your Hydra count now without just being, uh-oh, I'm in trouble unless I get Aspire and 20 Corruptors up. You know, the Hydras help you a little bit more, you know? So it just allows you to stay on the Hydras a little better. Which I think has been a really cool upgrade. And it still requires, you know, decision-making to utilize as well, so... I'm just going to hit a few SCVs here. I'm just going to be seeing our Bio continues across, a couple of Banes. Going across right now, just going to be having our Ling Hydra continue to gather, plus 3 melee coming through. Cloaking on the way, Command Center and the Siege Tank coming up, a couple of Ghosts are going to be there, getting a few of the Queens, a couple of Banes going down also. Now the upgrade comes by. The Zerglings are still producing, obviously Solar. Just trying to spam out units for the moment here as we have. Yeah, Solar going to loop around the bottom portion of the map now. We've got the nuke on the way up, Planetary Fortress, and an additional command center. Currently halted from building as Solar. You look at the map, Solar has good map control, but I think Bunny's very content with what he has currently. You know, you're talking about him coming onto a 6th base at the moment, and that gives him so much hope and belief going into these later stages that you can really just continue to trade and fight here. Yeah, that's definitely a major positive. As the medevac comes boosting through, Liberator Sieges up overhead and a couple of the drones get chased away. We're going to launch one nuke straight up into the sky. That's going to head straight over here, and we do have the Bio going to go hitting the hatchery. And Spire Knight is coming through. I don't actually know where the nuke was lined up for, but I think it's being cancelled, so... As you can see, that Ghost going to go sniping. There's a bunch of lurkers we can get rid of here. Yep, a bunch of those going down. That's not valuable at all for Solar. Again, I think trades are definitely being an issue for him all game long. Resources lost 31 to 16k. That efficiency has just been so heavily in Bunny's favor throughout. Bit more Bio coming through. A few Crypt Tumors going down. Still the additional Liberators on the way out as well. We had on that Fusion Core, an additional Starport. The thing is as well, so far the Liberators have been great. So until Solar, you know, really respects those properly with, you know, Corruptor production, why not keep on adding Liberators? They are having so much value and control of the map for you. This nuke will land onto a hatchery. Drones were pulled away, so nothing too exciting. Very well handled by Solar. So has some very bad memories of being hit by very significant nukes in his time, so I don't think he wants to let one of those happen today. I know it's just the WardiTV tournament, but the less memories and nukes you have, the better when you're a Zerg player, because usually you're not remembering the bad nukes. Yeah, usually it's not the bad nukes that we're remembering. Couple of snipes, Bane's taking shots. We'll see the Ling Hydra still coming through, the nuke on the way up. Things will get there, and that CC is going to get cancelled. Another CC lifting. Just going to relocate for a few moments. Let's get onto the Nidus network there as well. And yeah, the Fling Bane Hydra once more also jumping in. It's fun how scrappy a lot of these situations have still turned out to be. I still feel like we're scrapping, and a few units are going down on each side in each of these fights. There just has been a tendency for more of those units to be Solos than there have been Bunnies. To be fair, I think the last couple of minutes have been a bit more evenly trading. But there's also not really been any larger fights either, right? They've been a little bit more kind of withdrawn on how these engagements are going recently. He's coming across, the tank and the Ghost going to gather in there as well. We've seen the Bio coming through, a couple Creep Tumors going down. Liberator, Tank, Ghost, all being added in. Get the +3 plating coming through as well. Also, again, that Caduceus Reactor coming up, so the medevac upgrade, why the hell not? May as well at this point in the game. It's not super expensive. You are still using medevacs. All eyes on that advanced ballistics upgrade coming through right here. Like I say, if that comes in, we're going to have some even better liberators than what we've already had, make Solo's life even tougher. Do you feel like Solo's a little bit stuck? He's got a lot of money in the bank. I'm just worried that his composition isn't good enough to ever get to the point where that money difference is going to be used for anything else than just replacing a deficit, because it's going to genuinely be a struggle for him to do much else. That's a nice fight though, up the ramp, fungal growth, landing on the ghosts. And even then, it's not ideal. We're still trading badly. It's now a 19,000 resource loss difference. A little bit of bio will just jump onto the top left hatchery that's trying to come in here. It's funny because this map has something of a similar layout to Amygdala. Obviously, Amygdala is pretty unique, but you've got that forward central base, and you're kind of working very around the edges with your movement of bases beyond that point. And so you're going to once again have this kind of top left versus bottom right aspect of, if the Terran can take this space and then he can just keep Solo from kind of, you know, doing anything in the top left himself, I think Bunny's always going to be pretty content here. And the problem that the Zerg has is if Bunny's holding onto the top left base significantly, then holding your own top left base as the Zerg is difficult too, because those are very close together. And so it gets to a point where it's like, if you're not really stopping him from having that base, you actually then have to stop him taking your next base along. Like, these bases become so confined on the map, it really becomes quite a big challenge. It really becomes a difficult game to play out at that stage. So some possible problems abound for Solo again as time passes here. Hydra coming through. The Liberator gets abducted. Second Liberator abducted, killed off. And these feel like nice trades, but then you run into double Planetary Fortress because you let your units just trail forward. And then the Ghosts are getting some snipes, and instantly you're finding the value back because the Ghosts are sniping from afar. And that's the issue. You can't be reckless. And it doesn't feel like you're necessarily being reckless. It feels like you're taking a good fight, but then it's just a few moments after. You got to stay on top of every moment of this as Solo. Otherwise, things really can begin to get away from you in a pretty big way. First Spider coming through. The additional Corruptors coming up again. Lips continue to siege out the front as we do have the fungal growth coming up the ramp, and we are going to hit that onto a few of the medevacs, a few of the other bio units as well. Yeah, a lot of contest over this top left base, as I think we're very aware here as both players as to what we're going to need to do, which is that Bunny really just wants to hold on to this base, and if Solo doesn't get rid of it, he knows the trouble that's going to come onto his bases soon. And Solo's got the money right now to kind of go for some trades towards this and to try and bust it down. So that's exactly what he'll be trying for at the moment. Look at it, Bio just going to reach over to get an extractor there as well. It's actually going down too. Let's get rid of it. Thing's wanting to dive the top left-hand side. Fire gets over. Extractor coming through. Maybe a nuke that might actually kill a couple of extractors here if something actually gets to die. Hey, success. An extractor or two were killed. 4 more Vikings, +3 vehicle weapons, +3 ship weapons. Continue to come about. We've got the 4 added on as well. The Broodlords dropping some Broodlings into play as well here. Just for now. Those broods continue up. We got our Vikings on the way in. Look at the ship weapons to that also, +3. Looking reasonable. Another round of Liberators just getting siege right off the bat. they're going to get settled in. Just going to be seeing a couple fungal growths coming through. The Broodlords trying to fight from afar. And we talked about this Broodlord switch in the last game, and it really is the one thing that I think you can really hope for to have a significant impact in this game and maybe have a turning point created for yourself. Solo has given up a little bit more on the top left. He's now fighting more to the middle. He already lost his base in the top left as well, so there's not much left to fight for there. Liberator will get a few more shots before the Queens get rid of it, and the Broods just did not punch through far enough, and that gives you time now as Bunny to add more Vikings, more Ghosts in. Solar is running out of gas especially, and the more gas you run out of, the more difficult this is obviously going to be. Like, this is genuinely becoming more and more of a struggle as we speak. Especially as he just doesn't really have fresh bases to be mined from anymore, so there is a gas shortage for Solar. Changelings going down. We still have our Thor pressing up. There's a Broodlord or two there. We're going to hit a little bit, so trying to find a little bit more damage once more. These guys really decided to give us a hell of a series, didn't they? And here's me being like, oh, I want to get through the games quickly. We got this and that going on today, guys. And, you know, it's late for the Koreans, and the two Koreans are just going to go huge against each other. And of course, this could still go to a game 3 if Solar does eke out the victory. I feel like Bunny's been sturdy enough that it's going to be very difficult for Solar, but definitely not count out scenario just yet. We're still very much so in play here. Liberator Siege, the Vikings push back a little bit, so a little bit of pressure there. Also, the Broodlord's getting rid of a siege tank. Just going to get that grabbed. A couple of tanks on this bottom side taking some damage too. Thor's also going to set up. The Vikings going to come forward, get rid of a couple of Broods straight away. We are eating the fungal growth, my goodness, but the Corruptor's now coming in. Now the Parasitic Bombs. Bunny was just stacked there and did not really respect the potential spellcasting of Solar. That was expensive for Bunny. I think he just sort of sat there and said, well, it's never really gone that badly for me, and that's exactly why you can't just do that, letting your guard down for a few moments. This middle base doesn't have like a lot left on it that we were hoping to hang on to, but you can see those orbitals continue to come about. The Broodlings dropping down, so they'll try and get a little bit more here as well. Gonna step through, a couple of Banes are gonna come across. Just gonna have ourselves the army here of Solar. Looks as though it's gonna break through Bunny at about the 30-minute marker. That was really just a group of tech units that got taken down, and now Bunny's struggling to ever get an answer to these Broodlords up, apparently. A couple of Thors will come in, they will try and do their thing. A couple more Banelings smashing in at the same time. Trying to get some snipes off, but it's just not enough. Bunny has Solar right down to the very, very bitter end of his economy. So the bitter end doesn't matter. We've got Liberators that are sieging up that don't really have anything to shoot out on the ground even. What a disaster that was Bunny just sat clumped, let all the spellcasts come at him, and that is going to send us through to game 3 here between Solar and Bunny. As simple as that. As simple as that. Marines continue to clean up. Another fungal growth comes up from the low ground to the high ground. Some more Vikings trying to tag along the edges as well. So far, not really much luck though. Getting a couple of the Infestors and the Banelings coming up. Vikings and the Ghost coming through. Tank Liberator coming over. Again, there's really not much to add on, guys. We are waiting for Bunny to accept defeat. His army's not good enough anymore. Solar found the one big bust he was looking for with the Broodlords. Something he was not able to find previously. Broods firing up the left side, taking some shots. Things will chase forward. Just have the Thor, the Ghost going to be there. Another tank going to siege up as well. Credit to Bunny, who is trying to hold out just as best he can, get a couple more ghosts online. He's trying to get some Hellions up to flame his way through the Broodlings that are applying pressure as well, it seems. Vikings just coming over once more. We continue to gather here as well. Troops are going to begin to caustic spray down this planetary fortress. And it's taking a lot of damage. The Banes are going to come crashing through also. All of those lanes going down as well here. It is again just drips and drabs of units that are coming in from Bunny. Solo has a base in that top left coming back online. That's the issue as well, right? Because Bunny's got less on the map, now Solo can take one or two of the bases that got denied during this back and forth duel that they've been having. And because you can now get that set up, or those bases set up again, you have access to some of the income that will just allow you to really stay ahead in this game as well. I mean, we are getting closer on army supply than we have been, but I do feel like this is also some of the worst army supply we've seen from the Terran player, because a lot of it is Hellbats. They were not really a thing earlier. Not that Hellbats are like wasted in this army comp, just it felt like earlier it was all about the tech units. Now there's a few tech units sprinkled in there along with just the other drips and again drabs of whatever you've been able to find and afford for yourself. Bunny will continue to try and fight through it as we just have a few Marines get to the top side. Hatchery will be going down. Fungal landing on a couple of different groups of Vikings as those Vikings continue to step up. The Viper taking a few more shots of damage, but again, this really feels like a fairly hopeless situation at this point. As you just have Solar, Broodlords firing, Corruptors advancing. The problem is you can't really siege the tanks because of the Broodlords, but you can't really deal with the Ling Bane without a siege of tank or two. Vipers are going to drop some parasitic bombs. We're going to drop some blinding clouds. And Solar has just been a little bit cautious about attacking in, fairly so. But at the end of the day, it is going to be all about Solar for this game too, and we are going to finally see Solar take a game. I say finally because it really felt like he wasn't really in a lot of control in this match either, right? This did feel like it was turned into a very similar game to the last one. But I think Solar was always still competitive and Bunny still had work to do. It just felt because Bunny won the last game in a very similar fashion, this was already kind of becoming Bunny's game in series. Instead, now we're going to be heading to a game 3. At least I think we are. We're not there yet still. Bunny is still hanging on for dear life. The thing is now is you're replacing units with Marines, and Marines are not exactly going to do well against the Infestors and against the Hydras that are out. Like, Marines on their own at this stage just do not really cut it, but Bunny can't afford anything else. He doesn't have the gas. I mean, army supplies are surprisingly close, I will admit. Closer than I thought they would be. So giving up the Broodlords was maybe a bit more of a mistake. At the time, I didn't really bring it up. I was like, yeah, so that's fine. He's winning this, we're okay. Have I cursed this? Have I claimed the game is done and Bunny is still actually going to find a way to win? I will be fascinated to see if he can actually deal with these Infestors. Yeah, I like the lurkers as well from Solo. Just things that can't really be dealt with easily. Obviously, the top left base going down again for Solo, so that base being lost for mining. Bunny really wants to mine off this bottom base. He doesn't have a lot of SCVs, so any base he has to mine from can be put to use straight away. Some nice snipes. Gets this Overseer as well. You know what? Overseers are expensive right now. They're not cheap to replace. We are going to try and go for the Fungal. Oh no, it's got the Medevac as well. 3 ghosts and the Medevac going down. Now, if there's going to be a way to do this, it kind of included the ghosts, but losing those very quickly there is not exactly ideal. The Marines and the Hellbats make a pretty decent case for themselves. If you had a couple of ghosts hitting EMPs on the Infestors there, maybe there could have been a bit of a dream. Instead, we are going to see GG called 35 minutes, and Solar is going to take game number 2 to tie us up 1-1 in this best of 3, and it will set us up into a final game between these two players. I actually just have to check our map still for a second, so let me do that. Cross lane for our final game, alright. Okay, guys, quite a game that we just had on our hands, as this has turned into quite the series. Game 3 coming up here in just a few. Drop the lobby link. We'll get set to go. And like I say, get back on track. Thanks for joining us. You're watching the WardiTV Spring Championship. I'm sorry if some ads overlapped the end of that game. I lost track of them. I didn't manage to hit the snooze on time. And we can't push them back too much as well. It's a rough part if we have super long games. The ads eventually do just autoplay. I probably could have put them off a few minutes more maybe, but nothing was a guarantee. Yo, Catalyst God, thank you so much for the 78-month resub. If you guys enjoying the games today, do consider supporting. This is a WardiTV tournament, and WardiTV tournaments mean that you guys have helped us to make this event happen. So obviously, without you all supporting and subscribing and using the Patreon page, etc., we would not be here with this tournament. With the $5,000 prize pool comes from essentially you guys supporting the stream. So if you're enjoying the games, you want to see more tournaments in the future, consider dropping your Prime subs on the channel. If you're feeling generous, you can sub regularly or gift some subs, etc. Those are all possibilities too. And obviously you can donate, you can cheer. Check out the Patreon page as well. Even if you just sit through the ads and hit the follow button and so on, that helps massively too, as we've got readies up from both players. Let's get back into this series. Game 3 of our third series of the day. Like I was saying, this felt like it was going to be a pretty fast group. It is not, is the answer in the end. Turns out this really is not going to be a fast group at all. Alright, let's get into Frostline then. For game 3 of this best of 3. That's okay, though. I didn't really want it to be a fast group. I mean, I wanted to keep it going nice and quickly as possible because the Korean players are playing late, but if the Korean players are playing long games, I can't really do anything myself to help that part, you know? You know, there's a difference between the group running long because we had downtime and players were missing and stuff, and then the group going long because the players just decided to play awesome games of SC2 for us. Those are a couple of very different situations. Top right-hand side, definitely felt like you had a lot of control in that last map. Did not manage to withstand the final push in the end. And it really did feel like his opponent was on something of a final push. The banks were getting drained. It was kind of last army versus last army. The only reason Solar had armies after that was because he obviously won the fight that we're talking about. Bunny in the top right will be looking to get into a great advantageous position again here as we kick off into game 3. In the bottom left side, our red Zerg player will be Solar. Hatchgasm pool coming down then, so we get that going. The barracks coming up as well. Oh, take a moment to breathe, because a pretty exciting game in the end, wasn't it? A pretty exciting game. Ready up into this game 3 and see what our plan will be, what is going to happen. SCV just going to patrol back and forth at the front for a couple of moments. We'll shoot. A couple of Lings going down already. The Lings going back the other direction. The Queen's coming about as well. Then we'll just have ourselves the factory, the CC, the reactor. All building up for a few moments. Again, we just reset back. Always takes a second, you know, reset back. We've had a long game drawn out, going down to the wire. Economy's really pushed on both sides. Sometimes it is good to just take it slow, take a moment or two, get back on track, and feel out where we are at. Now the Reaper will hit a couple of the Lings, so some damage being done, a few shots coming out. Reaper continues to dive around and will eventually get out of here, so a couple of those Lings falling. The Ling speed still very much so coming through. Like our Salsa Queen and so on, coming up on the line as well. And yeah, Starport coming online, CC and the Hellions coming up as we speak. So far, so good. And Link Speed will feed in a moment. The Reaper and the couple of Hellions are still very much so on their way out, so we'll have that. Plus the Banshees to continue harassing throughout these early stages will be the plan. Grenades going down as well. Just going to see those Queens chasing for a couple of moments. Just have our Hellions and the Reaper going to head down to the bottom and take a few moments as we get ready to see if we can do some damage early or not. Those Hellions going to poise themselves here. Doing well with the first few Zerglings. Going to get the hatchery, so a few more shots coming through. And Queen's going to be there. The Banshees get chased away. We have the 1-1 upgrades and that Stim Pack continue to come in as well, so we keep that going just for the moment. As we do have the Infestation Bit also coming through. Add the melee upgrades on, add that Roach Speed on. That is where we continue to go for now. Sell that all into play as the Gold Banshees continue southward. The Hellions trying to get rid of a Creep Tumor here, and they will successfully find said Creep Tumor, so the Creep Tumor goes down, if nothing else. A little bit of a win. The Banshees continuing onto the hatchery. And again, melee upgrades, Roach Speed, all coming through. We have the extra Roaches on as well. Those Queens will continue to gather. Chase those Banshees out of here, so Banshees getting shoved backward for the moment. Again, upgrades coming in across the board. The Armory coming online as we speak. Just getting ready for 2-2. Nothing overly aggressive as Bunny just poking and prodding. Trying to open up a little bit of opportunity for himself so far. Nothing too crazy just yet, though. Tanks will just siege up and we'll start to press forward. The Marines are going to be here to try and fight a little. Obviously, the Roach style play the defense early helps out a little bit, but we are going to see one tank going down. The Marine count was still looking pretty good. As they're on siege, though, it seems as though we're going to reset and just going to be seeing Bunny pulling back away through the south, so he's going to get away from there. He's kind of okay with this for now. So he pulls back. Still got the melee upgrades coming through. The Baleen speed on the way up as well. And our Marines join up together. Medivacs, the Banshee gathering, we get rid of a couple of Creep Tumors. The Medivacs will load up once more. The Roach Ravager continuing to come across. We do have ourselves the melee upgrades still very much so in production. Baleen speed, adrenal glands, 2-2 upgrades coming about. Very good for the moment. Bio continues to gather up on that right side. A couple of Banshees still getting rid of some Creep Tumors here. Banshees continue to shoot the Queens. It'll turn around, do some damage as well. Just gonna have ourselves the upgrades and concussive shells getting going also. So bring that all around. You have the hatchery being hit on the top left-hand side. And tank just gonna shoot the Zergling going down. We do continue to see the adrenal glands and 2-2 upgrades continuing about. The creep team is going down as well. Medevacs load up, and they're going to be threatening the idea of doing something. Just a no load at the moment, though, tank. The other Marines gathering up together once more. Again, the 2-2, adrenal glands, chitinous, all continue to come around. So the Banshee's going to be there. The Zerglings get chased. Just have those couple of tanks continue to set up at the front. Obviously, maxed out versus maxed out here. Bunny, fourth base is now building up, so we get that prep for us while we try and shove up this ramp. Ultra's on the way. Solo began to pull the drones back, which suggests he wasn't sure he was going to be able to hold on to this, but then he's like, no, you know what, I think we can keep them here. And I think if Bunny just has the tanks where they are currently, he probably can stick around in mine for a bit longer, but now he resists. No, okay, you actually are going to break through. So he loses a few drones because of that indecision that he had for himself right there. Seeing the upgrades continuing by with the 2-2 and chitinous plating coming up will be a massive aid once we get to those ultras. And Solar, obviously first time he's really going to rely on the ultras in this series rather than kind of relying on the lurkers as this 10-ish mid-game, 10-ish toward the late game kind of tech, showing up and mixing it away from kind of his initial army. Extra Banes coming up. The Marines get rid of a creep teammate in the middle of the map. Single Zergling, just going to hit the depot for a couple of moments. The Beat Bio will step forward as well. There's the Ling Ravager coming through. Ooh, Blinding Cloud's very good because they're going to stop the tanks from firing, and the Marines, and again surrounded on two sides. They try and pull back. The tanks slowed their retreat, and Bunny, for the first time in this series, I feel like is actually really losing out on an earlier fight in the game. I mean, this is devastating to the point where we actually might see soldiers continue to leak forward and just go and win the game right here and now. Ultras will chomp through a bunch of these SCVs trying to make their getaway. No mercy given to those, as that base will be going down as well, most likely, or at least having forced to lift up. And these Ultras just chase all the way up into the natural. More Ultras being built behind this. Right now, these Ultras just keen to keep Marines busy and make this as difficult as possible for the Terran player to recover, and it just buys all these other units time to deal damage as well, as Bunny again did such a great job in this game, but it looks as though now we might be just about having ourselves Solo with a little bit too much, and with a victory potentially on the board. Obviously, very good chance that this is the matchup that ends up deciding this series and making this a possible winner of the group. Obviously, still depends a little bit on what else is going on though, so there's no guarantees yet, just some thoughts and possibilities, like I say, for now. Fire stepping through. The couple of Ultras are going to step forward once again. We will see the Vanes crashing forward. The Marines are going to get hit. We have ourselves the 3-3 upgrades building still from Bunny as well, so we continue with the 3-3. Fire still coming forward once more. The Banes are going to come in from the left-hand side. Again, a couple more Crows of Baals. The Ultra pulling back. The Ravager coming over as well. Just going to be seeing at this stage Solo obviously on a significant lead. We're going to hit this top left base, 12 o'clock base, but Solo still has 5 bases without this one. Against the Bunny, he's obviously struggling to land his fourth. That's still fine, as Solo will take a few moments to get units racked back up to maybe take a bit of a larger fight here once again. But yeah, I do really like where this is ending up for our Korean Zerg here in this third series of the day. Looking for a win and looking to put himself in, like I say, a pretty darn good position in this group. Pull back again. Tanks will siege. Pretty spread out Terran army. I think Solo is really super ready to fight this. He was still morphing Banes actually, so I'm gonna back away. And that Viper coming through, the additional links coming about, the banelings are going to begin to build as well. We add on the additional creep tumors. Bio continues back to the center, so coming straight through with this as well. And Bio still just pushing a little bit of the army in the center again, chased out of here. We do have a couple of creep tumors going down. The Ravager going to get knocked down as well. A little bit more of this creep spread being cleaned up as our Queens can drop a couple of injects down. The Ling Bane Ultra still stepping forward. Bio will attack through this side of rocks, just going to knock that down as well. Still got a few more creep tumors going down. The tanks will unseat, we reposition. And Ultra's attacking through. The Banes are connecting. Bunny just doesn't have enough. So many Ultras going to be left over at the end of this fight, and that means just sheer firepower coming on through here. As you just chase and chase and chase, the Bio army will continue to get hunted down. And a game that still lasts 15 minutes, but obviously had a very different vibe to it, to that game 1 and that game 2. Those games really had a similar vibe until the very ends. This one was very different, with Solo taking a big fight with those Ultras initially. That's going to be that. GG's, and Solo takes a 2-1 over Bunny, and will get through to that big win for himself. So he's going to be 2-0 in the group, as we are going to be heading into Bunny versus SKILLOUS and Bunny versus PERCIVAL next. So we're going to get that ready to roll. Perfect. So Bunny versus SKILLOUS, obviously long series. We'll probably give the players a couple of minutes here, guys. We'll, I think, throw a little ad break on just while I get the videos and stuff sorted out. So we'll get that all ready and get some videos started. We can go. Perfect. Yeah, I'm just going to throw to a break screen here for a second, guys. We'll come back in a few. More StarCraft 2 still on the way. I'll see you guys after this. Alright, pretty devastating series for Bunny. As he will have to come straight back to it, though, and get into this series against SKILLOUS now and try and get back on track. As, yeah, that was, it was looking so good, and then it went oh so wrong as we get ready to go into this one. So let's kick this off, drop a lobby link down, get this going. And it will just be a moment or two, guys. I just thought I had something sorted out already on this screen over here, but apparently not so. Give me a couple moments. We're already over here, so let me click start on this. I just need another moment to double check over there. Looks as though we are good. Alright, Amygdala coming up. It's Bunny, it's SKILLOUS, it's TVP time. As we have ourselves a SKILLOUS who's obviously currently 1-0 in the group. He beat out JUMY to start off the day. And then going to be now taking on Bunny, who got him still to play against Sola later on today. That might be the last match of the day as well. We will see. As in the bottom left side is going to be our Blue Cross player SKILLOUS from Team Liquid, and he takes on Bunny in the top right, our red Terran player. Alrighty, my friends, we are back into it as we head into this TVP. Long TVZ to really stick this group out and set it out there a little bit. Now into this TVP between Bunny and SKILLOUS. Suddenly becomes a bit more important for Bunny. Get a win here, help him to guarantee he's going to be top 3 of this group. A loss against Bunny, just against Sola, just there to start the day. Sets him off at 0-1, not where you want to be. Just remove some of the room for error potentially a bit further down the line. And the Nexus building up, the Rax and the SCV coming through. As we get settled, the Cyber Core starting, the Orbital Command coming up. And next to the Cyber Core, the Assimilator continue to come on in. Just going to be having ourselves the Pro building up as well. Marine and the Orbital coming up as we speak. Yeah, the Marine's going to gather up. The CC will be about halfway done. Obviously, just that Marine means that we're not going to be doing too much scouting here initially. Not a lot of potential to scout when it's only the Marine available. Factory going to swap on over toward the reactor. Again, the sentry and the warp gate coming up for SKILLOUS. The probes and the battery coming up as well. Back steps across. Just going to move out of the way, and again, those couple of Hellions continue to come straight into play here for the moment. So again, we get that settled in for now. I'm just going to hit this hallucination as SKILLOUS has just been kind of sitting this here to scout so far. Possible goes down. The couple of Hellions going to get pushed away. Again, the blink coming up on the side of SKILLOUS as well. So blink coming through, the warp gate coming about. Just having ourselves the Nexus going down on the left-hand side on that third base. So we get that ready to go. Medevac and the Widow Mine coming through. Yeah, Depot and the barracks coming up as well. Continue to get that going right here. So just have the Medevac off. 4 Widow Mines still moving out down to the south, and we have ourselves a couple SCVs and the racks coming up as we speak as well. So again, all of this continues to come through for the moment. A couple of Stalkers are going to hit that Medevac as it flies on over. A couple of Widow Mines get burrowed. 1, 2, 3. Fourth mine not going to burrow just yet as we go bang bang for 2 of those probes to get knocked down immediately. So we'll manage to get ourselves a little bit of a kill there. Hallucination just going to continue to check out things. Obviously can't actually chase that Medevac, can't actually deal any significant damage or anything. So yeah, nothing really happening there. As we just see the Raven on the way from Bunny will add some harassment opportunities for him in this game. Get that Raven behind some mineral lines, drop off some order turrets. There's always going to be a chance to succeed with those. As those couple of Stalkers will come through, they are chasing down the Hellion as well. So also continue to go, as the couple of Stalkers will try and again nab that Hellion here, and they will get it in the end. Nicely done. Back on the way, the siege tank and the few marines still being very much so added on right now, so again we get that online. Just going to see the Stalkers at the front, going to get turned around as the marines in the bunker push that back and clean that up. Going to see still the +1 on the charge on the way as well, adding on the observer, adding on the probes. Again, the order turret just continue to go onto a couple more of those workers as well, so still finding some value here. But now, as again, we get the upgrades coming through, the tank coming about, Medevacs, Marines, and Marauders all coming in as well here from Bunny. We bring that online as well. And a few Marines in the siege tank just going to gather together for the moment. Just going to see the Medevac coming across. A couple of Widow Mines will unload straight into this mineral line, and a few probes going to get blasted by that. Bam. Kabam. A nice split in the end to make it only 5, but the second Widow Mine was initially looking to target many more than that. We still have 1 active, so just don't forget about that, obviously, because that could be an issue if you don't realize it. Probe, Zealot, and Sentry is going to try and help. There's 2 more workers to it, so actually pretty painful for SKILLOUS as Bunny succeeds. He does lose the Medevac trying to come back home, but I mean, 7 probes is extremely effective for 3 Widow Mines and a Medevac. 1 probe per Widow Mine is usually okay. 7, more than 2 probes per mine, even with the Medevac going down, you're going to be loving that. So, yeah, going to enjoy that a lot as these Stalkers get turned around again. Everyone will shoot. Stalker's going to get that. Order turret goes down immediately. The Bio's still going to stim straight across and hit the pylon. It's going to go down. The Nexus is going to be in some trouble. We have the order turret on the side just going to go down as well. It's going to be easy pickings. You have the Guardian Shield up and everything else here just going to be looking to come through for defense. Can that Colossus make enough of an impact right now? It's a pretty darn good question as the rest of the Bio continues to step over. Extended Thermal Lance coming over. A couple of Zealots and the Colossus coming about. Our Colossus will fall, and our Bions will get some Zealots, our Bions will get some Stalkers. It's going to be GG. Bunny just has a little bit too much here, and is going to be taking this game number 1, as we have got a special guest just entered the room as the game comes to a close. We have Ellie, the belly of floofs. Gotta say hi to the stream. Hi, baby. No, she literally, I got the camera and she's just like, no. Come on, Ellie, say hi. Ellie. Okay, you be awkward and let me host up this game. Second map gonna be Frostline. You know, she's just out of here. Cool. Thanks, Ellie. You know, Ellie, you had one job. It was to sit there for 10 seconds. And you can't even manage that, huh? This is why no one subscribes to you, Ellie. You don't put the hours in. You're not grinding. You've got no consistency. Alright, look, she's not even coming back. She's legit just noped out of here. The moment the concept of doing any work comes to mind, she's just gone. Don't believe 40. I subbed for you. Electric Sheepdog, thank you for the 3-month resub on the Prime. Don't encourage her to be lazy. She's gonna think she can just walk in and walk out without being on camera and get treats now. Unbelievable. Alright, ready GLHF, let's head into Frostline here for game number 2 of this best of 3. Yep, she really just showed up and decided that she was just like, hey, you remember I exist? And I was like, yep, and she was like, good, and walked off again. Brilliant. Alright, let's get into Frostline. As we have in the bottom left-hand side, the blue Terran player, we have got Bunny. Taking on in the upper right-hand side, the red Protoss player who will be down a map, it is SKILLOUS. Bunny really just showing up and pretty ferociously coming through there and succeeding in knocking SKILLOUS down. Basic Adam, thank you so much as well for the Prime sub. 6 months, welcome back. I really appreciate the support. Thank you for choosing to drop your sub, your Prime on the channel. Like I say, I really do appreciate it. It helps out a lot. I promise it'll help us to run more StarCraft 2 content in the near future. Indy's AFK, never a great start for our observing careers. Indy, we need you. Okay, we'll come back to the Indy cam in a little bit, guys. He's taking a moment. Maybe he's got some subs to thank as well. Alright, guys. A little bit of a drink. Let's just have ourselves racks coming through, the orbital coming up. Nexus and the Cybercore both coming through from SKILLOUS, so we get that underway as well. And yeah, next CC orbital continue to come about for the moment, and all of that underway for now. What's up, RBS Soldier as well? Thank you so much for the 5-month resub on the Prime. GG's. GG's indeed. It's actually been some really fun games the last couple of matches, hasn't it? Yeah, all of these groups have been really fun. I actually thought Group D might be... I don't know, I had a feeling that Group D might not be as good as Group B or C, but that Bunny Solo series really setting the tone to maybe have the games level up a little bit and have this Group D stand out on its own on this beautiful Sunday. Final day of Group Stage 1 of the WardiTV Spring Championship 2025. Again, we're moving to Group Stage 2 starting this Wednesday. And you will see players such as Clem, Max, Bax, and Hero, and Bjorn joining the players who advanced out of Group Stage 1. So you can look forward to all of that as well. Should be a good old time. Should be a good old time. Alright, in fact, we're going to swap on over to the reactor. Couple Widow Mines going through, Starport and the Orbital both being added in. The Marine just going to hit the hallucination for a few moments, so that will deal a little bit of damage. Let's see, hallucination just continuing to push for information as best as it can do in these early stages. Force field on the ramp, the Hellions get churned out of here, and we are going to have ourselves no real damage done by Bunny on that portion of the attack, so nothing to really talk about there just yet. And we continue to have Blink coming through. Surprised Shin didn't make it out of Group Stage 1. Me too, man. I really thought Shin was like a shoo-in. He's been playing great lately. But hey, that's the fun of these groups. Like, these groups are not just guarantees. Like, these groups were difficult. You know? These groups are difficult, upsets can happen, and I love that we're seeing some upsets as well. Seeing Trigger advance out of that group was awesome. Trigger's been playing great lately as well, absolutely deserved. And maybe arguably if you take just the last kind of few days into consideration, Trigger was more of a guarantee to advance than the others, but I don't think in the grand scheme of things we really usually judge by a couple days of performance. If Trigger keeps playing like that, I'm super excited to see his development, to see how he can continue to do throughout the rest of this year. What does it mean to have liquid skill? Usually if you have liquid skill, you're able to, really manipulate fluids. You can tip a glass of water upside down and it doesn't fall out. And I was like, whoa. Something like that. Like, basically like cheap like magic party tricks. That's what I'm imagining right now. Walk on water, no. That's way more than liquid skill. That's like liquid god mode. I'm thinking more like, you make someone think something's wet and then it's not or something. I don't know, like really, something really like unimpressive in the grand scheme of things. Impact combat shield +1 attack continue to come through for the moment. Stalker's going to be there. The bunker is going to fire up a couple of shots at those stalkers. Against impact combat shield and +1 all coming in on the side of Bunny. So we're bringing that through too. Getting that going as our Hellion gets into this main mineral line, and a couple of probes already will begin to take some shots and some nibbles. Some damage being done right there, just right off the bat, and yeah, we get some damage dealt as 3 workers go down. So not bad. Bunny finally getting in with the Hellion to do some damage. So let's get rid of a couple of those SCVs. Again, combat shield about to finish. The concussive shells will start. The +1 attack upgrade coming through. Skills going across the map over to that right-hand side at the moment. So just going to get straight across over in that direction. Got a couple of medevacs coming through the top side of the map as well. So they are also going to try and see if they can get up to some trouble here or anything of the sorts. Yeah, the medevacs will come through. A couple of Marines going to unload. Simulator will be under fire right from the get-go. Pylon going down. We're just going to step straight into this mineral line. Again, a couple of pylons dropping as we are going to see a lot of probes dying as well. Skill is just not ready to deal with this double drop, and I do think we'll defend at the front, so this attack on the other side will not do much. Tank will get siege, so we still got to have a few more units maybe here to push it back truly, but we won't do damage there, but obviously the damage already done with that drop in the main base. And we'll see how Bunny continues to pressure. Yeah, this is definitely not going to go the way of Bunny, though. This is 2 Colossus. The Widow Mines were very good, and the tank actually doing some tanking as well, absorbing some damage. Bio hitting the pylon. Also just going to get busted. Bunny seemingly just having way too much. It becomes a very simple series after the epic back and forth with the TVZ. This TVP definitely has a little bit less excitement to it, unfortunately. As we are going to see a bit more bio showing up. That pylon going to be going down. That's going to depower a gateway, depower the robo facility with a Colossus that was on the way out of this. And a few more of those probes continue to fall as well. So we will have seemingly a victory on the board for Bunny. I mean, this really kind of got out of hand very quickly here. That drop really just did so much, and not really much to add on post-drop, really. It was really quite simple. As SKILLOUS just does not manage to put up that much of a fight. And Bunny will do a lot of work here for himself in terms of having a chance to advance on through this group. That's going to be a very important W for him as the Bio and the medevacs regather together again. Just going to be seeing the Colossus and the +2 coming up. A couple of Zealots on the way out. A Bio trying to dive on forward. A couple of the Zealots still going down. Widow Mines connecting. We're going to go aiming toward this Nexus once more. So the Nexus taking a few more shots of damage. You can see a couple of the Zealots Going down still, and SKILLOUS just has to say GG. He was trying to hold on in there for as long as possible. GG's. Bunny's going to take it 2-0. All right, well. We'll get ready for the next series, guys. Not much to really add on to that one. It was not quite the match we're looking for. Alright, Bunny JUMY. Let's get this underway. Let's get this sorted out right in just a second, guys. So, get this underway, get this going. Perfect. This isn't the match I'm looking for. No, that was not quite it. Yo, so Francisco with another donation, another super chat. Appreciate it. Hey guys, just got amygdala coming up for Bunny JUMY. Sorry, was just sorting something out. As you might have guessed by the fact I was looking over there and not looking over here. We're just waiting for those videos to come through. Trying to make sure the rest of the day goes smoothly. To the best of my ability. Players are ready. Let's do it. Alright, Bunny vs. JUMY coming through. As we get this set up, I head into amygdala. Let's go, go, go. In the bottom left-hand side, we are going to have ourselves the blue Protoss player. This is going to be JUMY. And he takes on the Red Terran in the top right-hand side. Bunny, who really felt like he should be on like a massive streak right now. Those first 2 games against Seoul looked so good. But he lost that series. He then absolutely dominated SKILLOUS. I think is the only fair way to say it. Unfortunately for SKILLOUS, today was not his day. And Bunny, if he brings that level here against JUMY, I think this is going to be a very tough match for our German Protoss player as well. So let's see what happens. Let's see what goes down. To get this underway. Game number 1 of this best of 3. And this will mark the halfway point of our group after this series. So after this match, we'll be at that halfway marker. So it's always good to know. Again, after this is our last live match of the day, guys. What I mean by that is during these live matches, we've had secondary matches running at the same time, so that when we finish this series, the players will all be done for the day, but we still have 5 best of 3s we get to cast, which is obviously very nice as well. So, loving that. Excited for that. Let's see the Reaper and the Orbital continue coming through. Nexus and the Cybercore Assimilator as well coming up right now. Probe coming over as our CC gets placed. Again, Cybercore finishing, the Nexus continues up, the Adept very much so on the way in as well. Continue to get that going as the Reaper goes around at the top left-hand side. Reaper comes down, that right side. Seeing what's up as we do get our Stargate going into the back. So we get that underway. Bunker coming through. And the factory about to finish up as well. Still got the CC building in. Again, Bunker will be done shortly. Let's just get our Stargate building from JUMY. Reaper coming about, a couple of Marines in the Hellion coming over, wouldn't mind the Starport coming up as well. Adept gonna shoot, the Reaper gonna get a couple of shots taken. Phoenix is gonna be there as the Adept is gonna go, and we are gonna get rid of that Reaper. So the Reaper will go down as the Medevac and couple of Marines continue to come up. The barracks on the way through, Tech Lab on the way up. And those couple of Phoenix continue back into the center of the map, so continue to pull over there. Alien drops in, just going to be seeing the probe. Doing some damage. Just get the Medevac goes down. Just gonna see the +1 coming through. Robo Bay Nexus continuing through. The Immortal coming over. Again, Phoenix coming up as well. And it's gonna be seeing those Phoenix still getting into the center. For the moment, he is just gonna be getting underway. Well, the Medevac is going to load up a few Marines. Bunny gets ready for his first real aggression coming across the map now, so gets ready to bring that out across to the other side. So Bunny with that dropship loaded. We do see Stimpack, Combat Shield, and the +1 attack upgrade. All of those buy upgrades getting ready to go. Phoenix is going to get there. A couple SCVs going down. Still got the stim pack. Still got the combat shield. Still got the +1. Continuing up for the moment. Marine Marauder Medevac. Coming through for the moment. You just see a few Marines going to get down there. Pylon going to get hit. Going to be denied. That's going to be JUMY getting supply blocked. So a little bit of a supply block. Stimpack, combat shield, and +1 coming through as we speak. A couple Marauders and Medevacs also on the way about. Just going to be seeing that Marine stepping forward. A Colossus is going to fire. Just going to be seeing the Widowmine going down. The Phoenix is still shooting as well. Obviously, the Phoenix give you a much safer kind of setup than what we saw SKILLOUS playing. So maybe I think JUMY a lot of the time says if I can play safely into the mid game, I actually really like getting to that kind of Phoenix Colossus army. So we try and dive through, and we are getting probes, so there is some damage being done here. I see a couple of shots coming through. The probes continue to come about. Just going to be seeing the Medevacs and the Bio continue to gather. Charging +1. Still settling it as well. And +1 charge continue through. It's going to be seeing the Colossus continue to build and get that underway. It's going to be having upgrades continue to come about. The +1 charge and the Phoenix getting built. A couple of gateways being added on as well. A couple of Phoenix getting pushed back to the other side, so it'll end a little bit of damage done as the Phoenix gets shoved. I mean, not great, but losing Phoenix obviously as JUMY, who in this game in general, resource loss is actually okay until he lost a couple more Phoenixes. It's probably pretty even, but obviously he has lost 20 probes, so his economy is the one that's been getting hit. That can be fine if you're trading out, you know, losing economy, but killing some of the army, and so there's never really one big push coming from the Terran player. But Bunny definitely has enough to kind of get aggressive right now, so we'll see what happens as the Bayouns continue to gather up. The Zealots will go through the top left-hand side as well. The Zealots coming again. Still have our Storm coming online. Disruptor coming through for the moment. Just going to be seeing the Command Center coming over to the side as well. Just get that settled. 2 upgrades, ship weapons, Ghosts and the Vikings coming up as well here as we just have ourselves still the Nexus. Continue to build from JUMY. Pylon added on. Medevacs loading up. And again, the Bio Viking Force heads all the way down to the south. Marauders is going to be hitting the pylon already. Let's continue through. And a few more shots off. Goes just going to get jumped on. It's going to be seeing the Bio. It's going to be continue to come into this main base. I mean, again, Bunny just being very aggressive with this group of units. Disruptor shot trying to land, hits just a Marauder, so nothing too impactful at the end of this. I mean, Vikings landed as well. It does feel as though Bunny is just shown up with all the aggression needed to kill Protoss players today. It's definitely going pretty well at this point in time. So yeah, just Bunny absolutely on a rampage, hopping through opponents one after the other, and JUMY doesn't have much of a defense left, I don't think. 29 probes going down, and obviously more army of Bunny just streaming across the map. Has really made the TVPs look comfortable as he's looking to get up to. Obviously, this is just game one, but if he won this series, he would be 2-1 in the group, so that's comfortable with PERCIVAL. Have to play for a bit of TVT. Could be interesting. Disruptor shot flies and lands just on a single Widow Mine. Another Disruptor shot flies as well. All's just going to be coming straight out here. Ozal's coming around, the Storm and the +2 attack upgrade coming about, the Blink coming in as well. Continue to get all of this on the go right now as that Disruptor shot fires up. Marauder has to take a step away there as well. Just stepping back from that, as we are going to be seeing the Disruptor trying to come through. Ghost splitting apart, a couple of Disruptors going down. Just going to be seeing our next Disruptor shot going to land for a couple of Marines also. A couple of EMPs dropping, the Disruptors land once more. We're going to see a little feedback coming through. The Disruptor shots going down once again as well. Archon Disruptors continue to come around here as that bio will go through. The Archon going down. This Disruptor also going to be under fire once again. Nice little shutdown still. Those couple of Liberators will siege up. I mean, there really just isn't enough for JUMY here. Disruptors obviously buying you time, but you can only buy yourself so much time with these Disruptors at the end of the day. And there is the GGs to give Bunny the 1-0 lead. That was kind of expected, I think. The way he played against SKILLOUS, JUMY was going to have his work cut out for him. And I do like what JUMY did build order-wise. I think the build order from JUMY gave him a better shot at surviving some of the aggression of Bunny. Just the Phoenix Colossus was still not quite enough. And hence, here we are. Game number 2 on the horizon in a couple of moments. We'll get this settled in right about now. Alright, straight into the next game, guys. Like I say, keep players moving. It is obviously late for Bunny. We're almost 3 hours into this tournament today. They started at 11 p.m. So we're coming up to 2 a.m. for the Koreans. So yeah, trying to just keep it moving for them. Obviously, Bunny has the fate in his hands. If he wins this game right now, then they're just done. So he can go to bed. Or do whatever else he wishes to do late on a Sunday evening. And guys, if you're enjoying the stream, do consider support. And if you're on the YouTube, hit the like and subscribe buttons. Help us out a bunch. In fact, I'm going to go like the YouTube stream right now. And if you're on Twitch, we are 8 subs away from our 700 sub goal. It'd be really cool to hit that even just for a day or two. Would be really nice. If you guys want to help us out getting there, that would be great. Let me go and, like I said, I want to like the YouTube stream. Let me just try and locate it. Like 62 likes on the YouTube stream right now, guys. Let's get that up towards 100, please. If you haven't already, scroll down, give it a like, takes a second. As always, helps us out a full bunch as we get into game 2 here of Bunny versus JUMY. Racks going down, gas coming up, and get settled in. First couple of moments. See, he builds up the depot, and Rax is going to start up the Reaper and get that underway. So just going to get this all started. Again, nothing too exciting in the first few moments. We'll see where the tech goes for the Protoss player in the near future, but like I said, for now, we're kind of waiting for this Reaper to pop out. Seems to be our first bit of action. I'll go across the map because there's no Probe Scout, there's no SCV Scout. Both players playing the slightly greedier opening, looking to get away with the lack of scouting in the early stages. $700 is within reach. Yes, it really is. Like I said, I don't think. Yeah, please correct me if I'm wrong, but if we did reach 700, it was really for like a day or two. We've not been at 700 in a few months now, so it'd be nice to get there during the Spring Championship. It'd be nice to push a bit beyond it, if I'm going to be completely honest with you guys, but 700 seems like a genuine goal that is reachable, attainable, and so on and so forth, you know, so aim for 700 seems, like I say, what seems attainable nowadays. I said this, I think, a few months ago, but it's kind of wild because I think for the longest time I was still trying to push back up to 1K subs. That might happen during a promotion or during like the Christmas period a little bit or something, but I think the reality is the days of us being a 1K subscriber stream are very long behind us. I was like, god damn it, having to deal with my own, having to come to terms with things and be like grown up about it. Ugh, pain. Pain. Anyways, Hellion coming through, and we just have ourselves the Phoenix and the Adept coming about, so we get that on the way. A starboard coming up as we speak as well, so we continue to get that going. Sustainable, retainable. I don't know what I mean, to be honest. I mean, I guess it's, both really. I think 700 should be sustainable if we're streaming as much as we're streaming right now with, you know, streams every day. So, I think 700 is not, you know, considering right now we have like, I think one of the things that's definitely dropped off a lot is gifted subs, which is understandable. The economy of the world's kind of wild. But considering we don't have a lot of gifted subs on the channel lately, obviously we have some people are very generous and they come back every month, but it's been a long time since we've seen like 50 or 100 gifted subs, so considering there's not any of those like mass gifted subs on the channel, I think 700 is a very realistic goal. Sub count's such a weird thing to follow, really, because sub counts can mean different things just based on whether someone like Montian donated £1,000, he could have dropped 200 subs or something instead, right? And it's like, you know what I mean? Like subs are really a much less meaningful number overall than they used to be. At least the subs you guys see. I get some better stats, and I can see if my general sub count is going up or down outside of primes and stuff, so. I see the Phoenix again through for a mule. A couple of SCVs will be in some trouble, so once again back to the Phoenix here, but this time a Twilight Council, so JUMY with a similar initial opening, but going to be a very different follow-up, most likely charge here, instead of going into the Robobay and the Colossus. One Banshee lurks to the top side of the map. We do have cloaking, but there is also a battery there, so a single Banshee is not actually that scary at the moment. Hellion, Reaper, and Cyclone gathering up on the right side. Banshee starts to hit a few of those probes. It's going to be seeing the Phoenix coming about. They're going to get into this main base. The Banshee will continue to ping away. And Marines, the Cyclone, just going to continue through. The pylon will take some damage there. So a few shots coming about right now. And the Immortal in the charge continues through. And the Cyclone locks on. The Phoenix will take some shots. Marines, the Banshee, the Cyclone all gathering together for a few moments. So we just take a second there. We have our Immortal in the charge continuing in as well. Cyclone firing, the Phoenix taking damage. We come back around this direction. Cyclone locking on again. Phoenix will get chased away. A big Bioforce from Bunny continuing across the map, so getting ready for the shove in, up a game in this best of 3, of course, and a win here would put them in a very good place to potentially advance from this group as well. So not a guarantee, but definitely into a better position as the bio pulling back. Just going to be having ourselves the Marauder again lifted. Widow Mines firing. Phoenix taking shots as well. The few Zealots in the corner will go down as well. Going to turn back around. The Medevac's load up. The Banshee's still fighting. Going back the other way. Cyclone locking on. The Phoenix taking damage. Again, Marine, Marauder, Medevac still on the way out at the moment here. Going to be seeing a few Marines going to stim away to the side. And we have got Zealots, Adepts, and Immortals that will continue to give chase as well. The Zealots are very much so still giving chase as this army of the Terran does get pushed back, and obviously JUMY with a decent fight. What I'm worried about is continuing to chase. It puts a lot of emphasis on these Zealots continuing to overwhelm, and right now that's working out. This was a 2-base committed attack from Bunny as well with 5 barracks, and so getting this pushback is huge. Just going to see the rest of the bio gathering together. We knock one more Phoenix down as well. Blink coming up is JUMY. I think JUMY might have himself a chance of getting this game here right now. So we've got our Phoenix and Immortal coming up. We have ourselves the Blink and the +2 armor coming about. And Marine Marauder coming through. The Widow Mines coming up. Get settled in right now as we just have ourselves the Phoenix gathering overhead. Guys, very much so. Just still on the way through. That Widow Mine and burrowing, moving about. Storm and the Blink will come around also. Just going to have ourselves the +2 armor. JUMY backs away with that 3rd base up. And that's the thing, is that Bunny is still just the 2-base Terran player here. So this is basically one big shove. And he is going to get one final fight here before Storm. So that's going to be big for him. Gonna get drop in the main as well, so can JUMY deal with this multi-prong? Oh, he attacks into the natural, and Bunny's actually pulling back to go deal with the attack on the natural. I can't believe it. I thought Bunny was just gonna full send. I mean, he is gonna get the Temple Archives. That delays the timing at which he basically gets fully shut down in this game, so that does extend the amount of time he has to get across the map. The drop gets fully cleaned up, though. Again, the SCVs gather up, joining together for the moment. Pulling over to the sides, Bioforce coming through. Thankful Archives and the Immortal coming up. Just going to be seeing that +3 armor upgrade coming through as well. Bunny's still moving across. He's going to pull the SCVs for what will truly this time be the final attempt. JUMY's going to see the SCVs coming. He's down on that low ground. He's not near his base defensively, but he can kind of intercept the SCVs maybe. But now he's going to have to run into the Widow Mines. Oh, it's kind of awkward because, like I say, you're kind of intercepting a lot of the SCVs before the fight, but now you've got to run into mines to truly deal with this. Widow Mines going to do very well against the Zealots at first, and if you don't have a way to deal with the Dio army, that genuinely does become a problem. We sit in the corner, there's no splash damage, remember, we denied the Temple Archives, there is no Storm. However, +2 armor finish, so the Zealots that do exist are much tankier than you might expect, as JUMY is going to get Bunny, I think, to a game 3, because the Medevacs have to lift up and get out, and that means that you are not winning this fight as Bunny. And again, he's got nothing left. He's got 2 SCVs in the game. There's going to be minimal reinforcements, 1 or 2 Marines trickling across the map. These Immortals look unkillable right now. He's going to kill the Nexus and just take that as his final win. He's like, I win! I kill the Nexus! At least in my mind, get over the fact that I lost the game a little bit, as that's going to be a GG, and we are going to set up for game 3 of this series very soon. Alright, Jimmy needs a couple of minutes, so we'll give him a second here as we get into Game 3 on Ultra Love in a few moments. So we are getting a Game 3. Was not necessarily expecting that at first. We'll get that up and running. Let's get Ultra Love hosted. Back on Central as well, so that was actually Bunny's server preference too that he just lost on. Beautiful. Yo, what's up, W Maniac? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Let me just drop some ads on the YouTube over here for a sec. Jimmy was BRB, although he's actually here now, so maybe we're good to go. Bunny says ready. Let's see if Jimmy says ready. As he keeps himself alive. Go, 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 says Bunny. He's very ready to start. They're just waiting for Jimmy to be joining him in the same opinion of being set to play. Ready. Perfect. Let's do this. Why is it always that Terran uses the workers with the army? Because the way the Terran army works is, A, they've got all range units, usually because it's bio, so they're mostly working with range units, so SCVs can be a really good melee-based buffer that don't hinder your Terran units, usually. And Terran also, typically at the stage of the game you pull in SCVs, have a real potential of overwhelming, right? Like, if you don't have enough stuff to get rid of a bio army, it can melt things, it can swarm so quickly and effectively. So a lot of the time the Terran will pull SCVs to have that moment where basically the FCVs are just trying to offset so that you lose a couple too many units getting rid of the SCVs, and then the bio army just overwhelms. The other races don't really have that. The majority of the time if you pull drones or probes, they're going to get in the way of zealots or lings. And the other races don't really, like I said, the way those units work don't really work in quite the same way. Like Roach Ravager kind of works in the same way, but it just doesn't really have that same power with the drones coming through, because also I guess a lot of the time as well is that I'm trying to think, like, why not pull drones with like a Roach Ravager all in? I think a lot of the time the way the Zerg and Protoss armies work is that you're not necessarily looking to, you kind of do need to continue to reinforce behind it or have a rebuild going for like wave 2. The Terrans really can win more often than that wave 1 attempt if it's one-sided. And also, Terrans can pull a lot of SCVs, but still maintain a decent amount of production because you've still got mules at home. So you actually still can reproduce a little bit extra to keep reinforcements going while committing a lot of your SCVs across the map. So, yeah, there's probably a good layering of reasons. I mean, at the end of the day, when things get tense, you can pull probes defensively as a Protoss or Zerg. But Protoss or Zerg don't really have that power to just push into a position no matter what. You know, and so it's pulling drones just to end the game guarantee, you know what I mean? SCV pull really is there. That's the only thing that really works in that. Also, SCVs are a little bit tankier than the other workers, 45 health. It's something, you know. So it's the sort of thing where it's like, surely that's not the reason why not, but then, like, it is kind of a factor. I guess you could argue Protoss and Zerg like have, you know, maybe more workers at any point in time than a Terran. Typically, that's how those races work, but I think a lot of it is just the reinforcing factor. Like, Zerg is really good at continuing to build a lot of units, right? And Protoss really benefits from warping into the fight. So you really want to have, if you're pushing as a Protoss, you still want to have the economy at home to warp into the fight. Like, that is typically going to do more for you, having a stronger Zealot warp in than having the probes there. And as a Zerg, because your units are usually fast-moving, reinforcing across the map is usually much better than, again, just having the drones there. So it's just the way that they interact with the armies and how the macro of the races work, I'd imagine. So, Because, like, in theory, like, there should be times where pulling, you know, workers should actually be a bit more effective, right? You know, no matter what race you are. You know, like I say, because I was thinking about, like, with the Roach Ravager army, surely. That's like, I guess with, like, I'm thinking of Protoss, I'm like, well, it doesn't really make sense, because if you don't have Zealots, you have Stalkers. And if you have Stalkers, you're blinking back, and then you're just basically, backing away from your probes anyway. Or you're letting the probes die before you start blinking, so then you're not making use of blink as soon in the fight, which is typically a good thing. Like, they just don't really work as well with the Zerg or Protoss compositions, I guess, too. Fun question, though. It's a great question, because it's the sort of thing a lot of people who watch StarCraft a lot of the time will just take for granted, right? But to actually stop and discuss it and think why is always nice to kind of go back to the basics of, you know, figuring out why things actually work in StarCraft, you know, and why they work in certain ways. Max and a couple of SCVs continue to come through here. The Robo facility coming up. Phoenix and the Warp Gate coming online as well. We are going to come dropping through, and we are going to unload the Widow Mines. The Phoenix are going to show themselves. Makes this typically a good defense. We lift up 2 out of 4 Widow Mines so far. Bang, bang. 3 workers going down. Obviously, you had the Hellions there to deal some damage as well initially, as it's got to clean these Widow Mines up before they burrow or anything again. Phoenix should be able to get rid of anything else from really happening. Battery finishing already in the main base should mean that the Hellions shouldn't do anything else here. And the Phoenix should really go and make sure they get rid of that medevac. The last thing you want is for this medevac to get away for no reason. At least make Bunny pay for this attempted aggression as 4 workers go down. Hellion gets picked away at as well. Next is to the top. Well, simulators coming through, probes coming online. Against Impact Combat Shield +1. All very much so on the way in here currently. I think it's actually going to get a little bit of a cleanup already as well. Just going to come across there for a little bit of success. I see the couple of Phoenix coming through, SCVs coming over as well. And let's just have ourselves the couple of gates coming through, the Colossus next and Thermal Lance coming around. Just gonna see the few Marines getting in there, the Phoenix gonna take a few shots as we go. So again, coming back the other way. Get in for this mineral line. So JUMY gets a reasonable defense initially, now going to start trying to find some of this damage as we get straight across and a rolling. And you've seen the 7 SCVs going down is big. The Bio getting rid of some of the pylon vision here initially as well. It's just trying to do a little bit extra about that for now. That's going to come straight over. I'm just going to start dropping in. Robo Bay. Going to get that extended thermal lens continuing through as well. So just getting all of that going. Have ourselves the few units coming in. We just get ourselves the medevacs and the Phoenix still trading up. A few Marines is going to get there. A couple of the Phoenix going down. It's going to be seeing the Colossus and so gathering up as well as the Marines continue to deal some damage. Again, +1 in charge, building. as we speak, as Bunny sits on this low ground. That Colossus Flare doing a little bit of the work initially. Pretty reasonable starting point. Marines loading up into those medevacs, just going to regather from there. As that CC continues through as well. Crits continuing across the board. There's another Water Mine shot. Goes off. Cyclone locking on, probe going down. Cell gets picked off as well here. And the medevacs dive into the main base, unloading a bunch of the bio army already. Good stand on top of that force as we are going to continue through. Gateway taking some damage, other gate taking damage as well. Water Mine's going to connect. Zealots and Phoenix taking some big shots. The Phoenix try and come over. Going to get straight across, and the medevacs with that unload will continue to go, go, go. And the Phoenix will unfortunately fall, so JUMY losing out on a lot of what gives him control in this game. Has that top left base hidden away, and that scoreline of economy might be something that saves him eventually, because otherwise it might be struggling for him to get a normally placed third base up and running here. So I do think that that might be an issue right now. Something for us to definitely keep our eyes on, possibly. And Bio Medevac join up together. A couple Colossus shots coming about as well, so they will go straight through. Let's have our Bio again trying to pull the trigger right now and trying to make something happen. So let's see how well we do. A couple more shots coming about here currently. Bunny is not quite breaking through in total, but it still feels like he's applying some very good pressure for the most part. As he comes stepping back around, just seeing the +2 and the blink both coming up. The Colossus and the Archon on the way as well. Bio going to go after a battery for a few moments. Bio will get across and get a few shots off. Just for now as we continue this pressure. A little bit more bio coming through. Again, the few zealots coming over as well, trying to see what else we can find, as they will not let up easily. Just going to try and get in. JUMY looking for some of the economic damage. He's on his way to +2. He's on his way to Storm. You can see obviously a lot of ways in which this is going to become very convincing over time if you let it. I am moving to the top again. Storm the +2 coming about. The blink is on the way up. So you get all of that going. Vikings gathering, a couple shots on the Colossus already, so a few shots going in over there. +2 and Storm both on the way up as we speak as well. It's just going to continue to bring that across. And engage through here. Good EMPs on the army. And it feels so difficult for JUMY to get down this round. Bunny does not know about the top left base still. Do you think that if he knew about that, this would become a much simpler game for him? Get a drop over there, and then JUMY is very much so forced to do something. Right now, he can kind of sit back on the natural, because he has economy he's not really meant to have on 2 bases, so he's a lot more okay with this than, Bunny realizes. But Bunny is also kind of saying, come on, you shouldn't really just be sitting here on 2 bases. So he's also getting some hits off on him, and that's good too. For Bunny, because, like I say, he doesn't know... Sorry, bless me. He doesn't know about that top left base. So if he doesn't know about the top left base, then, the fact that he is just continuing to pressure and actually deal damage is good, because otherwise you sit back, you play a bit too passively, and maybe that's how JUMY could get back into this game. So Bunny doing the right things for himself right now. Just have the Stalkers coming about, Zealot going down, Archon building, a few more Zealots coming up as well. Disruptor continue to produce through.
Game
as
paused.
JUMY can ask for a pause. I thought that was about to be a GG, but TP instead. Right back at it. The ghosts continue to come about. So ghosts coming through. A couple of shots still coming over. Disruptor shot coming down once again here. Trying to land for a couple of moments. A few Zealot Warpins coming up. Can we get enough into play to save the day? As we do have our Bioforce going to go through. The few Zealots are going to be getting some shots. Stalkers continuing across as well. The rest of those Zealots continue to go down. Just going to see Disruptor and the Storms coming through. Another Disruptor shot firing. Storm coming up. Continue to play cleanup. Those Stalkers all fall. And GG. As Bunny is going to take game 3 of the series. It's going to be 2-1 in favor of Bunny. Nice to see JUMY again a map. He's continuing to show us that he absolutely can continue to contend up at this sort of level. He's just not maybe still quite fully there just yet. And so we reached the halfway point of Group D, as we are going to try and keep the games rolling, guys. So, we're going to head on over to Bunny versus Percival up next. Yeah, we may as well just do the TVT now, I think, and then we'll go from there in general. So, give me a second, and I'll get that set up for you guys. One moment, please. Alright. In fact, guys, I'm going to go to a break stream for a minute or two just while I sort this out. I'll see you guys in a sec. Alright everyone, welcome back. Thank you for a little bit of patience. I just got a couple of things sorted out. We're heading into our next match in a couple of moments. Alright, which is going to be Bunny versus Percival, so let's get this underway. Let's get this started off. As we kick this into action, we get this going. We head into ley lines. Alright, 1 second. We'll be all the way in game. Promise you. This off in just 1 moment. Alright. So it's going to be Percival versus Bunny here as we see the last match of the day from Bunny. He's 2-1 in the group right now, looking to go up to 3-1. Let's see what he can do. Let's see how he goes about it as we get this underway. We get this all settled down. And we get this ready to begin. So yeah, kicking this off, getting this started. We're going to see what'll happen. And we just have ourselves game 1 of this best of 3. Getting up and running here. And wondering what we're going to see for a little bit of Terran versus Terran. Percival actually has some pretty fun games during some qualifiers and so on. Definitely in TVT seems to be maybe the most advanced of his matchups right now. So excited to see what he can do with that as we get this settled down. So the barracks comes in on both sides. And no scouting just yet, no SEV on the map. No one's been cheeky or proxying, so it probably doesn't matter too much as we get settled for a moment or two. That Reaper will be coming out. That'll give us a little idea of what we are going to be getting into here in the next few moments. Get this set up. And Marine coming about. Reaper will come through. Gonna get going for a couple of moments here. Just gonna see now Reaper gonna come over. So again, getting set up for a couple of moments. Take a couple of seconds. Gonna see that Marine Reaper coming back up to the high ground. Obviously, we do have the couple of Reapers poking around at the front as well. So they're going to come across. Reaper going to take some damage. Reapers and the Hellion will just gather up as we get towards the center. There's going to be seeing a couple more shots and Bunny defending the high ground. And a couple more shots, a bit more being done. Raven coming up, Interference Matrix coming through. Continue Settlers. We do have the Hellion across the map from Bunny. We'll try and poke around for some information as well. Interference metrics coming through from both players. Well, no surprise to see the Ravens. That's obviously pretty typical here in the TVT. So, while we don't see a lot of TVT, I see you guys memeing about that in the chat. While we don't see a lot of them, it is still Raven versus Raven. Is obviously a pretty typical way to get set up in this scenario. So we get that up and running. And again, the cloak interference metrics coming about. The siege tanks coming through. Looking good as well. Marines is going to ping at those rocks. Another tank just going to gather up here for the moment. Just going to set that down. We're going to see the few Marines going to get underneath the Raven. Raven's gathering up, the tanks are going to be joining. Going to be seeing the Cyclone patrolling over on the edge. And Stimpack 1-1 upgrades continue to come through. Just going to see the Siege Tank, the Marines continue to come about. The Hellion going to be coming across as well. Hellion continues to just join together and again just wait for whatever the next stage of this might be, because they're kind of following into the same kind of pathway. 4 tank siege, Marine counts similar, same Raven counts, upgrades a little bit faster for Percival than Bunny. Is where we are kind of sat at the moment, so just chilling for that for the moment. And we'll see our Cyclone getting to the top side. Just going to be seeing the SCV going down. Well, depot cancel for the moment. The extra couple Marines coming about also here. Have ourselves a 1-1 upgrades coming about. Stimpack coming through. The extra 1-1 coming over as well as we have ourselves. Yeah, those couple of refineries going to continue to build. The reactors are coming up. Just going to be seeing Percival. Getting the couple of medevacs on the way as well. And we do see ourselves the Marine Tank Army continuing still to gather through. And a couple of medevacs will just build. The 1-1 upgrades coming about. Marine Tank gathering. The Raven's going to be overhead. Still got the rest of the Bio Tank and medevac force coming to the top. Going to be seeing the Cyclone and the Hellion getting there. Going to get rid of a Marine. The few Marines stepping up. Hellion, Cyclone both going down. And we scan about. A couple tanks will get sieged. And Marine Tank just going to continue to come over. The Raven medevac continues to gather as well. 2-2 and the +1 vehicle weapons coming in as we speak. As we continue to settle for the moment. And Marine Tank coming down to the bottom. Just going to be seeing the rest of this army from Bunny gathering also. A couple of shots coming about. Ravens overhead. 2-2. Combat shield. Again, a little bit of everything building for a moment or so here. As we just get settled in. And get ourselves the tank sieging up. The army of Percival continue to gather into the center. Just going to be seeing the 2-2 +1 vehicle weapons on both sides. Vikings and the starports coming up as well. And yeah, let's have ourselves PERCIVAL sitting across 4 bases or so at the moment, so looking pretty cozy on his base count, on his base setup. We do have ourselves the combat shield and the +1 vehicle weapons coming through too. So far, so good. Well, a couple tanks building. The starports will be finishing. Again, the 2 medevacs of Bunny trying to get down this bottom side, but there's going to be Vikings there from PERCIVAL. Yeah, you've got the Ravens too, so you can Matrix them to stop them boosting. He's just out of position slightly. The idea of the position was good. I mean, this is actually still not bad, although it uses all of your Raven energy. All of your Raven energy, but you completely shut down this effort. I don't hate it, to be honest. 2 upgrades coming about. The +1 vehicle weapon still building on the armory as well. We do have the army marine tank. Viking Raven gathering on the left, and 2 more medevacs of Bunny are going to set up down to the south side, so they're going to once again get moving. I mean, at least now you're not going to have the Ravens to help you defend, so maybe Bunny has some more success with these Marines and medevacs continuing to move over. More shots setting up. Tanks will siege. 2 upgrades still in that production tab. The Raven is going to go back the other direction, so that's one advantage of Bunny right now, is that he has Raven advantage because he's got the energy advantage, but he doesn't have the Vikings. However, PERCIVAL going to be punished for being out on the map as Bunny gets into this main base, and we will see SCVs going down. Going to see a siege tank getting picked away at here. The other Vikings are going to get picked away at as well, and there's going to be a good amount of damage done. Eventually, these units come back and deal with this. However, it's going to keep PERCIVAL busy, and Bunny tries to take advantage by getting in position. Going to siege up a lot of tanks. Matrixes will go down. Anti-armor missile and Matrixes from Bunny, as the Marines of Bunny, I think, are just going to overwhelm. They come through here. They hit a lot of tank shots, mine, so it's not free. Units from the other side as well. He loses pretty much every single Marine. These tanks over here did damage. 17 kills on those 2 alone. And that's why the Marine count has basically just disappeared. Now we've got a lot of Marines from PERCIVAL that are going to come back the other way. They're going to try and jump through onto this tank line. They are going to make their way straight forward. The rest of these Marines will step up. They will unload onto these siege tanks. Medevac Marine still gathering. 3-3 coming through, +2 vehicle weapons on the way as well. We add on a Raven. Once again, PERCIVAL going to prioritize that Raven production and getting those units up and running and get those, get that energy basically back online and keep that going too. As that +2 vehicle weapons continues in on both sides. Well, again, the Marine tank army of Bunny will just continue to gather together. The 5th base, bottom right, sets up as we speak. Tanks will siege over here. Just going to be seeing the tank loading up, pulling back over to that left-hand side. On the bottom, we have our Marines going to step over. A couple of Vikings taking damage. Tank shots are good. A few of the Marines getting grabbed. 3-3 coming up on both sides. Again, Marine tank coming up as well. Again, the 3-3 going to continue to come about. Just going to be seeing the rest of the Marines stepping forward. Other Marines coming up as well. It's going to be a nice shutdown from Bunny, I think. Those units don't go anywhere, and he's going to get a lot of them. At least a medevac retreats away with some of the Marines still inside. Going to be able to get out of that one. 2 more Ravens in production. A ship weapon upgrade coming through too, as we try and improve in the skies. Again, the armory coming about. Missile turrets on the right. Refineries coming up as well. And again, Marine tank medevac still producing through as Bunny sets up in the center. He's been very aggressive. Bunny's always seeming to be the play who's out on the map, about to make something happen, getting into good positions and all the rest of it. So, been pretty good with that so far as the Marine medevac force comes over here. Just going to get rid of a couple depots. Tanks will unload. They will siege. Vikings are going to begin to fire. The Marines are just going to stem forward. That's a lot of Vikings taking a lot of hits, and we can break towards the upper left-hand side because these tanks currently zone the main passageway up to defending these bases. So that's a problem for PERCIVAL, as I think positioning has become a big issue for him here. Leyline's a great map for these kind of games where positioning is such a factor. There's a lot of pathways into the bases, so it's not always easy to just set up tanks wherever you want and just sort of have them defend. You've got to keep moving, and I think Bunny has just been much better at that moving game. There's so many Ravens here from PERCIVAL too. Like, he was super heavily teched up, but not, having that tech alone doesn't save you and protect you, right, is what this comes down to. You still got to be in position. You still got to be kind of keeping on moving around. As you take more base and as you get later, it becomes tougher and tougher and tougher. And Bunny, I think, really did a fantastic job of taking advantage of what was there to be taken advantage of, basically, more than anything else. And, yeah, does a good job to set himself up into a 1-0 lead, as we will be setting ourselves into a game number 2 here in a couple of moments. Alright, throw the invites out, and we'll be ready in a sec for a little bit more StarCraft action, guys. Just take a moment to get everyone invited in, so give us a moment or two. Appreciate it, and we'll be back on track. Back on track. We are missing one, but they're just in a lobby, so I'm going to assume that they are not coming for the moment, and we can head into game 2. Alrighty, second map here, Bunny Percival, and Bunny leads by a game. Again, Bunny looking to close the day out at a 3-1 scoreline if he wins this. JUMY currently 0-3. Didn't realize this is actually the first match of Percival we're seeing. I didn't realize that was the situation. That's kind of wild. So we're probably just going to go through all the Percival matches. I didn't realize we didn't have a single Percival game so far on stream. So yeah, we'll go through all the Percival matches, and once we've gone through all of the Percival matches, we will come back along and finish the day up on SKILLOUS versus Solar, I think is where we're going. So basically, TLDR, we're just going to stick to the original schedule. So yeah. Alright guys, bottom left, our blue Terran player is Bunny, while in the upper right, our red Terran player is Percival. Down a game. Can he get himself a map on the board in his very first series of the day? That's always good. To me, he's definitely the underdog of the group, but I guess we will see. Alright, game number 2 of this best of 3. Just going to have ourselves the racks. We'll start up on the Reaper. So Reaper on both sides. The SCV coming around on the natural. Moving about here. And ready to drop the expansion down. Both players playing the 1 gas. So looking to get expansion set up early in the game with that 1 racks expand or 1 gas expand. No surprises just yet as we drop the CC down. And the orbital coming in on both sides as well. Our Reaper's coming through at the same time. So just continuing in with that. Again, Marine coming about on both sides. The CC's coming over. Factories will continue to come into play. When you both fast expanding TVT, it's kind of wild because it does become a little bit of a slow matchup then. A TVT matchup that doesn't have to be slow because oftentimes you do get all of the pressure coming around early, the Reaper Hellion harassment and attacks and so on and so forth. But then you get a game like this one, it's like, hey, what's up guys? We're going to do the exact same expansion-based build, and so it really does slow down a lot. Is it less interesting than PvZ? It might even be less interesting than PvZ when you do this specific build. Obviously, it's actually fairly uncommon to see both players end up 1 gas expanding, so I guess I don't get to complain about this TVT opening mirror matchup wise too often, but yeah, still interesting. Can't believe me comparing a TVT to PvZ. What's wrong with me? What am I doing with myself? Ay ay ay. Paper pops out. We'll just have a cyclone. The Marines continue to come through. Couple of moments. I will actually just try and find some info going across the other side. So just going for a little bit more info, a little bit of attempted info. Again, Interference Matrix building, Ravens on the way. That bunker set up with a couple of Marines inside. Both players have that bunker as well, just a safety precaution because the scouting was very limited early, so no surprise that both players are just going to be as safe as possible while being a little bit greedy otherwise. Alright, the one gas expand can be seen as a bit of a greedy build in TVT, so yeah. It becomes over, and you see the Raven and Interference Matrix continuing up. A couple of Hellions trading there. The Cyclone got a better shot off from Bunny. He's going to take a better trade here as well as he pushes that Cyclone back to the high ground. Siege tank of Percival will settle down on the natural. And we just have ourselves the Raven, Siege tank, Starport. All of this continuing through for the moment. Continuing to collect together as the barracks shifts away from that reactor and is going to be replaced by another one. Building. Looks like this barracks just wants to go to the tech lab and start up some bio upgrades, which is obviously not too much of a surprise either for the moment. And the Cyclone and Reaper just going to go back and forth, so they will gather for a few moments here as well. Just going to have the Vikings, the tank, the Marine, and the Stim all continuing through. A couple extra barracks on the way in. And the units of Bunny will move out to the center of the map. So just going to go on a little bit of a journey. Yeah, Ravens just join up with a couple of Vikings. So Bunny already taking some map control here to try and again, gather up for a couple of moments. The Vikings, the Ravens coming about. Marines, Cyclone, Hellion gathering as well. Stim packing, so coming through. That Interference Matrix is going to go down. Second Matrix as well, so both those tanks are going to get caught up in this. We are going to see one Matrix in return already. Marines and Vikings gathering, an auto turret or two will go down as well. We're just going to have ourselves, again, Stimpack 1-1 upgrades coming through right now. Liberator is building on the starport. And do see the couple of Vikings will continue to hit the orbital as well. It's just going to keep Percival from expanding outwards as Bunny. I kind of like this position a little bit, but he only has one tank left here, right? He's got one further back still. Yeah, it's just not sieged up yet. Looks like Percival might try for a little bit of a bust through. Sieging the tanks up again. Just going to see this other tank going to unsiege and reposition. Vikings and Ravens. Just coming through again. Again, the 1-1 upgrades in the combat shield coming about. That Cyclone going to be there. Again, a couple of Vikings just taking some shots. Continue to gather together. Cyclone locking on, and the tank's putting some work in. That orbital taking some hits. The Vikings will come through, and the orbital will continue to take damage right now. So, again, good little bit of damage being done to begin with here, as that orbital gets chased about. Tank out down to the south, so again, moving through with this, pulling this away. I'm just going to get surrounded, though. This is the setup from Percival as he comes in from two sides. Tanks will get blasted. The Vikings are all going to die here from Bunny as well. Percival having the 1-1 for this fight makes a big difference on the Marine factor of this, and coming out, he's got a one-tank lead. He's got all the medevacs. Obviously, the Vikings went down, so starport production just nullified completely for Bunny. And Percival will load up a couple units and go across the map as... yeah, he has a significant Marine advantage, and especially because his Marines have combat shield and 1-1. That's a major advantage. He's going to have two more medevacs coming over. If Bunny doesn't have defense in the main, he might just die here, because if you get into this main base and camp out this production, I don't know what Bunny really does about it. Like, he can't really run up the ramp because he's got no mobile units. he needs a defense ahead of time. That's what the missile turrets are coming in for. Doesn't even have to be the main base. Well, he is going to be the main base. The main base makes the most sense because then you do shut out reinforcements and then you really make it very difficult for your opponent to recover. Tank on the low ground will set up. Likely does get a kill or two, but is it enough overall? Like I say, you're camping the production line here. Combat shield will not be allowed to finish, so Marines will continue to be ineffective. Oh, Bunny's just going to say GG as his production is camped and he dies to the counter drop. And just like that, Percival is going to swoop in to take a map in his first series of the day. And Percival gets one off of Bunny to make this TVT a little bit interesting, because I think a lot of people would have just had Bunny as a fairly heavy favorite in this series, to be honest. So, yeah, actually coming through and seeing them take a map, pretty darn awesome, as we'll get the invites out and get ready to go into Game 3. Very exciting. So yeah, guys, so just to confirm the schedule that we'll be doing for, we'll do Bunny versus Percival. That'll be our last series of Bunny today. Then we're going to do Percival versus SKILLOUS. And then Percival versus JUMY. That'll be JUMY's last series of the day. And then Percival versus Solar before we finish the day off with Solar versus SKILLOUS. So that will be our match ordering here as we go through the final few matches of Group D, and obviously wrap up this Spring Championship Group Stage 1 ahead of Group Stage 2. That'll be starting in a few days' time. Alright, upper right side, Percival. Let's tidy this game up. Bottom left, Bunny, our blue Terran. Getting going. Two refineries on the way up, barracks on the way, as we get ourselves Game 3 underway. And we've seen our, again, refineries building. The barracks are coming. We have ourselves the SCV coming down the right-hand side. SCV going through. Reaper setting up. Factory on the way. We had the depots on. Let's just have ourselves the orbital command going to be finishing up as well, so we can get this going. Drop down a mule, drop down an SCV. It's going to be seeing the builds mirroring to a second game. Obviously, last time we saw the 1 gas expand mirror. Now we're going to see the 2 gas factory expand mirror. And they really are mirroring as well. The Reaper's going to arrive in the center a little bit ahead for Percival. They're going to trade shots. They back away from each other. That's an RNG fight you don't really want to commit to. Looks like Bunny's build was slightly more efficient overall because his CC drops a few seconds sooner. Percival doesn't have that much more gas or anything, so yeah, just a little bit better efficiency and setup from Bunny, who's actually winning this chase on the Reaper as well. We're going to try and turn from Percival. That's dangerous turning! I mean, I guess he didn't have a choice. He was running into the middle of nowhere in the end. Does he at least get the Reaper in return? I think so. It's going to be stuck in the corner. Okay, 1 for 1 is not so bad. So Percival recovers from this. Nicely done. Starport will be coming up in the main base. We do have the Reaper and Hellion both going across the map right now. So over they go, heading down to that bottom left side for the moment. Marines and the Cyclone still building on the side of the Bunny as well. So just bringing those up. As you see our CC coming through, Starport coming online. Continue to get this going for the moment. And the CC building as the SCV and Co Company continue to join up. Again, the Reaper and the Hellions will settle down in toward the natural. Grenades going down. The Hellion going to take a few shots. Continue to go back and forth. Cyclone locks, just going to turn around. Hellion goes down. The Reaper going to continue over as well. Medevac joins up. A few Marines in the Cyclone going to jump in as well. It's just going to get that going. We do have ourselves the Raven in production here from PERCIVAL also, so getting that set up as we speak. Siege Tank, Marines, Raven production continuing on the side of Bunny 2. It's going to end up with a Cyclone, a few Marines in this main base. There's a couple of Marines in a Cyclone in return. It really depends on positioning what the Cyclone locks onto. I think we'll get some SCVs here at the very least from Bunny. As we unload, we'll start to get a couple of kills. 2 SCVs going down. The Cyclone coming across, the Marines coming over. Raven builds on both sides. The CC's coming up. The extra SCV's coming about. Marines, Raven continue to produce. We have this medevac heading down to the bottom left side. It's just going to be dropping off to the bottom. Again, the Raven's going to build. The interference matrix coming over. Medevac will settle for the natural. As a few SCVs will pull straight in, repair up that medevac, get that repaired, get that back on track for the moment. Interference matrix building on both sides. We see those Ravens coming up, Marines and Siege Tank on the way, add on some SCVs. The command center of Bunny will be finishing in a few moments as well, as we see Bunny continuing toward the upper right side at the moment. Medevac joins with the Cyclone, the rest of the units gathering. This orbital command going to get across to the third base. The command is going to lift off, is going to peel away in toward the main. A few Marines going after with the Cyclone locked on as well. This is going to be a good push on that third. A lot of damage done. Obviously, Bunny getting his own third in position during this, so making up for that slower third is I was going to say, Ravens obviously have a lot of potential here. Need to be super careful with those Ravens. You don't want to be losing them. We're going to Matrix the tanks from PERCIVAL. We Matrix the tanks in return as Bunny, who just says, if I drop the Matrix a second, my tanks will come out of Matrix first, and I'll regain the presence on those. So basically, just didn't want this fight to happen with his opponent having, tanks and him not. It's going to be good enough as we do a lot of damage here. 5 SCVs go down. He knocked down a couple of the tanks as well. He might not have a lot of Marines to keep pushing with, but he can hold this position for now. Very difficult for PERCIVAL to step out and to move on through. Now we're going to have our Raven still overhead. Stimpack 1-1 upgrades from both players at the moment. Marines and a Siege Tank added on also, as we drop a couple of mules down to play some repairing and then get to mining. I like what Bunny's doing though. He's correct to just really solidify this position and just say, cool, I can just sit here and bully a little bit. But there's not really much you can do as PERCIVAL right now, apart from break out into 4 Siege Tanks. That isn't going to be cheap. Obviously, there's only 1 Raven left as well, so it's not like you can Matrix a bunch of these. Right now is a good moment to go because some of the tanks were still re-sieging. We'll drop the Vikings down just to try and buffer a little bit. It's extremely expensive for PERCIVAL, whose hope right now is to maybe go across the map, but he lost too much army to really do that as well. Again, 25 SCVs down already. We do see the 1-1 upgrades continuing through. Looking at PERCIVAL having that stim available already and just moving to combat shields. He's got that advantage, but not enough units to realistically make that a scary push on the other side of the map. So I don't see a way for him to realistically kind of step in now and say, right. I mean, he's going to try because I think it's the right idea, But this army doesn't look scary when you consider that Bunny still has his ravens alive, right? So those ravens are still up and running. They're still looking good. Let's have ourselves marines, medevacs, tanks. Ravens as well, joining up together. A couple SCVs will repair. Percival's army will gather in again. Marine tank, Raven Viking, medevac, etc. All continuing through. It's going to be seeing the one on upgrades are going to be finishing very shortly. And we have ourselves this Viking Raven force just sitting overhead with the now army of Percival heading towards it. Like I say, this looks somewhat impossible. We lost a medevac to this missile turret, so it's well placed because it helps you cover attacks into the main base. So it's a pre-warning, and if they try and fly past it, there's another one there to finish off a medevac too in case it was full HP, which just makes a lot of sense as well. So just a fantastic setup and well placed by Bunny, taking advantage of exactly what Percival will try to do. Makes this a defense, and like I say, Percival not getting damage done is really not ideal. This is not great, to say the least right now. Yeah, really not ideal as the Marine tank force is going to come stepping over. It's going to get rid of a couple of those Marines. We'll see the 2-2 upgrades coming about. Combat shield. +1 vehicle weapons coming over as well. So just again, get a lot of that underway at the moment. Get that set. GG, says Percival, as apparently Bunny's just going to have too much. Did he actually take a fight? Sorry, I might have missed the fight at the end there. I got distracted. Did he fight, or did he just leave? Okay, he got jumped on. Apologies. So he got jumped on, the tanks got matrixed, the medevacs, the marines got killed. So yeah, apologies. I missed the fight. Yeah, Bunny just leapt on him. Percival as unaware as I was, but I don't have as much of an excuse as I see the whole map. Nice not showing the fight. What the fuck's the obs doing? The obs has been obsing for 4 hours. Not easy. If you want to volunteer, you're very welcome to come and obs for us. Well, actually, you can't because we're doing replays right now, but in future, if you're really bothered about the observing, you're always welcome to come and observe yourself. I would love to not observe. I hate observing. It's miserable. My brain was... So, I'll tell you what happened in my brain. My brain was distracted because my brain was reading someone asking to lower the in-game music, and in my brain I was like... I was like listening to music versus my voice, and I was like, I'm pretty sure like my voice is way louder than the in-game music right now. Like usually sometimes the in-game music gets loud, but I don't think that's one of those moments. And I was like really caught up in this, and I was just speaking mindlessly apparently about the game, and then the game ended. I was like, oh. So that's what the obs was doing. I can tell you exactly what happened, play by play of the observer's mistake. So that's what's going on with the obs. Some days it be like that, guys. Some days it be like that. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Alright, we will be going into our next matchup here in a moment. It'll be Percival versus SKILLOUS. We'll just give it a moment for some ads to play before we hop into this TVP. SKILLOUS 1-1 in the group. A win here would do a lot for him because he's obviously still got solo to play later. A win here for SKILLOUS really puts him on the verge of being through the group. I mean, Bunny 3-1, solo 2-0, SKILLOUS 1-1. But JUMY's 0-3, so if you win this, you're always ahead of JUMY. And if you win this, you're going to have Percival at 0-2, with Percival having to play JUMY and solo. Those are obviously, I mean, difficult matches. So you're going to be kind of asking Percival, if you win this as SKILLOUS, you're going to be asking Percival to do better than you against Solar, basically. It doesn't, even if he beats JUMY, you would still have to probably beat Solar. And obviously, that's if it doesn't go the other way around. Alrighty, guys. Let's get into it. I think we're good to go. And head into our game number 1 of this SKILLOUS vs. Percival series. SG music is epic. What do you mean? I don't think it's that the music. Like, some people don't like I personally I also don't like the music being too loud. I hate it when the caster voice is competing with the music. So many big tournaments do it where they're like, we must hear the in-game music. And so it's at the same level as the voice of the casters, and to me that's no good at all, because to me I'm like, well, I have to really work to hear what the casters are saying because the music is so loud in comparison. On my stream, I generally think the sounds are a little bit quieter, and some people usually don't like how quiet things are. So, yeah. That's why I was particularly confused, because I'm like, is the music really loud today? Yeah, what's up? Entrada de nada. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Thank you for priming us up. We are only a handful of subs away from 700, guys. If you're feeling generous, you got a Prime lying around, give it a home. Help us hit our little sub goal that we've been working towards for the last couple of months. Really appreciate it if we head up to 700. SKILLOUS is the blue Protoss player in the top right of the map, taking on the red Terran in the bottom left. PERCIVAL, again, watching all of PERCIVAL's matches back-to-back here now, as he will play against SKILLOUS, then JUMY, then Solar. And we end the day with Solar versus SKILLOUS. How do I feel about SC2 right now? That's a great question. It's going to be a very boring answer. I still really love SC2. In what regard? Like, am I feeling concerned about eSports, or do I think the patch is bad? Like, that's a very broad question. You know? Just if I enjoy it? Yeah, of course. StarCraft 2 is a great game. I really find it hard not to enjoy StarCraft 2. There's been very few times where I genuinely didn't enjoy SE2. Mech versus Swarm host games, a few of them definitely had me not enjoying SE2. Void Ray Carrier era StarCraft 2 was not really that fun either, didn't love that. My usual gripe with StarCraft 2 is if there's a bad meta that's typically fairly slow, slash fairly, that's fairly slow, slash fairly, boring to cast. Like, I hate it, because usually if that's the meta, I then have to figure out how to make that, well, I say figure out how to make it entertaining. I probably don't do a good job. I probably just accept that it's boring. But it makes my days drag, right? If you're sitting there and it's like, I'm terrified to cast a PvZ, because any PvZ I go to, it could be like 2 30-minute games where nothing happens. And the whoever wins just wins, and we kind of knew they were going to win, but it still took them 30 minutes, right? But right now, the meta's not like that at all. The meta's not like that at all, I don't think. I don't think we have any real slow builds or slow styles. Like, obviously, Terrans can still turtle back, but I've always personally found bio-turtling, it's not always super interesting. Like, the way Spirit does it can be quite uninteresting at times. I'm thinking of, like, a Spirit Raynor series I casted with in the last few months. I can't remember what tournament that was. Yeah, I really can't remember what tournament that was. But yeah. A lot of the time, Terrans play an active game, then have to turn into a bit of a turtly Terran, and at that point the Zerg try and break them, so it's pretty entertaining, you know? So... no, I enjoy ST2 still. Like I say, the games are great. The only thing that I would like is to see a couple more people winning just weekly cups even, you know? But like, right now, it's like, it feels bad, but like, you know, even this week, the viewership is lower than what I would say is I would have expected, but I genuinely think it's because we've had none of the big three, like Clem, Hero, and MaxPax playing. But then I'm like, I'm actually kind of nice to see players. Obviously, these are just group stages, but it's nice to see like groups being won by different players, and like each group this week's felt very interesting. Like, nothing gets me more excited than on a Monday where we actually have the chance to see someone different winning. Like, it's great watching Clem and MaxPax and Hero be really good. I think that, right now, though, is more of a bore for me than anything else, because yeah, watching them lose, like it's very rare that it's gone to the point where I feel like I want to see good players lose, but like I cheer against those guys just for the sake of variety at the moment. But I do think with like EWC and so on, a few players will put in some more practice. It just so happens that some of the very best players out there have also been some of the guys that were very happy, have always been players who are very happy to grind online tournaments and have taken full advantage of that over the past few months. So, you know, you put that hand in hand. It's like, you know, we'd say the same thing if Serral just played in all the online tournaments as well, probably. Like, it's great to see Serral, but you know what? Like, thought it'd be good if someone else won one of these at some point. So, like, right now there's definitely a big, like, yeah, underdog effect where it really feels good to, like, cheer on the underdogs. Because we have had a lot of, like, if you look at the Monday Cup results, it's ridiculous how many of these are won by MaxPax, like on the WardiTV Mondays at least. MaxPax, Clem. Like, even Hero didn't win that many. The last time we had a non-MaxPax, Clem, or Hero winner in the WardiTV Mondays was, like, I think it was, like, December or November, and it was Trap, who quit just out of nowhere as well. You know, like in 30 editions or something, we've had, like, 4 or 5 cups that were not won by one of those 3 players. Like, that's a little bit insane, right? It's one of the reasons why I actually turned away from casting the European ESL Cups, because every single week I'd cast 3 or 4 hours to get to the semis, and then it would get interesting, only for it to be like a Hero Marine Clem final, and in the end it turned into MaxPax Clem, although I wasn't casting as much at that point, but I never really found that super fun. Like, it felt like it got repetitive and boring. What I love right now is that the Monday Cups, at least the WardiTV Monday Cups I cast, I actually feel like even if the finals are like the same players, we actually have a lot of really interesting games up until the finals. So I actually love that part. And obviously, at least when you get to the finals, it's great players versus great players. It's still not bad to watch. It's just fun to see other people win, right? Which is pretty crazy. So yeah, it's just nice to like that makes the Monday Cups good still, because we see a lot of good competition still. Round of 16s, round of 8s are great too. So yeah. Anyways, this game was looking okay for PERCIVAL. He's getting some pickoffs, but then SKILLOUS absolutely crushed that initial attempt of attacking. Once he got across the map and tried to siege up over here, that got shut down, and it got shut down freaking hard. Tank's going to unsiege, as we are going to be seeing the Bioforce pulling over. Trying to get the Prism. Tank's unsieging is an interesting one. I think you just leave the tank siege here would have given you a better shot, but I mean, at the end of the day, I think Skill's going to have too much no matter what. Just going to be seeing Zealots, Immortal, Storms continue to fire. SCVs continue to go down. A little bit of a blasting back the other way as those couple tanks will unsiege, go back the other direction again. +2 and extended thermal lance coming up as well. As you just have SKILLOUS. Is it going to back off? But, you know, army supply lacking, but 20 more workers in the game. Colossus on the way up as well. That's the sort of thing that's going to be difficult to deal with right now. So the sentries just up on that high ground, that little bit of bio pulling over to the right. A couple of libs coming through, Marines are building, tank as well. Going to see the Zealots going to come charging down. The couple tanks going to get surrounded already. Just going to be seeing a couple of walls, yeah. There's not been a good answer to Zealots at all in this game. Like, still building tanks against someone who is massing Zealots is almost always going to end miserably for you, I think. And I think that's just because PERCIVAL's stuck in this, like, oh, I kind of died on my push mode. He's like, now I'm just trying to make another push just in case it works. Like, when the Marines is going to fight the Zealots, great. But the Zealots just shred the tanks. Oh, well, Zealots step forward. We are going to be having the libs firing. Stalkers will fire up as well. GG gets called, and we will have SKILLOUS taking the opening game of this best of 3 against PERCIVAL. SKILLOUS gets the opening map here, and looked pretty convincing. Just shut down PERCIVAL from the first couple of moments, really, which, yep, sometimes that happens. Excuse me. You miss GSL in the mornings? Hmm. That's kind of what I like about, I feel like that's, I always used to like watching Pro League on, like, certain days of the week. I always used to like watching IPL at nights as well when I first got into StarCraft 2. I feel like that consistency in tournaments is something that doesn't exist as much anymore. The only thing we really have of that right now is WardiTV Mondays. That's one of the things I want to try and bring back a little bit this year with the WardiTV European League and the WardiTV Korean Royale. I want to try and have maybe like European League be once a week and Korean Royale be once a week. And so for a couple of months you can know, hey, on this day I can tune in at this time, it's European League. Or I can tune in at this time, it's Korean Royale, you know? So I always, I feel like that would be really nice. I am in works of, I mean, little behind-the-scenes info. I'm working on setting up what will be called the WardiTV 2025 series, guys. This is not a big circuit that's ever going to compete to ESL style or anything. It's very much so tournaments I was already planning to run this year. I just didn't know to what extent we'd run them. So I'm kind of putting plans together for stuff like that. It'll include like the WardiTV Summer Championship, there's going to be another championship event that's going to run like more so over a little bit more of a condensed period and really just be like a championship bracket. So basically just typical WardiTV events, but hopefully with a little bit more epicness to them. But one of the things I really want to try and do is diversify the formats while the formats still bring competitive 1v1 games. Like, I don't want to make it like, here we go, we're going to play best of one on Looney Tune map because that's funny. And it's different. Like, people, I don't think a lot of, like, people say they like different fun stuff like that, but the reality is people don't watch that stuff anywhere near as much as they just want to watch good 1v1. So I really want to try and come up with a couple of different formats. Really try and have some good events this year. So I'm working on that. It's going to be hopefully an announcement next week during the playoffs of the Spring Championship. And like I say, just hoping to expand a little bit. Like, I want to do like a WardiTV Code A kind of thing. So anyone who didn't play in the Spring Championship gets to play a little event over 2 or 3 days. Something that they can play in. Winner gets a seed into the Summer Championship, a couple $100 or something. The sort of thing where it's like, oh cool, like, I didn't get to play in the biggest stage, but there's something else for me to play in. Like, none of this is realistically going to replace, like, I want to reiterate, because I told someone this idea, and they're like, wow, you're trying to be the circuit. I'm like, no, I'm not trying to be the circuit. I'm just doing what I always do. There's just a little bit more time open in the StarCraft 2 calendar than there used to be, because there's no 3 weeks or 4 weeks here. That is just the regionals, so you can't run any tournaments for 4 weeks, right? So without that kind of being there, it gives a little bit more freedom to run some bigger and better events and be a bit more experimenting, because we've got more time in the year to do those kind of things, right? So, yeah, kind of working on some stuff like that, like I say. That'll be coming soon. There will be some crowdfunding towards that as well, with that goal of really, again, trying to make this pretty epic, So, yeah. Some work being done, like I say. This is the sort of thing which we would have announced early in the year already, because I already had these plans, but I really needed to know what the plan from ESL was to know how many tournaments I should look to be running, or how many, weeks I was looking at. You know what I mean? It was very difficult to fill that sort of time before now, because we just had no idea, TLDR, So yeah. So yeah, working on that stuff, like I say. Oh god, I didn't even set the score in this game. So yeah, working on some of that stuff, and I think, yeah, should be exciting. Hopefully we can get some people excited. At the end of the day, at its core, there's still just going to be WardiTV events. We've done stuff like this before, but I'd like to try and level it up a little bit. How do I feel about the chances of the GSL still happening? I have no idea. I think GSL probably only happens if EWC use a GSL as like a qualifier or something. And then I don't even know if that would be called a GSL versus it's just like a Korean offline qualifier for EWC. I don't even know if that's the plan. I don't know what the qualifier process is. That would be my only opinion on how GSL happens. Like, GSL literally never ran without Blizzard money. Or without support from an outside, you know, like Africa or whatever they're called now. Never, like, they put on the production and stuff, but they never put up the prize money as far as I'm aware for GSL. They needed all the time Blizzard funding or ESL funding to run that event, so yeah, the only way I imagine it is it being intertwined with EWC, because as far as I'm aware, to run a GSL, you need money. And the only way they're going to get that is if they make it attempt, unless there's some random guy who's just sponsoring GSL seasons out of nowhere, you know? Yo, Bamable, thank you so much for the 28-month resub on the Prime, as obviously that fight was very good for SKILLOUS. Charge against the Terran army, trying to move out, and SKILLOUS is going to catch PERCIVAL, just unaware with going charge first instead of blink. Not the most exciting of series, because I actually do think this one might just end here. SKILLOUS with more Zealots arriving as well. If it doesn't end here, the damage is certainly done to set him up very well. And there's a couple of these SCVs. Whole positioning is very cute, but the Zealots are just going to target fire. 17 workers go down. Not exactly ideal for PERCIVAL right now. There's a couple of Marines in the tank. Come through. We're going to get the Zealots. Just going to keep knocking that over. GSL had big rumors, it cost a fortune to run. Yeah, I mean, I think maybe back when it was like super popular, like yes, but in the end, GSL was just a thing Africa ran, right? Like Africa already had the people to work on GSL and to run GSL. So it was just like, Africa were like, hey, 2 days of the week we can put the people we have contracted to use. So, but I mean, it's obviously no small feat to, have a studio and to get people inside the studio every week and stuff, so yeah. Alright, we're gonna go PERCIVAL versus JUMY as our next matchup, guys. Gonna get this hosted up. Give me a secundo to get that underway. GSL Patreon still says raising $4,000 a month. Yeah, they reactivated payments, right? But we've still not had any official confirmation, so... And I still don't believe GSL is just going to show up and run off of Patreon funds only. Like, that's just not what they've done in the past. Unless they're really going to go with a different vibe. And if they run off of Patreon funds, I'm not going to lie, to me, that's not even GSL. Like, that might sound horrible. To me, that's just another community tournament, you know? It's just a community tournament held in Korea. Like, sticking the GSL name on it's really nice, and that's really cool that you can do that. That doesn't make it GSL in this day and age to me. I think GSL having the prize pool it had last year was pretty pitiful in the first place. So, yeah. I mean, that's my opinion of it. As yo, who's Sly? Thank you so much for the 12-month resub. Let me run some ads. Like, it sounds brutal, and maybe it is a bit of a brutal opinion, but like, people will still clutch to GSL being this pinnacle of StarCraft 2, and I just don't think that's been the case for quite a while. So to me, just sticking the name GSL on it is a very cheap way for those people to get super hyped up and to talk about how it's the best of the best. But I don't even know, like, GSL used to be a thing, like, when GSL would start, players would disappear, you know? Like, people would not play tournaments, right? People would just not play anything because they'd be prepping for GSL. And that's what made GSL freaking cool. And you know what happens now when there was a GSL for the last 2 years? People would not play the day before, maybe. People would literally just say, oh, if possible, can you try and keep me out of a group with my GSL opponents? But if you can't, it's okay, I'll still play. like, there's no big secrecy or, like, big preparation like there used to be. There's still a little bit, you know? But people still talk about GSL being this kind of super preparation-based tournament. That's just not been the case for a long time. And it's nice that people still think of it like that, but it's just a very untrue way of thinking of GSL. That's truly living in the past. Did Mario at some point play GSL the day after an online grand final? I'm not sure, but it wouldn't surprise me. Like, people did not take GSL as seriously for the past couple of years. Like, it's still big, like, it's still nice to win a tournament called the GSL. It's still in the studio, right? But, like, the prize money was less than prize money of community-run tournaments last year. Like, that's kind of... You know, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, it's really living on its legacy. I'm pretty sure if I ran a tournament in Korea with the same players as the GSL, it would have basically no more interest than a regular WardiTV tournament. No one would be so hyped up, like, this is it, this is incredible. Literally, no one would care. But if you stuck GSL on it, I reckon the hype would still be there, you know? Like, it's crazy, the power of a brand. Which is good. Like, it's good that they could have that, but like I said, GSL really heavily relied on the input of money from others, and they don't have that anymore. So, yeah, I don't think GSL's realistic unless it's a EWC qualifier or something. We'll see what EWC do with their qualifiers. I mean, EWC might do like a qualifier, like a DreamHack, a qualifier in Korea being a GSL or something, for example, right? Wouldn't that be something? God, I will love the day that someone tells me that the GSL is just a qualifier. It's so funny to me because the ESL regionals for the past couple of years always had this issue of like, it was always a problem with the product that people would call the ESL regionals qualifiers. Because the ESL regionals would qualify people to DreamHack Dallas or whatever, right? Or ESL Pro Tour Dallas, you know? And so, while the Challenger, or I say Challenger, while the regionals were their own events, they had good prize money, they were good tournaments, so many people would just call them qualifiers. And what I had this interaction with someone one time because this really bothers me because I'm like, it's not a qualifier because they had some opinion where, or they said something along the lines of, it doesn't matter, this is just a qualifier. I'm like, this isn't just a qualifier, there's a lot of money on the line. You know, it's like, you know, something like this. I was like, it's like, would you call GSL a qualifier? And they're like, what do you mean? GSL's not a qualifier, it's the peak tournament in the world. I'm like, yeah, but it's qualifying people in the exact same way to the tournament. So, by your definition, GSL is a qualifier and not this big important event. And they were like, yeah, they told me to F off and that I was an idiot and this is why I'm still in Platinum League. And if my casting had a league attached to it, it would have been silver. As I think pretty much the quote that they used. It was funny. I really enjoyed this. This conversation sticks in my head. It was really a peak StarCraft comment war. This is why you're still in Platinum. Somehow really funny to me. Yeah. I know. I feel like that's always been my favorite insult. People are like, you can tell you're in Diamond from your casting. I'm like, that's really impressive. Like, you can tell I'm in Diamond from my casting. You must know StarCraft 2 really well, guys. Like, as if Diamond's some bad thing. In the first place. Like, that part of it's already ridiculous, but yeah. My favorite part is when this actually happened a few times where people, and I don't care what league you are for casting, but I do think there's a lot of benefit to at least having played a lot of StarCraft 2 in the past. There have been some casters who I'm pretty sure have not even reached Gold League before, and they told people, and then people are telling me it's like, it's insane, you know, you're not even as good as this guy, and you can clearly tell by the way you cast. I'm like, this guy literally actually does not, is like really good play-by-play, but he knows nothing analytically, like. But like, yeah, I'm the guy that doesn't play StarCraft with like 7,000 games. Ay. People are dumb. That's what I really came to realize. You shouldn't listen to anyone on the internet, guys, even me. Every cast needs to have been a pro for 10 years, yeah. I'm pretty sure, my opinion is that you've got to play a game for a certain amount of time to be a good caster. Because there's a lot of core aspects of it you really pick up from playing. And having been in situations and understanding how things in the game work. On like a real core level. And you only get that from really playing the game. But I think that foundation is 90% the importance of casting when it comes to being an analytical caster. Because if I really wanted to, I could watch a whole bunch of replays and write down timings and study and tell you guys. Like, I couldn't play at this level for shit because my mechanics are terrible. But if you really wanted me to, I could go and study for like 20 hours over the next week and come back next week and tell you a lot of really interesting shit and be super analytical. I don't find that fun anymore. So, you know, that doesn't mean I have to be like, you know, Grandmaster to be able to do that. You can, you know, maybe some of the subtleties I still don't get. But if I watch enough games, I think I can still pick out a lot of it, you know? Thanks opening from JUMY. Don't take time to complain about this stupid. I don't even know how we got on this topic. I have absolutely no idea how we got here. I just saw it ranting. My bad, guys. Hello. How are we doing? What's up? As long as I win the Pokemon Pokemon Card World Championship, you're still my #1. Yeah, that might still be a few years away. Can you tell me if you think don't having a circuit will impact SC2's future? Yeah, of course it will. The circuit is a real sign of consistency for a lot of players, and without a circuit, a lot of people will probably have to step back a bit on how much they play StarCraft, decide if they want to play at all. But, I mean, it's just going to be an adjustment. It's not going to kill StarCraft, but it's obviously going to have an impact, right? You know, the circuit was very good because it was a very consistent way for a lot of players to earn money and to justify, you know, being able to go to events and being on teams and stuff still and all of this, but yeah, that part's obviously missing now. So yeah, no, it'll definitely have an impact. At the end of the day, StarCraft 2 is always going to have to change at some point. We've been supported by a pretty consistent format for quite a long time. But it's, like, there's always going to be a shift whenever a big entity steps away and it becomes more community-focused. But a lot of other games have survived through this. I mean, Brood War, outside of Korea, Warcraft 3 is a great example where, you know, there's guys in Warcraft 3 who still live off of casting Warcraft 3 after many a year. There's still guys who live off of just playing Warcraft 3. Is it as glamorous and glorious as it once was? No. If you love it and you enjoy it, then it's still going to be there, you know? So yeah. I think Warcraft 3 is the biggest inspiration that StarCraft 2 will be okay, guys, no matter what. Like, if you just enjoy StarCraft, just sit back and enjoy it, you know? I don't think you have to worry so much. Like, times will change. That doesn't mean you always have to be like... That doesn't mean it's the end of the world for it, though, you know? It's a nice retargeting onto the Widow, onto the Sentry. Let's talk about this game a bit, because PERCIVAL trying to attack here has been shut down by JUMY. I like the Widowmine targeting down to that Sentry. The rest of this fight is pretty bad for him, and right now just running away. And JUMY's going to be on a push with 3 Colossus in tow, so he's going to have quite a bit of push power into this natural, which has no real good defensive unity. It does, actually, I'm like, let's talk about this game, as PERCIVAL is probably about to die. 60 army supply to 43. Pop Guardian Shield. We're going to have the Phoenix to try and dive onto the Vikings for a couple moments. With the depots, don't go too far forward. Just take your time. The last thing you want is to be trying to like fight the army, then you're hitting depots instead and you're splitting your damage. 4 Vikings is good because you can shoot down the Colossus surprisingly fast with 4 Vikings if you don't get the Stalkers and the Phoenix in front to start tanking and shooting those Vikings down. Right now, JUMY is clearly not confident with that. He has no blink, which makes it a lot more difficult to actually shoot down the Vikings with these Stalkers and to protect the Colossus. So, even though I actually think he's got a great composition, he's actually missing one of the key tools, Blink. That would make this... If he had Blink, I think he just wins the game, because the confidence he will have to step forward with the Stalkers, bam, blink back, Vikings dead, and then the Colossus just win the ground fight. You can see right now the Colossus are just winning the ground fight. That might just be good enough anyways, so it might not even matter too much as the Vikings come forward there. We will see a Colossus that is going to go down. The Fuzels coming in from the side and joining back up together. Bio Vikings coming back across here for a couple of moments right now. couple libs, couple Vikings, Marine Marauder all producing. We had the armor upgrade up as well. There's the Forge and the Twilight Council Disruptor as well in production here. Also, guys, I appreciate the kind words in chat about my casting. I appreciate it. Thank you. I not really didn't mean to make this sound like insecure or need backup about my casting. I'm very happy with how I cast. I just I always like to laugh every now and again about the people who like to complain about my casting. Same way as how I know myself, I cast very differently, you know, here on my stream day to day to how I cast at an event. Because it's a different energy and it's a different, you know, spectacle and it's a different day, you know? It's not what I'm just doing day in and day out. At the end of the day, if I try to cast like cast an event every single day I cast, I wouldn't be here casting. I'd burn out. And people I don't think would watch either. People I mean there's so much to it, but like a lot of the reason why people support and watch and enjoy is because we actually kind of chill and we talk to chat and we don't just fully focus on the game. We don't catch every little thing. You know? It's funny, but it's very true. In fact, one of the best things I did for my stream, back when Base Trade TV was still around, is I actually took inspiration from Base Trade. And I stopped trying to be as serious 24/7 and only ever talk about the game no matter what was going on. And let loose a little bit. And guess what? My viewership went up. Shock fucking horror. Who knew? It's crazy, right? And people use that to hate on you. Wild. Good fight from PERCIVAL. I can't believe JUMY. I didn't really kind of consider the fact he didn't have Blink at first because of the Phoenix, but man, kind of wild that now PERCIVAL is actually on the other side of the map and pushing forward. Disruptor shot comes in. We split away from that nicely. Ghosts have done their thing, but they're now going to get blown up by the Disruptors. But the Disruptors are going down too. The Vikings have some reasonable damage to those Disruptors. Actually going to get a bit of a dive forward here. We target fire. We get that Disruptor in time. We're going to get the High Templar as well. So many key units from JUMY going down right now as PERCIVAL is going to succeed and put himself into an absolutely killer position. What happened to the guy from Base Trade TV, Rifkin? Yeah, he still streams. He streams non-StarCraft stuff. He does a lot of like community games. Like he does a lot of Rust and like I guess what I'd call like interactive games with like interacting with other streamers and so on. Yeah, he's still around. He pops in every now and then. I talked to him a whole bunch lately because we were doing WoW together. Did some OnlyFans together. He stopped doing StarCraft because he got sick of dealing with the community. He got sick of like basically the same stuff I'm saying, which is like, and I know Rifkin's somewhat a controversial figure. He definitely did some more controversial things, and may not always come across as the most likable guy. But in the end, he quit because people just kept making hate threads, and people just thought it was cool to just hate constantly. And he just was like, one day he's just like, screw it, I'm done. So he just quit. He said, I'm not doing StarCraft anymore. It's not worth the mental stress. Which good on him, because that's a freaking move. That's like terrifying. But he did what he thought was best for him, and as far as I'm aware, he's way happier now. Why are people hating? Because it's cool to hate, especially when the mob consensus, the mob mentality is it's cool. It's okay to hate on someone. Like I said, I don't think Rifkin was innocent in this. I think Rifkin, a lot of people had reason to have a bit of beef with Rifkin, but at the end of the day, like, some people have genuine reason to dislike the guy. Turns into a lot of the community just bandwagoning it, But yeah. There's a sort of shot there from JUMY as he's going to come across the map again. I think if JUMY just A-moved when he was in front of PERCIVAL's base would have been good enough. I was thinking it too, but I think it was scary because if PERCIVAL pulls back and the Vikings target the Colossus down, the rest of his army was not good because of the lack of blink/charge. So I was kind of with you when he first arrived, but yeah, because he went Phoenix into Colossus and he had no blink or charge, that was his scare. And you saw how quickly, like, the 4 Vikings got the shields off the first 2 Colossus real quick, and he didn't even kill anything in that time. And then he kind of did commit to the fight a little, but he was a little too afraid to keep going. I had the same opinion, but I actually think looking back on it, I kind of don't mind that he backed away. Because like I say, the moment those Colossus go down, the rest of his army was trash. Without upgrades, like the gateway units really do not, you know, live into the later game, you know, anywhere near as well. Obviously now we've got Charge and Blink and whatever else, but back then we really did not, so... Army just steps through, a couple Zealots go down, and we're going to have ourselves the +3 and Disruptors and Dark Shrine coming up. The Bioforce going to continue to come on through. High Templars dropping a storm on the Bioforce, the Vikings gathering as well. Jimmy's been taking these ninja bases all day, by the way. He just keeps on dropping bases out of position, out of location, putting them in, I don't want to say random positions, but definitely less than expected positions, I suppose. Jimmy's bowling right now. Yeah, some of his disruptors have been pretty awesome. I feel like some of the disruptors are probably what saved this game for him up until this point, because I do think he was going to be not quite there without some of those disruptor shots up at this stage. So just get a Viking. We are going to be seeing another disruptor lying toward the Ghost, lying toward the Bio. CC pulls back, and we are going to have ourselves another storm into the center here. Again, some of the storms and some of the disruptors are great, but the problem is numbers right now, and Percival has the numbers to be a good defense at home with a serious threat across the map, and JUMY has 2 High Templar nearby, a Disruptor, obviously maybe a warp in soon, but he's warping in aggressively still, which is obviously very scary. You're putting so much faith on these High Templar. One Storm goes down, a couple of Zealots are left to warp in, so this base will go down too. Do we have enough to push in here? I don't think so, because the Liberators are a very difficult thing to get rid of right now as well. You have, I mean, basically you're relying on the blink forward, but blinking forward is not fun for the Stalkers, especially when we've got a lack of Zealots. EMPs go down, they barely even get rid of the Libs that they need to, and that is absolutely not ideal, to say the least. GGG's, and Percival is going to end up taking this game 1 victory. I think it is a very good point about the attack on the natural, but I do think there was a good reason to still be cautious. Like I say, you got to like, I saw with my own eyes, it was like, oh my god, there's a, you know, like, oh my god, there's a freaking, you know, the Colossus lost their shield so quickly. Like, that alone actually caught me off guard a little bit and had me a little bit like, uh-oh, are we okay here? Are we good? But, it turned out in the end we were good. We head into Sandworm for our next map. So Sandworm coming through here in the Spring Championship on this beautiful Sunday evening. Really nice outside. Again, JUMY is officially out already. If Percival wins this, he will have a shot by beating Solar. He could still advance out this group. So for Percival, it's win or die, basically. So he is doing what he needs to do to stay up for the moment. Alright, Sandworm coming up for map 2, guys. Hope Sandworm makes it to the ladder. Me too. I think this map's good. I actually have really enjoyed all the maps we've added to the WardiTV map pool. It's been nice. I've really genuinely enjoyed them. I'm pleasantly surprised how much they're getting played as well. I think it's been really nice to see. Wardy, tell me we do WardiTV Mondays tomorrow? So of course we do WardiTV Mondays tomorrow. Why would we not be doing WardiTV Mondays tomorrow? It's Monday, isn't it? Percival on the bottom left side, JUMY in the top right, game 2 here on Sandworm. Thank you so much, Ode Boy, for the 43-month resub. Appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed. We're heading down to the south, and you're going to see Percival coming across the left for a few moments as well. Okay, Cybercore, continue to come around. Just going to see our command center dropping down over here as well. It goes across the map. It is a proxy from JUMY to the bottom side, so a Stargate on the way currently. So we're going to hit that. Probe will take some shots. It will go down. The Adept going to fire. The Reaper going to be shooting. As a grenade goes down as well. Still got the Stargate. Still got the Adepts coming up for the moment. Once the Adepts get there, they're going to get that Reaper. I just saw a message on YouTube. Sorry, I wasn't reading the YouTube chat during this, apparently. The last Home Story Cup, I seemed so tired. Yeah, well, I was super sick last Home Story Cup, so that would probably be why. I was super sick, and then we had to do the, like, I could barely talk. Which kind of makes it pretty rough to, you know, do the whole thing. I was absolutely dying on that sellout segment where it was just like, we were selling out for like an hour and a half and we had to do the finals. I was like, no! Give me a break. Give me all the water. I get so sick every time I go to Home Story. It's so funny, like, I used to be less sick at Home Story when I used to drink and party. And now that I'm just like very chill and I usually just sit in the basement and play my games, I get super sick every time. Like in the downtime, I get super sick every time, and like I feel terrible by the time it gets to the end. Like literally the last 2, maybe even 3 Home Stories. It's been really bad. 2 Home Stories ago was pretty bad. Last Home Story was definitely pretty bad. I think 3 Home Stories ago, I actually rebooked my flight in the morning because I didn't think I could handle flying back via like I had a connecting flight. It wasn't bad. It was like fly 40, like half an hour to Amsterdam, connect for like an hour, fly home. I was like, I just did not think I was going to be able to make it through like a whole connection. So I rebooked myself on a direct flight the morning, on the morning, because I just didn't think I was going to make it. For some reason, I just get super sick at Home Story. But drinks, the alcohol kills the germs. Yeah, apparently that's the, apparently that's my mistake, you know? Who knew? 7 SCVs dead already for Percival. Is JUMY going to try and set up at the front? Oracle setting up some stasis wards right away. Blink coming through. The starport coming online. Tank, stim, starport. Coming up for the moment here. Let's just see a few Marines coming over. Stalker going to get grabbed. A couple of Adepts in the Stalkers. Gathering up as well. The Adept in the main base going to get taken out by a few Marines. Just going to get a grab on that. And the Blink coming up. Stim on the way. Also, last 2 Home Stories, they put me in the freaking Ibis. So they got Roddy and Loco beds in the nice hotel. And they gave me the freaking shitty hotel. So I also didn't sleep very well. So I'm like waking up at 7:30 a.m. The bed's too hard for me to even consider going back to sleep. So I'm away from like 7 a.m. casting until like 2 a.m. in the morning for the finals. Meanwhile, Loco and Roddy have the family deluxe room with a choice of 4 different beds, including a bunk bed if you're really feeling like being a kid again, you know? And here's me on, like, what could hardly be called a mattress. Ay, the scandal. You know who the important guys are when they hire for Home Story Cup, I tell you that much. Lock on. A couple of Stalkers going to back away. And do have Percival pushing around this right side, so we'll get a little bit aggressively set up this right side. A couple of tanks going to be there. The Stalker stepping down. Again, combat shield and +1 coming up. You know, I when they told me this, by the way, I thought it was funny because they were like, because they were like, oh yeah, Roddy and Loco have like a family room. I was like, oh. I was like, well, you know what? Fair enough. I'd rather be in the shitty hotel and have my own room than have to share a room, you know? That's fair enough. And they were like, no, no, no. They have the family room each. And I was like, what? What? Why do you think this is going to make me feel better? Oh, I was about to go on my flight. I was like, I might just turn around and not go. I was like genuinely mad. Next is going to be under heavy fire here as Percival gets the siege up. And JUMY is set up to try and surround, but we're a while off of charge. If we're not going to go before the Nexus dies, then this is obviously pretty rough already. Let's see what we can do. Nexus dies, but we'll blink to at least try and get rid of the tanks. But because charge isn't ready still, we don't exactly close the gap, and the Zealots do not do enough. So 3 tanks remain alive, and Percival looking good for 2-0. Will keep himself alive in this group. Marine still stepping up. Battery goes down. Marine getting stasis. Island fall inside before taking damage. Just going to be seeing the tanks continue to fire. There's a few more Zealots come about. We are going to continue into this natural. Yeah, first of all, we have about 40 supply at the moment. Let's just have ourselves a GG. Well played. And that is going to be Percival. Like I said, keeping himself alive in the group with this win. Keeps himself going for at least one more matchup. Because now if he beats Solar, he actually has a chance to get out of this group, which is definitely unlikely. Definitely unlikely, but, you know, like I say, it's an opportunity now, which was not necessarily the case before. As we'll get that ready to go. 1 second, guys. Need to double check something. Alright. I'm going to BRB 1 moment. We'll be right back as we get into Solar Percival. And then we're going to have Solar SKILLOUS to round out the day. So that's where we are going. That's what's going on. I'll see you guys in just a couple of moments. Alrighty guys, let's get into Solar versus Percival as we kick this off. And we get this underway. In the top top right hand side there. Mineral layout dupes me sometimes. I'm like, oh yeah, this looks like a top left base. You know, this mineral line is exposed to the drop zone. So it's actually the top right side of the map. It is Solar, our blue Zerg player. As in the bottom left. We're going to have ourselves the Red Terran Percival entering this TVZ best of 3 game number 1. Alright, opening game of the best of 3, as we have ourselves the setup coming through. A couple of drones coming about, the depot coming over. We have the SCV on as well, at barracks. And we get this a rolling. Overlord just heading down the right side. Let's take a little bit of a cruise. So 2 best of 3s remain. The group as it stands so far is Bunny 3-1, Solar 2-0, SKILLOUS 2-1, Percival 1-2, JUMY unfortunately 0-4. And I did take that map off Bunny today. I know JUMY was feeling sick today as well, guys. Apparently he's got COVID, which obviously really sucks, so hopefully he feels better soon. Still showed us some fun games. So yeah, Percival has to win this. If he wins this, he's 2-2, and then there's a chance he could still advance over SKILLOUS, I believe. If SKILLOUS loses to Solar. If Percival loses this, then he's out, and Solar and SKILLOUS are both through, and their match basically becomes a seeding matchup. So that is how things are looking, heading into this best of 3. Command Center drops into the natural, as we play here on Sandworm. And the Overlord just coming across the map for a couple of moments here as well. It's just going to get that straight over. The next few moments, get that underway. Reaper is poking, no kills. Sorry, just sorting something out quickly. As we have a little grenade going down. And the Reaper backing away. CC coming about, reactor coming through. And there's the couple drones coming over. I'm still watching this Reaper to see if it can get any more damage or value here. It moves through. Again, the CC and the starport setting up right now. The Roach Drone already from Solar, so he sets up with the Roach Drone right from the get-go at the moment. Just going to get that going. Again, Hatch coming up, CC and the starport coming over. The starport going to lift off and swap over to the tech lab here in the next few moments as well. Just going to get that ready to rumble. Right from the couple of Hellions coming about. Again, the Banshee, the Marine, the Cloaking. Coming up from the starport as well. The CC again into the orbital right here. Right from a couple of Hellions setting up as well. And those Roaches and the Queen continue to produce. Still got the Hellions and the Reaper coming down the bottom side. And a couple of Hellions still from Percival heading up towards the middle. So 4 Hellions and a Reaper continue to join up together. Get all of that gathered through just for now. Roach is just going to go. Hellions take some damage. Marine's going to get the Overlord. And the Orbital going to come down, dropping into the third base position as that OV does indeed fall. The Hellions are going to come through, and the Roaches are already there. So the Hellions get turned away. The Queens are gathering. The Cloak and the Banshee coming up and online. At the extra barracks, at the lair, at the spores. that right side. Those Banshees going to continue to go cruising as we get rid of a couple of the Crypt Tumors. Nice from Percival, slow down some of the creep. I mean, Queens are here to replace it, but it does eat up some of that Queen energy that wasn't going to be disappearing otherwise, right? So, it's already a nice little something. Roach is going to get there. The few Hellions going to get turned around. 1-1 upgrades in the stim pack coming about. A couple of barracks still coming through in the main base. Are going to be 5 racks. Factory, starport, all settling. Just going to see the orbital landing on the 3rd base, and a few Hellions are coming over. A couple of Crypt Tumors get picked away at, and again the Banshees just going to be overhead as the drone gets into a hatch. Start fighting. Those Roaches take some damage. The Hellions going to get there for a couple more of those drones to die, so take some damage from Percival again, putting some pressure on. Can he do anything about this gold base? Always feels nice for the Zerg if you get this gold base up and running. And at the moment, Solar is definitely stepping in that kind of a direction, as though that gold base will come online here. Again, the 1-1 missile upgrades, the Roach speed coming through, Infestation Pit coming about as well. These Hellions are really abusing the Roaches and their mobility because they keep getting into positions where they have potential to deal damage. And with the Banshees in the main, they're going to make this 10 workers going down so far. Going to get to 14. One more Hellion shot could have been huge. Good damage from Percival. The only thing I don't love, everything died. Right? So great damage, but we lost the Banshees. Great damage, but we lost the Hellions. It's so many problems coming out of this, unfortunately, at the end. And yeah, this really seemed obviously very nice, and kind of became a little bit of a disaster as the Ling Roach gathering through here. The few drones are going to come across. Extractors are coming through as well. Get this gold base going. So obviously we do need to get rid of these rocks, but right now I'm going to show up, get some overload. Solo will end up supply blocked. A couple drones transfer back over. We get rid of a couple of Zerglings as well. Pull back around that right hand side, and overload will fall. Solar supply blocked here further once again, so actually really good play. On his way to the Lurkers with the Hive to accompany them. Getting up into that as we speak. Those Roaches will take a chance to knock down the rocks, so just going to knock those down, open this up. And again, 1-1, Link Speed, Ravagers, Hive, and the Lurker Den. A bit of everything still coming through. Those Marines going to lift up and back away from the Roaches once again. It's getting the hell out of there at the moment. Big drop on the main base. Quite a few of these Marines come out. A Queen goes down. Skullcrawler is going to get picked away at as well. It's going to be seeing the Ravagers continuing through. They're going to get jumped on, so a couple of those Ravagers will drop. We'll be seeing the Roaches setting up, the Medivac joining together. Still got the other Medivac coming back through the center here. A couple of Vipers, the drones and the Roaches, the Lurker Den as well, continuing to come online. Marine tank will step forward once more. Just going to be seeing the Roaches and the Lings continue to produce. Like I say, it's been honestly not a terrible start from, Percival. He put on some good damage. He, cleaned up some units. He's been able to do pretty okay for himself. Can he follow through to finish up a game against one of the very best Zergs out there at the moment? Solar really is one of the players to beat, as a few Marines are going to stem toward the top side. Just going to be having ourselves Lurkers in the center. Going to fire a few shots off as well. Going to land a little shy of the siege tanks. Marines pulling back around from the top. The Roach Ravagers are going to be there. The couple Queens going to get jumped on as well. Both those Queens in some trouble, going down already. Viper taking some damage. The Roach is coming back over. The Lings as well. Continue to come across. Those Marines will stem up. Hydra goes down. Still got the rest of these Lings and Roaches stepping through as well. Vipers are going to settle. The Lurkers keep on firing. Oh my goodness, he's attacking into the Lurkers, but he's not close. It's not like you're getting rid of the Lurkers. You're just kind of taking all the Lurker shots. You're letting the Lurkers do exactly what they want. Now you abduct all the tanks in as well, and Solar is going to capitalize on what is really not a good fight on the side of Percival. Definitely, I think, a couple of mistakes made there. Fire coming through. A couple more shots coming about. As the Bioforce comes over, and we are just going to see a couple more of the Lings going down as well, so a bit more damage being dealt here. Hydra's still dropping. The Ravagers coming through as well. I'm just going to be seeing the Medivacs loading up one more time, backing away. Fire Force stepping up. Hatchery going to be in some trouble. A couple of Ravager Battles not dropping down. Siege Tank is going to fall again. Percival is just desperate to keep on going with this army. And to be fair, he's going to find that bottom right base, but I think the army in the center has really had better days. I really think that army in the center is at a point of not really being able to continue anymore. As a couple of Hydras come about, Medivacs will get turned away. Lurkers will burrow up, a couple of Hydras going to be there, a couple of Vipers join, and we'll see ourselves on the bottom side, some Roach Hydra Ravager pushing up as well. Just going to be seeing a couple of those depots taking damage. I like that Solo's kind of forcing Percival to reposition, because it means the tanks have to relocate and come back around and, like I said, just reset themselves for a little bit. More tank shots continue to come through, the Lurkers coming over, Roaches, Hydras, all the rest of it. Still setting up to do as much as possible here as the Lurkers will continue to shoot. The Ravagers and the Hydras stepping forward as well. Solo, I think, is just going to brute force his way up to this high ground here on Sandworm, and I think he's going to do enough at the end of the day. Orbital Command lifts off. The rest of the Lurkers still coming over. The Bioforce stepping around just for a couple seconds here. Duck through. Siege Tank going to get grabbed. Another tank going down as well. And that's going to be GG. Sola is going to end up with a Game 1 victory over Percival in this opening map. So, Sola getting the first game right now. Get this underway. Do ley lines for map number 2 actually, so we'll get into ley lines here. Get this going. Get this started off. Drop the invites, and we will go. Everyone joins us. We'll be good to go. Alrighty, guys, let's get this one set up. It's game number 2 here between Percival and Sola as we head into our second game. Like I say, Percival must win this series if he wants a chance to advance. I'm not even sure what map scores, etc. will do for him right now, so just gotta win the series, basically, at the end of the day. Like, gotta win this series, and then we'll figure out if it's still possible for him to win through a tiebreaker or not. As we have got in the top right-hand side, the Red Terran player, down a game, put up a good fight, had a decent start. Definitely kind of at that level of, you know, being able to compete a little bit, just not quite enough. It is going to be our Red Terran in the top right corner, Percival. In the bottom left, our blue Zerg player, it is going to be Sola. As we get this underway. Alright, Rex and the gas coming about. Just going to be seeing the hatchery and the drone coming over as well. It's going to be seeing the Overlord of Sola heading to the upper right side. Obviously, no surprises. The Overlord's going to scout in the early stages. Quick little mention, we haven't really mentioned it too much today, guys, but if you're enjoying the stream, do consider checking out the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of your pledges on the Patreon go directly into... yes, they go directly into the WardiTV tournament prize pools. Again, that's patreon.com/WardiTV if you want to support more tournaments just like this one. Really appreciate it. I'll follow the Overlord over still. I'm just going to step across for the moment. Continuing through as the couple queens and the lings continue to gather up as well. Reaper will come underneath the Overlord as well as we just continue to move about for a little bit. And a couple queens, the Link Speed coming through. CC building up from Percival as well right now, so we're just going to get that going. The Overlord of Solar coming around the top side, as again we get the factory, the reactor, command center building for the moment. A couple queens on the way through as well. Queen pops out, going to be seeing the Reaper. Going to get chased about. Third CC, building from Percival, so we get that started up in the main base, get that underway to begin with. And the command center getting going here, the starport coming through, SCV, the Link Speed continue to come about as well. We're just going to be seeing the Queen building up on the main as the Reaper of Percival continues to poke around, hatchery taking some damage. And a few more drones continue to come up. The Overlord, Queen, and Link Speed all coming in to play for the moment. And those two extra Hellions are going to come on over, and we do have ourselves a bit of a push from Percival out into the center. So Reaper and Hellions get into the middle. Two more Hellions coming up. Banshee on the way from Percival as well, as we drop a command center down to finish up the third CC. Alright, Banshee building. Like I say, it was great harass last game, not just the Hellions, but the Banshees too. They added a fair amount to it. They got a lot of damage done. Definitely were able to set themselves up to succeed, so... Reaper and a couple of Hellions going to come moving back around. The couple of Queens are going to be there. The Lair coming up on the side of Solar. Going to be seeing a few drones coming about. Again, the Banshee and the Cloaking continue to come through. A couple of extra barracks on the way from Percival as well. As we do have ourselves, the Hellions continue to gather on up. And again, the Banshee coming around, just getting that settled. Cloaking the Stim Pack. Continue to come over for the moment. And then that's build on the natural, the ledge going through, the extra drones and the Queen continue to get produced, and again I got ourselves a couple of barracks, a couple of engineering bays, all on the way up at the moment. Those extra racks is going to be continuing through, factory ready to swap onto the tech lab, starport to the reactor you'd imagine. And it's going to build its own reactor, so just wants to focus on marine production for now, not in a super rush to get medevacs out it seems. You have the Hellions and the Reaper gathering just out the front. The couple of Queens are going to get over here. It's just going to come stepping over for a little bit. Again, Stim Pack, 1-1 upgrades. Actually, just the +1 armor right now. No attack upgrade currently, so a little bit of a mistake there, because you'd imagine the attack upgrade is typically the priority. We do get rid of a Queen, but again, it comes at a cost of a Banshee. I consistently like what Percival does, but I don't love how much it costs him, right? Like, it's great to get a couple of Queens, but a Banshee down really limits what these Banshees can do in the future. So far, we've only killed a single drone this game. One Banshee still about. The thing is, it's like, if you keep those Banshees up, they have so much potential as the game moves through. Hit another mineral line. Deny a fourth base, maybe, right? Like, they could be doing so much more. This is nice with the Hellions getting their Zerglings, and then they get caught. It becomes a little bit worse, but we might get a few drones as well. I like this a little bit more, because at least this time we actually got ourselves... Oh, we only get 2 drones? Oh my god, we only get 2 drones. I thought it was going to be like 5 or 6 drones. I'm like, well, you actually killed all the Lings as well. But now we actually killed all the Lings and then only got 2 drones. I would have liked a few more drones for that, but... Still Percival trading and dealing damage, doing okay for himself so far. Continuing to put himself into a pretty comfortable position. This Marine stepping through. Just going to be seeing a couple of tanks coming across. Creep Team is here. Just going to get knocked down as well. Queen's in some trouble. Creep Team is going down. Tanks will siege, and I don't think Solar can necessarily rush into this fight. Marine's just going to hold back for a moment or two. The couple of Queens continue to take some shots. Well, Flame Bane is going to step over. A couple of tank shots continue to strike. We are going to be seeing the Marines continue to pull back behind the tanks. Those Banes continue to be there. The Marines will pull away. It's going to get ready to lift back up into those medevacs. A couple more shots coming through. The army getting back to the center. Bane's morphing in. The Overseer going to take a few more shots right now. Those tanks settle. On the right side, the Lings are going to start running through. A couple of the Marines getting jumped on. We do see the Marines going to come in toward the hatchery. Queen's gathering, Bane's gathering. A couple of tank shots from afar. We are going to see the Lings from the upper side thinking about what they would like to do. Again, the Lings, the Banes, the Hive continue to build up for the moment. Our 2-2 upgrades all a part of this as well. Continue to settle down here. We do have ourselves a pullback once again. Those Marines getting over to the right-hand side. Just going to load back up. A couple of Vipers are coming through. And again, the Hydras and the Banes. The Zerglings also coming online right here. The Bioforce continue to gather for the moment. Again, 2-2 upgrades. Adrenal glands coming about. Vipers on the way. We're going to hit this hatchery on the left-hand side. Army on the bottom. The medevacs going to come about as well. Things going to get wrapped around. The bio units are getting jumped on. A few more hits coming over. And 2-2 upgrades. Marine Marauder coming about. Extra barracks on the way up. We do have the unload on the main base. The Marines unload over here. The Zerglings are going to come over. The medevacs are still getting shot at. You're going to see the Spore Crawlers still firing. The Queens will hit. And the medevacs take some more hits as well. I'm just going to be seeing the upgrades continuing through. Again, Marine Marauder tank continuing online. Medevacs gather. The Vipers join up. I think bomb drops down already as we just have ourselves the first medevac going down. Second medevac as well. Nice to clean up. Obviously having Vipers out, a big tech upgrade for Solar. So much more you can do that, once Vipers are in play. We're going to dive on this hatchery, and we will get rid of that hatch as well. So, a hatchery going down. The Lingbane 100 continue to come through. 2-2 upgrades finishing in a couple of moments from Percival. The rest of this Lingbane still stepping around the map, gathering again with a few Hydras here. As we have ourselves up to the top with the Lingbane Hydra gathering also. Oh, for Lurkiden finishing, I mean, we once again get to a point where I feel as though we're going to be super comfortable on the side of Solar. Typically where he's feeling his best as the +1 missiles and the Hydra lunge gets online. Percival's max 4 bases. 5th CC moving forward as well. Couple tanks getting sieged in a nice place. Hydra Bane gets turned around already. Still seeing our Vipers still moving about. Just going to see the siege tank right there as well. And we have got ourselves the rest of the Bioforce coming over. A little abduct, but yeah, I guess there's a couple Lings down here that can try and capitalize. Hydras too. We have the rest of this army kind of running into the Siren on the left side. It's a little bit of a split attack from Solar, and Percival, I think, taking a reasonable fight because of it. All those Zerglings come back down the right side again. 3-3 coming online. The +1 vehicle weapons coming up on the armory. Lingbane Hydra still in production, just having ourselves a 3-3 coming through. Tanks on the production tab as well. Bioforce still gathering as again we see ourselves a selection of Banes and Lurkers continuing to be produced. Got all of this set up for the moment as we have ourselves this army continuing back around. Bio's just going to step forward, a couple of Crypt Tumors are dropping. And the Nidus network will build from Solar. The rest of the Bio coming over as well. just going to be seeing a couple of Banes and Hydras. Again, taking some more shots. Bane's still very much so taking some damage. We have a still +3 cap race coming through as the upgrades continue. Here we go, the Lings swarming again. Feels like it's taken so many Zerg just to clean up a little clump of Terran, although this time we kind of continue forward. I think he should have continued onto that tank. Surround from the Terran. Percival is going to get rid of a few more units here. The Banelings are all gone. The resources lost is not even that bad for Solar. Like 15k to 10k doesn't feel terrible. But man, I really feel like he's not winning any of these fights. He's not having any success in these fights at all. His network on the way up. The bio continues to come through. The couple creep tumors will come around as we're just going to be seeing this scan coming up as well. The Ling Hydra continue to gather up. A few more medevacs lifting as well. Uh-oh. There's a few plays that can make stimming into lurkers look like a good idea. Unfortunately, Percival is not going to be one of them today. That was not it, as we are going to be seeing now. The Ling Bane Hydra going to try and capitalize on just a little bit of Terran lost. Going to storm through here, and again, if you start breaking through these tanks, you start breaking through the real defensive lines of the Terran, and then maybe allows you to get a bit further forward each and every time as well. Lurkers in position on this mineral line as well now. Definitely impactful as we do start to see the Ghost though coming through. Percival getting some snipes. Reinforcements from Solar only going to be Lings and Hydras, so not super good to just run into a fight with. And again, Percival still has this base in the front as well, so his economy really is still rocking okay. It's just the Zerg isn't really taking any damage themselves, so Solar is able to, you know, right now justify just attacking through, outmining his opponent. And again, the resources lost is still not that bad. 5,000 difference. Compared to Solar versus Bunny earlier, where it was like a 15,000 difference, right? And Solar ended up winning that game. So, you know, we are within a very comfortable position for Solar. But Percival's putting up a heck of a defense, and he's not letting Solar win this easily, not in the slightest. As extra Bane's morphing in, the Ling's coming up to the top. A lot of Ling Bane coming about as our CC morphs into a planetary here. And this network will start up. Our Lings are going to come running forwards. A couple of Ghosts going to get surrounded to begin with. That CC on the low ground is going to straight up die. Did not cancel and lift. Absolutely could have done. Did not need to go down like that, as you see the Lings still surrounding. The next planetary is going to die as well. Suddenly we're losing a lot of bases. And if you replace those right now, it's going to be with orbitals, so they more easily hit in the future. Solar actually getting a much better trade on this one. Resources lost is going to collapse a little bit to just a 4k difference. So an efficient trade for Zerg is always a bad sign for the Terran. He was running in on the other side to reach these lurkers. He gets 2 of the 3 or 4 that were there. And the last one, actually, no, yeah, oh yeah, there still was one there. I thought, oh, the last one actually died too, but no, it was a corpse on top of a lurker. As we try and get into the main, Parasitic Bomb going to make the medevacs be a bit more pressured here. And a few Lings leaking through are going to clean this drop up as well. I get the feeling that we're probably going to see Solar win this one out, because I think Percival's just running a bit dry, losing a couple of his bases back to back. On top of these fights looking good for Solar. And right now running forwards, the Lings alone seem to be doing enough. There's just not a lot of bio here. There's not a lot of damage output. The Lings are actually storming and doing extremely well for themselves. Lings continue to chase up for the moment. A couple medevacs overhead, the +3 melee, the +2 missiles, all continue to come around. GG, says Percival. And Solar is going to take game number 2 of this best of 3. So Solar getting the 2-0 and will win out this series. Congrats to Solar, who will eliminate Percival and guarantee himself through the group, as we will go through our final matchup here with the purpose of some seeding still, of course, on the line for Solar and SKILLOUS. I guess if SKILLOUS wins, he could maybe outposition. So I actually don't know if... Yeah, no, he can definitely overtake Solar by map score if he wins. He could actually finish first in this group still, so that would be nice for seeding. For SKILLOUS, the invites down. And get ready to go. Actually, I need to run the ads. That's what I needed to do. I knew I was missing something. Yeah, Percival's a Korean Terran player, guys. Been playing for quite a while. Actually quit a little while ago to play Stormgate, but did not continue through with that. So we'll just take a minute or two, and we'll kick this off. In fact, let's just get into it. Alright, Solar vs. SKILLOUS. Our last matchup of the day. Did I just go without the French casters? I just went without the French casters. I'm so dumb. They're still alive, right? Easily fixed. I'll just rehost it for them. They're still online. Online. They're still there. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know if they quit for the day already. Oh no, I think he's done. I've got no idea what's going on. Clueless. Alright, let's go in game. Sorry guys, got a little bit confused. As we have a red Zerg, this is going to be Solar in the upper right, SKILLOUS in the bottom left. Game number 1 of this best of 3 to wrap us up today. One final best of 3 series to wrap up our StarCraft 2. So hatch guns will come about. The gateway is going to be finishing. The Overlord in the center from Solar gathering around as well. To get settled in here just for a few moments. Figure out where and how and what we're going to try and get up to. Hello guys from Comeback TV. Good to see you. Thanks for the kind words. Hope you've been enjoying the games the last few days. We have all coming up. Group Stage 2 next week. Looking forward to it. Should be great. It's been fun. I've actually really enjoyed this week of Group Stage 1. It's been genuinely some really good days of StarCraft. The level will increase a little bit next week. There's going to be 2 best of 3s and 3 best of 5s each day in the groups. Should be fun. Should be fun. Thank you so much, Comeback TV, for the raid. Welcome, everybody. I was just saying hi to a couple of guys who are already coming in early. But welcome. Good to see you. Hope you've been enjoying the games today. Thanks for joining us, and thanks for watching over on the French stream. As we have ourselves a Proby. Has just been scouting here. That's the last best of 3 of the day. We don't have anything after this, unfortunately. So, last best of 3. Let's see if Solar or SKILLOUS can win out. And the winner here is, I think, probably first place. Well, Solar's 3-0, so he's definitely first place if he wins. And I think if SKILLOUS wins, he would end up in first place of the group as well. So there's still a little bit of positional play to be done here in this final matchup as the Ling speed starts. The Lings are coming through. Oracle and Wolfgate coming up as well. And those 2 Adepts are going to begin to make a play into the natural, as they will look to grab a couple of these workers. But they'll not go for it, so they're going to say, nuh-uh, not just yet. And then we have ourselves the Oracle building up on the Stargate. Again, the gateway at the front, the Warlock coming through. The Adept and the Wolfgate continue to come online just for the moment. Well, a couple of Queens and the drones continue to set up, and the Oracle and the Wolfgate coming through as well. As you have ourselves the Oracle just going to come back over. The Adept going to move through as well. Just going to be having ourselves the Queens, the drones, all continuing. We have the Slings coming back around through the tops. Just going to set up with those for a couple of moments for them now. And Queens gathering on the natural. The rest of the Lings pulling back. A couple of Oracles moving through. Get to the top side here as the Ling Queen continues to gather together. Steps will move about. Lings and the Queens joining. The Oracle's going to set up. And we are going to activate. A couple of those Queens already taking damage. A couple drones going down. One Oracle is going to fall immediately. Not ideal for Skills to lose an Oracle so soon in the game. This next one going to pull back for a second or so, but low HP as well, so you've only got 2 Oracles left, and now one of them is super low. Obviously, the other is healthy, and that can maybe take position on the map if you want to try and keep on being aggressive. That might be the better way to try and find it or to do it. Rest of the Adepts coming over. Stalker just going to go ping around on the Overlord. That Overlord will go down again. So the few Adepts still joining up together, moving through. The Queen's joining up as well. A couple of Overlords coming around. Just going to say our Lair and our Lings still building up. The Adepts on the move. Some Lings countering though, and they're going to find just a couple of Adepts having to be warped in to deal with this. Some Target Fire could get a couple of Pros. We get one. The other one was low, wasn't worth it apparently, as the rest of the Adepts now on this side. There's still Lings here. Can they scare these Adepts from shading? Yes, they can. SKILLOUS will not commit with those Adepts right there. He will decide to stay back, hold off, and not go any further for a moment. Well, there's a couple of Extractors going to finish up on the natural. Our third base gets an Extractor going on it as well. Still got Adepts and Oracles joining to the bottom side. The other Queens joining together, and we just have ourselves the Adepts Oracles coming back across for the moment too. So they continue to head over here for now. As the Oracles will continue to put some work onto this hatchery. So the hatchery going to be taking a few more shots of damage. Just going to be seeing the Adepts coming back over as well. Lings are going to come around. We are going to be seeing our hatchery taking some damage. So hatchery will indeed fall. That's actually nice, cancelling up the 4th base. And still these Adepts alive. They might not have gone in to do a ton of damage, but they've definitely gone in to do a little bit of work here and there. And as we just have, again, the Hive coming up, Hydrogen coming around, a few Roaches and Drones coming up as well. Continue to get this on the go. So the Adepts are just going to be shading. The Queens gathering also. Continue to join up together. Here's a couple of Oracles are going to step across. A couple of Queens are going to join. A couple of Creep Tumors going down. We have ourselves the Hive, Hydra Den. +1 attack, Storm, Blink, a little bit of everything continuing to come on through. As the Adepts are going to make a move once again up to the right-hand side. We get ourselves the other few Adepts heading to the bottom left, just returning home. At this stage, we take a 4th base of SKILLOUS. He's got Storm well underway, so you've got tech that's coming through that can realistically make this be a reasonable situation for you and to trade out nicely. And the Stargate and Fleet Peak can continue to come online. The few Oracles, a couple of them, going to fly about as well for now. Pretty reasonable at the moment as we see the Queen and the Oracles. We'll jump in. The Revelation comes down as well. Just going to be seeing those drones setting about. Again, the Hydra's coming in line. The Lurker Den coming through in the back here from Solar. The Zerglings are going to continue to jump across. Ling Roach Hydra continues to join up. Stalkers, the High Templars, and the Adepts gather up as well. Rest of the Ling Roach Hydra coming back over with the Lurkers morphing in too. Continue to get that on the go right now. As the Overseer comes back across as well. Just going to chill out. Game turn's fairly passive. Roach Hydra Lurker not going to really want to fight until you get those Lurker upgrades. So Solar's got no intentions of showing up at any point in the immediate future. Like, you know, in 2 minutes from now, sure. I say, as he literally then goes across the map. I don't look at this army and think it's scary, right? And there's a few units from SKILLOUS go up on the other side. I actually worry about him because his High Templar get caught in the center. He dives through some Storm Solar to jump on those High Templars. Kills 2. 1 Archon morphs in. You absorb a bit of damage, but that's fine in the grand scheme of things here. As we just see the Stalker's going to blink up. A couple of the Lurkers getting chased down. Spire's just going to come through from Solar. The rest of this army from SKILLOUS gathering together as well. And we will have ourselves a SKILLOUS who still seemingly wants to push with no Storms available. Another High Templar here! Storm just came online now. He does get it off at least, and it does hit the Roaches. There's some value to be found there. It's not the end of the world. As we continue to join everything else back up together here, SKILLOUS continues to set up in the center of the map. Tempest on the Stargate, the +2 and the +1 air weapons coming up. A couple of those Tempests still coming in. Again, we get ourselves the Spire building up from Solar. And the Stalkers, the Archon, Tempest continuing through. We get rid of a Queen. Nice abduct there is going to get you a Tempest kill. Just as SKILLOUS really wants to build up into a higher Tempest count to be able to deal with Lurkers and so on. those abducts are very, very important, right? Because you can just get rid of that, keep that Tempest count a bit more manageable until you get a better Corruptor count on the way, which Solar is going to start working on now. I think that's why he's left about 20 supply free, because he will just begin to build Corruptors already. Yep, that's going to be the rest of his supply to max out on. And so he's able to get that going. As well as the Stalkers and the Oracles gather up. Corruptor's still building. A few Lings are still up to the top side. As we have our Ling Roach regathering on the left. A few Hydras and Lurkers gathering up on this right. Viper going to get a little bit of consumption going too here. As our Hydra Lurker force resettles. An Oracle drops a Revelation down. I like the split away from Solar though, because this is always going to be a threat for Skillous. And right now, you sit here, you can hit this base, you can hit this base. Now this is actually pretty well defended. Stasis, multiple cannons and batteries is nice. We do still have both Oracles, so you can refresh that Stasis as well, potentially, if you feel the need to. But you are getting enclosed on a couple of different sides as those Lurkers join up. They continue to move about here. We are going to be seeing our army regathering into the center. A few Hydras are going to move around as well. Again, Ling Roach Corruptor. With those Lurkers, scary army combination, as we are going to see a couple of probes on the high ground. Potentially in some danger here already. As the Lurkers and the Corruptors continue to join in. And like I say, do we want to commit right now? Seemingly no, not just yet, but we will see. Army sets up. Let's just have ourselves the spores going down. A couple of abducts coming through. Corruptors going to get the Tempest, as we do see the +1 flyer attack. The Viper coming over. The rest of these Adepts and Zealots going through as well. Spankroll will continue to settle. Just going to see the Adrenal Glands and the +2 missiles continuing about. Stalkers, Archons joining up together as well. And again, more of this army from Solar continuing across the map. A couple of Lurkers getting caught in the stasis. A couple of storms come through. The Tempest is going to be shooting. We are going to have ourselves those few Corruptors just going to get rid of a few more Tempests already. I mean, Solar's going to keep on fighting towards this. It's difficult to engage up this ramp though on Killer's Mile. It's definitely a pretty good high ground defensive base to hold onto. I actually kind of love the base layout on Killer's Mile as well. I really do think it gives you a lot of potential for long games that aren't super uninteresting, which sometimes does happen. I like that quite a lot, as you are going to see the Corruptors intercepting new Tempests as they arrive. Do we have detection? We have the Overseers to the side, so yes, we do. Solar leading in supply has a ton of money banked up as well. Burrows up and just going to threaten the natural, so you've got to move over here to deal with this. And if you move over there to deal with it, I thought we could run some Lurkers up to that base, but maybe that's just less important than trying to convincingly win the fight right now. The Time Warp comes down. We have no High Templars left. Those Lurkers are having an absolute party. My goodness. Finally, an Oracle Revelation comes in. But Zealots try and charge through. They're not exactly going to do great for themselves. The rest of the Lurkers coming about as well. The Tempest and Corruptors just going to sit right there. As we have ourselves the... army continue to come around. So... Corruptor's just going to clean up, and Skillous' supply is Gonorinios, if you want to use that as a word. It's 180 to 94. This is very convincingly going to be one-sided. So Solar's going to take the first game. It would seem a few Lings on the Immortal there, a couple of Zealots coming through, the Lurkers hitting toward the Nexus. We get a few more Warpins coming in, Zealots onto the main base. GG, says Skillous, and that is going to be Solar taking game number 1 of this best of 3. Alright, we're going to be jumping into game number 2 here in just a second or so. We'll get that underway, as our second map will be Ultra Love. Throw the invites out, and we'll get this started. Let's double check we've got everyone, and we'll, like I say, head straight into Ultra Love here. Alrighty, let's get this one coming up. Yo, what's up, Greenglade47? Thank you so much for the Prime. Guys, we are 2 subs away from 700. If you're feeling generous, do consider subscribing. Help us get 700. It'd be nice to hit that before we naturally lose like 10 subs overnight, and then we have to grind up again tomorrow on the Monday. Monday is not really very good for subs, I tell you that much. Thank you so much, Greenglade. I appreciate your prime. Let's get into game number 2 here as Solar leads 1-0. Okay, Greenglade, you can just be the hero if you want to be. Dropping the 5 gifted subs out. Cheers. No worries. Thank you so much. 5 gifted subs going out to Devil 6666, Dale 5, SE2 Diffuser, and Bane Damaged, and Quartz 1966. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That's awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright, top right is Solar, bottom left is SKILLOUS as we get this going. Alright, next is just going to boosting along. Hatch coming up, and Gate coming about. Assimilator as well. Get this cell. Probe coming through. Just going to be seeing the probe nibbling. Couple of drones continuing about. And just have ourselves the hatch, gas, and pool coming on through. Drone going to nibble. Just going to see the probe taking a couple shots of damage. We will have ourselves the probe backing up for a second. The hatchery coming down on the low ground. Gateway, Cybercore getting settled in right here. It's just going to bring that about. And the spawning pool and the hatchery coming around as well. Overlord still gathering. Have ourselves the will we get into that troll? Queenslings continue to produce as our link speed comes up on the spawning pool. And again, the Adept, the Nexus coming online. Just going to be seeing the Lings and the Queens getting settled for the moment. We have ourselves the couple Queens, the few probes. Building for now. Stargate coming up on the side of SKILLOUS, so we get that underway. We get that brought up right now. Getting this settled for the moment here, as you just see our probe coming about. And yeah, Stargate's still very much so in production right now for SKILLOUS as well, so now we bring that up, we get this going. Adept going to try and shade through Stargate just a few moments from being just a few moments from being finished up right here. A couple of extra probes, the Adept and the Warp Gate, all of that continuing. And yeah, I guess we'll see what the Stargate does. Am I streaming tomorrow and Tuesday? Yeah. Tomorrow is WardiTV Mondays, and Tuesday is Rex's April Madness Group C. Oh, I think Group C is MaxPax's group. I can't remember who else is in it off the top of my head. I think it's a pretty good group, so that'll be on that will be on Tuesday. Do I like mutas? I love mutas. Adept's coming about. Oracle just chilling. Adept's just going to get rid of a couple of these Zerglings. Just going to be seeing the Adepts continuing through. A couple of Queens are going to be there. And the Oracle will continue to produce. Warpgate is on the way. We add on the probe. As again, the Oracle is going to show up. And a couple of Queens are going to be there right now to just go through and to put on a little bit of pressure. Queens gathering. Again, the drones, the Nexus all coming through. The Freelings doesn't get turned away, so nothing really coming up from those. And the Overlord's coming up, the Twilight Council coming about, the Nexus coming through, we add on a Forge. And the Twilight Council continues to build through for a moment or so. As we get this settled, it's going to be seeing the lair coming about, the Overlord building, feelings, drones continue to come around as well. And just got a few Adepts going to continue to step forward here. They're going to go shading up a little bit. And the Queens join up. The Adepts are going to gather. The few Lings are going to be there. Again, Roach Roaring Lair. Drones and Lings continuing through. Now we have our Adepts going to shade by. A couple Oracles overhead. Queens will join up. A few Adepts jump up. And the Oracles will drop down another Revelation. The Queens are going to be there straight away. And the Lings are going to wrap around so those Adepts get jumped on. Easy pickings as Solar shuts that down immediately. Lair, Roach Roaring, 2 more gases. He's still droning as well, though. It's not looking to be overly aggressive or anything along those lines just yet. Spore shots just going to be hitting the Oracles, going to take some hits. And we do have those pushed away over to the side, so again, continue to get those going. Right, Hatchery and the Evo Chamber coming up. Roach Speed still coming in. Lings are actually going to get into the mineral lines. We actually run by into the natural, now the main, so that's actually not good for Skills. He's going to lose a ton of workers. So it's starting to make Roaches and Lings here 60 drones, and with this damage done, if he actually commits to a big attack, that could be a problem. As those few Stalkers get there, the couple of Lings taking damage, still getting knocked down. Queen's gathering up in the center. And again, just continue to see this gathering up. Roach Speed and the +1 missiles continues through. The Roaches and the Ravagers continue to get going as well. Oracle's going to come back over once again. We do see the Roach Speed, we do see the missiles, the extra Roaches coming about. Just going to be seeing the charge and the +1 coming through. The Temple Archive is building as well. We do have ourselves the Stalkers and the Oracles continue to gather up in the center, so continue to get these going. Charge and +2 starting, and the Ling just keeping an eye on things, really getting an idea of what is going on. Once again, the Drop Lord coming up and get this settled down. As Oracles get to the top side, we do see the Queens gathering, a couple Creep Tumors join up. Again, +1 missiles, Overlord speed, a couple little Revelation down onto this hatchery, so that is going to be a reasonable catch right there. The Oracles continue to go down the left side as Roach Ravage is going to strike very shortly, though, as we are going to get this underway. So those couple Oracles are going to be gathering together. Just going to be seeing the Stalkers coming through as well. And here we go, Roach Ravage are going to start a fight. Is the Stalker defense going to be enough? Is going to be the question mark. That is going to be our real question right now as the stasis goes off, the Roaches get going. It's going to be seeing the Ravages, Roaches. It's going to be coming through. A couple more Corrosive Files. We're going to knock down the Cyber Core, so now you can only warp in Zealots. I mean, we're not far away from getting this up and rolling. That's going to be seen, obviously, the charge will help a lot, right? If you could get enough Zealots through here, but I don't know if it's going to be enough realistically right now. Roaches, Ravages continue to come through. Corrosive Files is going to continue up as well. Just going to be seeing the Overlords coming about. We are going to continue to commit. As we just have Roach Ravage still making a bit of a play. Just going to be seeing a couple probes going down, the damage being done. I mean, this is a lot of units still. The Storm tries to come onto the Ravages, but I fear that it's not going to be in enough time. SKILLOUS again, taking some of that damage early, definitely making it a little bit tougher overall. As we just have ourselves the Ravagers continuing about, a couple more Corrosive Files coming through as well. And we see ourselves this Ravager force continuing to send it. Roach Ravager just going to be too much, and Solar will take a 2-0 here, it seems, to close out this matchup, close out this day. GG's. Alrighty, guys, that's going to do it for our StarCraft 2 today. I appreciate you guys dropping by, hanging out. We'll be back tomorrow with WardiTV Mondays, so look forward to that. If you are... however, I will actually be very quickly doing something on RuneScape. Today is a slightly special day in RuneScape because we are going to hit max experience in thieving because I'm a freaking nerd. So we're going to do that quickly and then I'm going to wrap up the stream. I'm not sticking around long, literally just 5 minutes or so. So we're just going to jump over to do that. And like I say, StarCraft will resume tomorrow. So let me just do this quickly. And yeah, we're going to do this, jump into some RuneScape for literally like 5 minutes, and then we're going to call it a day, and that will be us. So yeah, StarCraft will be back tomorrow. Obviously, WardiTV Monday is coming back through. And when will Group Stage 2 be revealed? Probably tomorrow night or Tuesday, because I just have to come can't talk to all the players and stuff, you know. So yeah, probably around then. All right, guys. Welcome to my RuneScape account. We are about to hit my 4th ever maxed out skill, which is going to be thieving. 200 million XP is max, and that is what we're going to be doing in just a couple of moments. I'm just going to get it ready, get close, but not actually hit it yet. And then there's going to be a special little moment or two. And yeah, I just want to do this on stream, so I have a little recording of it for myself. Oh, my rune light just broke. Amazing. Hello? Why is it not working? There we go. All right. So we're gonna do cheeky little cheeky little 200 mil thieving, max XP in the game. But first, my ult is actually going to be hitting 99 magic. Isn't that cute? All right, let's move this knight over to the official positioning. All right, am I 1 away or am I 2 away? I'm 2 pickpockets away. Number 1. Let's go and let's do it. My very last pickpocket. 200 mil! So exciting. Well, that is RuneScape, guys. That's as exciting as it gets. That is as exciting as it gets. Hell yeah. Beautiful. Beautiful! Alright, that was literally it, guys. The shortest party of all time. We've got a little mini game going as well, so I'll give people a moment to post guesses on the pickpockets. And we'll get going. Nice. It's crazy. That's my 4th 200 mil. Let me relog to lock in my rank. Let's see what rank we got. We got rank 1054. Beautiful. Alright, I'm gonna do a little cutoff on the Discord thing for this. Alright, let's see what the nights were. Cool. I pickpocketed nearly 2 million nights. Isn't that awesome? Alright guys, that's it for me today. I'm going to host you guys over to someone doing StarCraft stuff because we still got viewers here. And I will send you over there. Thanks so much for watching. Like I said, just doing something fun at the end. And yeah. I didn't even turn the YouTube stream off. There you go guys. Something a little bit different at the end. But yeah, I just wanted to record it for myself basically. So GG's.